If you came to show love today, come on and make some noise out here. If you came because you believe in peace today, come on and make some love out here. Let every hate-filled heart know that we have gathered today for the purpose of extending and being people of peace. If you believe in that, why don't you make them hear it one more time in here today. As it's been stated, my name is Pastor Delonte Golston. I do pastor the Peace Fellowship Church in Northeast DC. I'm born and raised here. Went to elementary school 8 blocks away from here, 3rd and D Street, Southeast. I'm so thankful to be able to stand in this moment. I want to first, before I say anything else, remind us that we are standing on holy ground. I know that you thought that you came just to stay the 3rd and Pennsylvania Avenue. There were the Nacotchland people. There were the Piscataway people. There were the Powhatan people here in this region, trading and living in peace with one another, until people wearing collars like me decided to displace them. And so we gather to remember that the land that we stand on is sacred land. And we acknowledge those who have come before us. We acknowledge the descendants of formerly indentured servants, then becoming slaves who traded with those indigenous Americans on this land. And so you are standing on holy ground. Amen. I want to give honor and gratitude to our Creator, God, and to each representative of our Creator who has gathered here today. I especially want to thank the representation of DC clergy who will stand behind me and stand with me on this stage today. Showing you, come on and give them some love. Standing with me today is Pastor Mark Thomas. Standing with me today is Rabbi Esther Letterman. Standing with me, yeah, come on, give them love. Standing with me today is Pastor Christopher Zacharias and Reverend Anthony Moore and Reverend Gail Fisher Stewart and Minister Stephanie Thomas Gordon and Brother Sim Singh Atariwa and Reverend Terrence McKinley and Sister Nada Zaldi. If I butchered anybody's name, as we say in our tradition, please charge it to my head and not to my heart. In my tradition, there is a story in the book of Daniel in the 3rd chapter. It's a story that you can find in the Hebrew Bible. It's about 3 brothers named Shadrach and Meshach and Abednego. And there was a king in the land in those days. And that king's name was Nebuchadnezzar. He was a narcissistic king. He was a prideful king. He believed that neighbors should turn against neighbors instead of loving neighbors. He believed in the occupation of territory and not the blessing of sacred land. And he told everybody in the land that they had to bow down and worship him. They erected a golden statue of him and put it on the and put it in their land at that time. And those 3 brothers who were gathered there, those 3 sacred vessels of holiness, they refused to bow to that king. And I just believe that we have a few folk who are here today who are willing to stand with me and simply say, we will not bow. No, we won't bow to any power that traffics in fear and division. We will not bow. We won't bow to an empire or to a regime that believes in separating us by the documentation or the status that we carry or the faith that we witness to or the people that we love or the places that we come from, because our God knows the places that we are going. Our God is not concerned about where we came from. The God I serve takes us wherever we came from and tells us that you are the beloved of God. I encourage you, brothers and sisters, siblings that are gathered here together, look to your right, look to your left. There is a simple principle that I learned from Bishop Desmond Tutu in South Africa, who stood for decades against apartheid. And he simply taught us to look each other in the eye with a principle that we call the Sawubona principle. The Sawubona principle means I see you. And right now, I encourage you, siblings that are gathered here, use your eyes. Use your eyes. Look to your left. You don't have to say a word. Look to your right. Embrace that loved one that's there with your eyes and show them even now as we gather here, I see you. A people, a people who can see each other, can remind each other of our collective sacredness. A people who can see each other cannot unsee it when our babies are being pulled out of cars on their way to be dropped off at school. A people who can see each other cannot unsee masked ICE agents pulling up in our city and cities around the country. A people who can see each other cannot unsee wickedness and spiritual wickedness in high places. Somewhere I read that a people who see each other cannot unsee vile hypocrisy in the land. But a people who are determined to see each other will collectively say, we will not bow. And I can see those three boys standing there, standing in clear defiance to the edict of an unjust ruler. And I can still hear them saying with me, saying with you, saying with people gathered all across this country today, to say that because I see my neighbor, we will not bow. Because I love my neighbor, we will not bow. Because I will protect my neighbor, we will not bow. Because greater is the one that's in me than the one that's in the world. I gotta say one name. That name is Bishop Kenneth Moles. None of you may know who he is. None of you may have never heard his name. But when I was a boy, I was raised in the Baptist church. And every now and then we also slid down the street to Greater Mount Calvary Holy Church. And that means when folk fall out and folk folk get happy and folk dance all over the church. And there was a man there named Bishop Kenneth Mose. And he simply said these words. He said, because our God is the greatest power, we will not be defeated. And I'll say it again. I know you may not have been to church in a while. I know we may not have seen you in Sunday school or Sabbath school or at the masjid or at the temple. But our God is the greatest power. And any kind of religion that is bound up and caught up in fear, any kind of religion that is bound up and caught up in hate, any kind of religion that is not characterized by love, beloved of God, throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it away. But I'm believing that there are people rising up all over this nation. There are people rising up all over this land, this sacred land. I'm believing that there are people rising up all over this world who will not bow to hatred, who will not bow to corruption, who will not bow to hypocrisy, who will not bow to fear, who will not bow to suspicion, who will not bow to political violence, who will not bow to a kind of religion that wants to be close to power but won't empower anybody else. We will not bow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the junior senator from Connecticut, who is leading the fight against Trump's authoritarian power grab in the Senate and understands the only thing with the power to stop would-be despots from converting a democracy to an autocracy is mass mobilization by the people. Welcome, Senator Chris Murphy.
How we doing, Washington, D.C.? You all know where you are, right? You are in the people's capital. I want to bring you greetings from Connecticut, the state that invented the submarine, the helicopter, the hamburger, the wiffle ball, and Pez. On our license plates, though, there's a very simple statement. It says, Connecticut, the Constitution state. We were the first state to adopt our own constitution. In my state, we couldn't wait to be self-governed. We couldn't wait to throw off the yoke of control and censorship from us. Before any other state, before our founding fathers, we wrote down in Connecticut the simple words, no kings. And I'm here today to share with you some unsurprising news. We are not on the verge of an authoritarian takeover. We are in the middle of an authoritarian takeover. But Trump has not won. Our democracy is in peril, but it can be saved. But no one's riding to our rescue, and I just want to be clear with you about that today. No one's riding to our rescue. There aren't establishment responsible Republicans that are riding to our rescue. The mainstream media isn't riding to our rescue. There's no oligarchs riding to our rescue. It is up to us to save us. All right. Now, recently, when I gave this warning that we are in the middle of that totalitarian takeover, one of my colleagues said, well, be careful. You don't want to scare people, but you guys can handle the truth, right? You guys deserve the truth, right?
That's right.
The truth is that Donald Trump is the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America. The truth is that he is enacting a detailed step-by-step plan to try to destroy all of the things that protect our democracy: free speech, fair elections, an independent press, the right to peacefully protest. But the truth is also this: he has not won yet. The people still rule in this country. And today, all across America, in numbers that may eclipse any day of protest in our nation's history, Americans are saying loudly and proudly that we are a free people. We are not a people that can be ruled. Our government is not for sale.
No keys! No keys! No keys! No keys!
Now, I want to be honest with you about what's going on, and you know it. As we stand here today, the government is shut down, and shutdowns are painful. They hurt people. And frankly, that's why there was not a single government shutdown when Joe Biden was president and Democrats were in charge of Congress. Because we acted like adults, we negotiated with Republicans, we found common ground, we kept the government open. But today, Trump is telling Republicans that they shouldn't even show up in Washington, D.C. The House Republicans have been on an unplanned vacation from D.C. for 5 weeks. And there's a couple reasons for that. First, they're trying to cover up for rich billionaire pedophiles. But second, because Trump does think that he's a king, and he thinks that he can act more corruptly when the government is shut down. But he cannot. He doesn't have new powers, extra powers in a shutdown. The President of the United States during a shutdown, or even when the government is open, does not have the power to send masked men into our cities and pull off the streets our peaceful neighbors and throw them into the back of vans and into prisons. He never has that power. Whether it's a shutdown or not, the President of the United States does not have the power to use the FCC and the Department of Justice to censor our speech, to tell us that we cannot speak truth to power when we are protecting our democracy. He never has that power. And let me just say that I'm very proud of my Democratic colleagues who have drawn a line in the sand. And let me just speak for myself for a moment about this shutdown. I will not vote for a budget that throws millions of people off their health care just to pay for a tax cut for billionaires and corporations. And I will not vote for a budget that doesn't put some serious checks on President Trump's destruction of our democracy. In fact, no Democrat has a moral obligation to vote for a budget that just pays the bills for Donald Trump's political witch hunt. So this is a moment for the people who work with me in this Capitol to draw a moral line in the sand. And this is a moment for all of you to stand up and speak up. Listen, President Trump thinks that he can bully us into silence. He thinks that he can intimidate us into sitting this fight out. But judging by the number of people here today, judging by the number of people standing up all across this country, he thinks he can silence us, he thinks he can bully us, but he cannot and he will not. And the last thing I want to say to you is this. It's a simple thing. I get it that when you wake up in the morning, like me, you are filled with anxiousness, with anger about what is happening in this country. But I also want you to feel something else. Because this experiment, 250 years in, this bold, revolutionary experiment of self-governance in a nation that is a melting pot, where we are stronger because our differences from each other, right? That is a miracle that it has lasted for this long. And every single one of us needs to understand that when we wake up every day, we have an obligation, a duty, a responsibility to fight hard to protect that bold experiment. So I wake up every day filled with that same anger and anxiety. But I feel lucky that I am on earth at a moment where I can stand up on my 2 feet and have something to say about maybe the most defining fight of our lifetime to protect American democracy from ruin. I feel anger and anxiety, but I frankly feel joy that I have something to say and that I can tell my kids and my grandkids that when the moment came, I stood up to protect and save American democracy from ruin. And so you got a lot of awesome speakers here today. I heard a rumor that a guy named Bernie Sanders is in the house. I understand the role that I play. I'm just the opening act for Bernie, all right? But listen, I'm super proud of being here with you. I'm optimistic. I'm bullish about our ability to win this fight, and it's because 400 years ago, in the small but mighty state of Connecticut, we wrote down on a piece of paper a really simple idea. In America, the people rule. In America, there are no kings. Thanks, Washington, D.C. Appreciate it. Go out there and fight for our country.
And now, let's give a warm No Kings welcome to Mehdi Hassan, founder and CEO and editor-in-chief of the new media company, Zateo.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, friends, my name is Mehdi Hassan. I am a journalist, I am an immigrant, and I am a Muslim. I am everything Donald Trump loves. I am the Trump trifecta. I'm also a bit of a socialist, but shh, don't tell Stephen Miller, he alarms quite quickly. Can I just say, it is so heartwarming to see so many of you out here in D.C. today. D.C., make some noise. We need to make sure today that they hear us in the White House and in the Capitol. All week, I've heard Speaker Mike Johnson and Republican members of Congress say that this rally, the No Kings rally, is a hate rally. A hate rally. The people who can't get through a single day without hating on late-night comedians and overweight soldiers and Muslim politicians and Mexican immigrants and Palestinian refugees and black women and transgender kids and peaceful protesters and Mr. Freaking Potato Head, they are lecturing us on hate? Really? I'm not here out of hate. I'm here out of love. I'm here because I love this country. I love America. I love the First Amendment. I love our democracy. I love our diversity. Yes, our diversity. And I am not willing to sit back and watch our glorious American multiracial, multicultural, democratic experiment, our constitutional republic, destroyed by the guy from Home Alone 2. Not gonna do it. Because I did not inherit America. I did not inherit America. I chose America. I wasn't born here. I immigrated here. And we immigrants, we love this country often more than the people who are born here because we chose to move here, live here, swear an oath to the Constitution here, an oath that the guy down the street violates every morning and every night. The great irony is, of course, that Donald Trump is the son of an immigrant, the grandson of an immigrant, and married to an immigrant. In fact, 2 of his 3 wives were immigrants, proving yet again that immigrants will do the jobs that even Americans are not willing to do. I immigrated here from the United Kingdom. You want to talk about no kings? The UK still has a king, King Charles III, but even he has less gold in his palace than Donald Trump has in the Oval Office right now. Even King Charles has more respect for democratic norms and traditions than the whiny authoritarian man-child trying to send troops into as many blue cities as he can. This is a president who says he wants to be a dictator, but only for a day. Well, we are now 271 days into his wannabe dictatorship. He just went to see the Egyptian president Sisi, who is a military dictator, runs one of the most repressive regimes on earth. And he went there and he said, I want to praise your fantastic leadership and your low crime rates. This is who he loves. This is the autocratic leader he aspires to be. And of course, he was in Egypt hailing his Gaza peace plan, which is a ceasefire, yes, but not a peace plan. Donald Trump, the man who uses Palestinian as a pejorative, as a slur, has no plan for Palestinian freedom, no plan for Palestinian statehood, no plan for justice for the Palestinians who have been massacred and starved and genocided and ethnically cleansed for the past 2 years, including the past 9 months of his presidency. Meanwhile, Israel for the past week has violated the ceasefire again and again, killing Palestinians with impunity. Yesterday they killed 7 Palestinian children during a ceasefire. There is no peace in the Middle East because, as Dr. King said, peace is not just the absence of violence, it is the presence of justice. So these are dark times. Genocide abroad, fascism at home. Which is why it's so crucial that we gather, we organize, we rally like this. We mobilize, we pluralize, we bring people into the tent. We register voters, we defend voters, we become voters if we're not already. And you know, they say we don't reach out to the other side. We don't reach out to conservatives or Republicans, that we're in an echo chamber. Well, let me say to every Republican and conservative watching, aren't you the ones who said no more big government? No tyranny in America? So if you believe that, what are you doing defending masked federal agents in unmarked cars, bundling people off of the streets, including American citizens, and disappearing them? How are you okay with that? And if you're not okay with it, then come over to our side, the side of the Democrats. The small d Democrats, not the big D Democrats, not the Democratic Party, those of us who are from all parties and none, but those of us who care about saving America so that we can get to our 250th birthday and still be free when we reach 250 years. Come over to our side, the side of no crowns, no thrones, no kings, the side of freedom, of liberty, of the Constitution. The First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 22nd Amendment, which says 2 terms means 2 terms. And if you're not worried about Donald Trump trying to stay on for a 3rd term, you should be. He's literally selling merch. So I worry about free and fair elections in 2028. But then I say, why should I worry? I see all of you here today. What is there to worry about? We here today are not spectators. We are citizens. We are not bystanders, we are proud and patriotic Americans. And we Americans, we the people, will not allow our country to be taken over by demagogues and dictators. We will not stand for it. So let me ask you this. I need to hear you. Are you willing? Are you willing? Answer this. Are you willing to sit back and let Trump shred our freedoms? I can't hear you, DC. They need to hear you in the White House. Are you willing to let Trump shred our freedoms? Are you willing to sit back and bend the knee to fascists and white supremacists? Are you willing to be the Americans on whose watch democracy died? Good, because people power is our last line of defense. Remember this, Donald Trump has never, ever, not in 3 elections, won a majority of the vote. Never. And I'll say this to you. I'll say this to you. Here's the math that they are scared of. There are more of us than there are of them. We are the majority. Say it with me. We are the majority. They're not loud enough today, DC. Come on, louder. We are the majority. Yes, we are. And we have no intention of losing our country, our democracy, our freedoms to that twice impeached convicted criminal and his gang of grifters. No way. We will out-organize them. We will outvote them. We will outlast them. Because when I see you all out here today, in your thousands, in millions across the country, I have hope. I have faith that America can defeat this fascist threat, this authoritarian mania, this MAGA cult, and save our freedoms. And I also have faith and hope that one day soon, the Palestinians will be free. Thank you very much for your time. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm Washington, D.C. welcome to Deirdre Schiefling, Chief Political and Advocacy Officer of the American Civil Liberties Union, who leads the ACLU's policy, campaigns, and organizing work to fight for civil rights and liberties nationwide. And Sarah Parker, Executive Director of Voices of Florida.
Hello, everyone. Hello, DC. Woo! You look so beautiful. I wish you could see yourselves from here. You look amazing. You look powerful. I'm Deirdre Schiefling. I'm the Chief Political and Advocacy Officer for the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, and a proud Washingtonian. I'm so thrilled to be here with you, my community, today, doing the most patriotic and American thing that we can do, peacefully, lawfully protesting the Trump administration's abuses of power and exercising our First Amendment rights. After all, our country has a 250-year-old history of disagreeing in public, and we are not about to stop now. For more than 100 years, the ACLU has defended our country's freedom, especially the First Amendment freedom of speech. It's not just our opinion that everyone is entitled to their beliefs without fear of punishment. It's in our country's Constitution. It's the cornerstone of our democracy. Our basic American freedoms are not something that any president can take away from us. So why is Trump trying? What is he so afraid of? This moment is so much bigger than a political disagreement. It's about standing up for our rights and the future of democracy. The democracy we want is a country of freedom, a country of equals, a country of due process and laws that apply to everyone. Not a country where masked ICE agents kidnap people out of their beds in the middle of the night, where they zip tie terrified children together. No. Not a country that tells schools and universities to teach ideology instead of facts. And certainly not a country that sends armed troops into our cities to scare us into silence. I refuse to allow that version of our country to take hold, and I know you do too. The courage that we are creating here today across the nation is contagious. It's powerful, and it's exactly what they're afraid of. I want to tell you something I've learned. The best way to protect our freedom is to act free. I was in my hometown of Buffalo, New York, a couple months ago, and I saw a new billboard up from the Buffalo Public Library. It said, "Free people read freely." Free people read freely. 4 words. I was so struck by the simplicity and the power of that statement, and by the fact that the public library felt the need to make it. Free people read freely. They think freely. They protest freely. They act free. The best way to protect our freedom is to act free. Thank you for doing that today. Thank you for your courage. It's powerful and it's contagious. We live in a democracy and we are going to act free. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah Parker.
My name is Sarah Parker, and I'm the Executive Director of Voices of Florida and a National Coordinator with 5051. But most importantly, I am a Southern Black woman, a proud Floridian, and a mother. I was taught to speak up for what's right and to stand against injustice, to place my little hand over my heart and to believe liberty and justice for all meant something real. But what I once believed America was is being crushed under the boot of this administration. I should be at home with my children, raising them to believe in the promise of this country, not standing here demanding the rights that should never have been up for debate. I am honored to be here today, but this is not what I dreamed of. I never dreamed I'd be standing on a stage like this while millions of people are forced to march and protest peacefully in the streets because we refuse to stand by while this country slips into the iron grip of authoritarianism. And I ask this administration now, when we say with liberty and justice for all, who is all to this administration? Because this administration has made it painfully clear. It sure as hell ain't the people who need access to abortion care. It damn sure ain't the people and their families being ripped apart by deportation and kidnapped in the dead of night. It's not our LGBTQ communities and BIPOC communities being criminalized just for existing. And it damn sure ain't the people marching for justice while the National Guard is unleashed on peaceful protesters in their own streets. Contrary to popular belief, the fabric of this country wasn't woven by oligarchs, corporations, or power-hungry politicians. It was stitched together by workers, by immigrants, by Black and brown communities, by women, by queer folks, and by people who refuse to stay quiet in the face of injustice. This movement was made by the people. This movement, No Kings, was named by the people. This movement is the people. And newsflash to this administration and for the people who need it, this country was built on protest. And some of the most important changes in our history happened because everyday Americans just like us. And now, those in power are trying to unravel it thread by thread, taking away rights, stripping away dignity, rewriting what freedom actually means. They've tried to silence us with fear. They've tried to gaslight us with lies. And politicians have stood in front of the cameras, smugly, I may say, peddling smear after smear. Because it's easier for them to smear the American people than to recognize what they're doing to this country. And where I come from, we call that cowardice. We refuse. I refused to let this become our reality. It is our duty. It is our right as Americans to dissent when democracy is under threat. Let me be clear. Democracy dies when we are silent. But democracy is reborn when we speak with courage. And authoritarianism cannot withstand truth. And it crumbles under the power of love and dissent. And as leaders before me have said, courage is not the absence of fear. It is the choice to act despite of it. And for what it's worth, I am proud of each and every courageous leader that is taking the streets today. We are peaceful because we know that's how real change is created. We are fighting because we love our communities and we love our country. We are using our voices because it is our God-given American right. And anyone who says otherwise is not only lying to the American people, they are lying to themselves, and I don't know how they sleep at night. And like we say in the South, a hit dog will holler, and I'm hearing a lot of hollering coming from the Capitol building. The American people are pissed. And I would like to say before I go, I want to thank every last one of you. I want to thank all the organizers with 5051. I want to thank Political Revolution, who's a national partner. But I want to thank our children. I want to thank our teachers. I want to thank your hearts for doing this and being out here in the street when they tried to make you afraid. The message today will be crystal clear, and they won't be able to ignore it. There will be no kings in America. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Thank you.
Please welcome to our stage Oliver Marino from Immigrant Legal Resource Center and member of El Colectivo de Familias Migrantes, and Afeni Evans, community organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition.
Thank you. Good morning. Earlier this year, as the Trump administration began its anti-immigrant attacks from the White House, the Colectivo de Familias Migrantes, a group of DC families and organizers, came together to find community and ways to protect each other. We knew what was coming and why we needed to fight back, organize, and take care of each other. In the last few months, we have witnessed masked ICE agents, National Guard, and DC's own Metropolitan Police Department work together to abduct our community members. People have been detained while going to work, at local parks, in front of schools. Hundreds of people have been separated from their families, their loved ones, and our community. This is still happening. Just a few blocks from here, people have been racially profiled, handcuffed, and put in vehicles and taken. Sometimes they're transferred to detention centers hundreds of miles away in states like Louisiana, Alabama, and Georgia, away from family and away from legal counsel. And to be clear, here in DC, the anti-immigrant attacks have come not only from the White House, but also from our own mayor, Mayor Bowser. Mayor Bowser tried to repeal DC's Sanctuary Values Act, a local law that limits collaboration between MPD, the local police, and ICE. But while politicians have failed us, it's been DC residents that have stepped up. We have seen our people go out and film ICE's abuses in the streets, share Know Your Rights information, provide mutual support to families of people detained, and organize to protect their immigrant neighbors. This is the moment to show solidarity, to reject attempts to dehumanize and criminalize our immigrant community, to hold our elected officials accountable, and to force them to stand up to an authoritarian administration that does not care about due process and people's constitutional rights. In order for the Trump administration to carry out its plans, it needs compliance from the public and from local governments. We must not comply. We need to do all that's in our power to protect immigrant families and our neighbors. We need us. We need you. We need each other to protect families, not feds. Thank you.
Peace, y'all. My name is Afeni, and I'm a community organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition here in D.C. And this is my appeal. In 1792, when the French monarchy was abolished, the people established a new republic. When that one didn't quite work out, it was a military dictatorship, yikes. It was abolished in 1848, and a second republic was established. But that one didn't quite fit. So their third republic was erected in 1870. That republic didn't smell right, though. So they tried a fourth republic in 1946. And the republic that we are witnessing right now in France was established in 1958. My fellow Americans, I am here to tell you that the social contract in this country has been broken. Decades of movement work, progress, and struggle have been wiped out by Christian nationalists who seek dominion over every aspect of our lives. Long before ICE started terrorizing our streets, the police were gunning down black people in their homes, their cars, and in the streets in front of their communities. The construction of cop cities and the strengthening police state have threatened our urban centers for years. This current escalation in state violence is nothing more than an extension that the violence that marginalized communities have been bearing the brunt of. This republic was sold as our American dream, home of the free, land of the brave. Yet, it has produced the outcome that we are currently experiencing, a system that edifies oligarchs and creates false monarchs. The society that we live in is what got us here. It is what brought us to this fever pitch, but we do not have to stay here. Now, more than ever, we need to reimagine a society that holds all of our humanity to the highest priority. We need a humane economy. We need well-funded public education. We need affordable housing and health care that does not bankrupt families that are just trying to get by. We need strategic youth investment in music, arts, and recreation. Our children need access to full, clean water and fresh food. In this moment, we need community, we need compassion, we need love and radical imagination, and most importantly, we need each other. Because the social contract has been broken, but we, the people, must revive it. We, the people, can be stewards for a land of the free. We, the people, can be brave and make this broken house into a home for all of us. Because we are the source of power in this country. Our labor, our taxes, and our faith keep this system going. So we must have the revolutionary hope that collectively we, the powerful people, have the capacity to create something better. I'm here to tell you that we must be audacious in our pursuit of fulfilling that generational mandate. Because with public sentiment, nothing can fail. And without it, this system cannot succeed.
And now, welcome to the Snow King stage, an American science educator, engineer, comedian, television presenter, inventor, keynote speaker, and author. He is a respected champion of scientific literacy who has challenged opponents of evidence-based education and policy on climate change, evolution, and critical thinking. Please welcome Bill Nye, the Science Guy.
Woo! We love that song, Hello, DC. Fellow citizens, it is wonderful to see so many of us out here today. We are here for the same reason our ancestors gathered here in 1776. We want our government to run without a king. Our government is based on ideas embodied in a constitution. Among other remarkable features, it guarantees our freedom to speak, as we're doing here today. Rather than doing one monarch's bidding, we have agreed to form a democracy, to work together, and to follow the laws that derive from it. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. As many of you know, I am a native Washingtonian. I grew up here within the city boundaries. And when you grow up here, the affairs of the federal government are very much a part of your life. I remember well sitting on my father's shoulders and waving to astronauts as we, as a nation, celebrated their accomplishments back in 1964. In 1964, that was the first year my parents could vote for president as citizens of the District of Columbia. We still do not have voting representation in the district. Someday, perhaps. I remember well Martin Luther King's dream and Resurrection City, the plywood structures on the National Mall erected to house protesters who came to town demanding equal rights and opportunities, barely a month after Dr. King had been assassinated. I remember well the Vietnam War. The mall was shoulder to shoulder, much as it is today. Traffic stopped citywide. The protest movement expanded. There were protests around the country, and the war was ended. We are protesting in the same fashion today. Only today, the stakes are higher. Rather than abandoning a war against an elusive, perhaps sometimes imaginary foe, we are confronting the possible end of our republic. We are here to tell our lawmakers that what's going on in our government is wrong. They must stop the abuses of this petulant president and his circle of sycophants. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. This president and his associates cannot tolerate dissent. To them, our free speech is frightening. They are arresting people and denying due process in courts. They tried to silence television hosts. They're trying to indict civil servants, prosecutors, judges, even their own cabinet members. But in this land, these sorts of actions are not new. In 1776, our ancestors had had enough. They declared independence from a king by means of a document stored safely right over there on Constitution Avenue in the National Archives. Although it was conceived 249 years ago, the Declaration of Independence describes a train of abuses connected with an absolute authority, a king with absolute power. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. Their king had refused to honor the law, Their king had refused to let lawmakers be elected. The king had made court judges dependent on his will. They cited the king sending, quote, swarms of officers to harass our people. Their language referred to, quote, cruelty and faithlessness scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous of ages. Their king was trying to, quote, render the military independent and superior to civil power. Our founders even censured King George for cutting off trade with all parts of the world. Did these actions sound familiar? 249 years later, no crowns, no thrones, no king. In short, the founders believed their king was, in their words, quote, totally unworthy to be the head of a civilized nation. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. Although the United Nations has been the world's leader, and although the United States has been the world's leader in science for decades, this president and the members of his cabinet even fail to accept scientific facts. Contrary to Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, they do not promote the progress of science. They suppress it to the detriment of our health, well-being, and international competitiveness. It is a formula for failure. How did we get here? It hasn't been one instance of abuse of the power of executive order by this president. It hasn't been just one twist in a court ruling. Instead, it has been years in the making. Enabled by this president, a group of Confederates has worked together to undo many of our traditions and understandings of fairness and of citizens' rights. And they've done this through an odd legal tactic to overwhelm our court system with legal game after legal game, trying to hold or impound money secretly in order to let legal deadlines pass, to pretend that people they don't know, who are from different backgrounds, are somehow not quite citizens and not worthy of respect under the law. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. Let us now raise our voices. We are here demanding a return to the rule of law. Let the world know that we will suffer no king. We will put the United States back on a course to lead the world in fair governance. Together, no thrones, no crowns, no kings. Thank you all. Let's change the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome I-Jen Poo, a care advocate and organizer who serves as Executive Director of Caring Across Generations and President of the National Domestic Workers Alliance and Care in Action, and Randy Weingarten, President of the American Federation of Teachers.
Hello, DC! Let me hear you say no kings! I'm so proud to share the stage today with my brilliant friend and sister hero, Randy Weingarten. And I bring greetings from the great city of Chicago. And I bring love from the caregivers all over this country, caregivers and workers who guard the safety and well-being of our children and enable the dignity and agency of older people and disabled people in our lives all over this country. We are out marching in cities and towns all over this country today because we see what's happening. Parents unable to afford life-saving medicine for their children. Caregivers losing their health care and their ability to take care of the people they love. Disabled people forced into institutions because their caregivers have been taken by ICE. Mothers violently torn from their children by armed, masked men with no due process. Shame. Shame. This administration
has broken the law, lied, stolen our care, and is attempting to steal our constitutional rights and freedoms. They think that they will get away with it. They will not. There are no kings in America. And you know what else I see? I see parents, caregivers, and teachers working together to make sure that immigrant children can go to school safely. I see unions and families organizing together and winning. In states like Michigan, where 32,000 home care workers just won a union. And in New Mexico, where child care is now free for everyone who needs it. It's the bravery of everyday people coming together to protect each other, to push for a good life for our families in America. We can win. We are the caring majority, and we are greater than the cruelty of wannabe kings. So let's remember the strength of our numbers today. Let's remember that we are not alone. We are the caring majority. And let us continue to be brave. Are you with me? Yes. Are you with me? Yes.
Thank you, Washington, D.C. From up here, you cannot see the perimeter. There are so many people who want to fight for our democracy and say no kings. And what I've just been told, that in New York City, there are more people in Times Square than there are on New Year's Eve. I want to thank my colleague and friend and sister, Ijen, for all of her advocacy. And she knows, like I know, you cannot do any of the things that Ijen talked about if we do not have a democracy. And today, we are saying we are fighting for our democracy. We in the labor movement are fighting for a democracy and a voice in it so we can secure a better life for all working people, all of God's children. Better wages, affordable health care and child care, good schools for children, and a secure retirement. Tell me, what is radical about all of that? But today, I speak not only as the leader, proud leader of a 1.8 million member union of people who make a difference in the lives of others, but I speak as a teacher, a high school social studies teacher. Yes, let's hear it for the teachers of America. A teacher who taught students about the Constitution and its underlying principle, we the people. We the people are a country that is governed by the rule of law, not the rule of one man. We are governed by fairness, not fear or favor. Now, this idea, as you've heard before, see, you can go and say, if you're kids right now, this is your homework for the weekend, okay? This idea has been a constant for 249 years, since the Declaration of Independence, and the notion made famous by the Gettysburg Address of a government by, for, and of the people. Say it again, by, for, and of the people. Now, we know the founders were not perfect, but they had one abiding principle, and that is and was that we as a nation should never, ever again be ruled by a tyrant or a king. That was as true today as it was back then. And that is why millions of people today from all walks of life are turning out at these thousands of events. Republicans, Democrats, independents, black, brown, white, this 68-year-old Jewish baby boomer, Muslim small business owners, Christian Gen Zers. This is, as iGen said, we are the majority of America. And what do we want? What do we want? We want the promise of America for everyone. We want a voice in our future. We are standing up in peaceful, patriotic protest, just like our founders called out. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. We are standing up because we don't want our streets militarized. We don't want our neighbors disappeared by masked Asians. We don't want our colleges forced to sign loyalty oaths. We don't want, right, what? We don't want public officials arrested on trumped-up political charges. And, this is a little different, we want our federal government to fix the healthcare crisis that was created by the big ugly bill Republicans passed in July. We want a president who will keep healthcare premiums down, bring down the cost of groceries and housing, strengthen public schools, make college affordable, and embrace workers' rights. Again, what is radical about any of that? Exactly. We want the president to spend his time solving our country's problems, not settling scores with political opponents. We want a future that is based on fairness and justice and the rule of law, not chaos, corruption, or cruelty. So, I'm going to end with a couple of labor slogans here, because, my friends, we are in an existential fight. And right now, we all have to organize and be stronger and bolder, because no one is going to save us but ourselves. So, we got a lot of sayings in labor, but the first one is, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, and the second is, the people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated or divided. Either one is fine. So, are we united today? Will we fight for our democracy? Will we fight for the promise of America? This is about loving America, right? So we're sending a clear message to the president. Rather than smearing those calling out problems, solve those problems. So today, no kings. Tomorrow, freedom. Today, no kings. Tomorrow, freedom.
Now please welcome the co-founder of the Black Votes Matter Fund and one of the leading voices on voting rights, Cliff Albright. He is joined by 10th grader Zion, a youth student advocate from the Trigger Project.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zion Stewart. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zion Stewart, and I'm from Debbie Street Southeast, better known as Chopper City. I grew up around a lot of trauma and violence like many kids in my neighborhood. I got connected to the Trigger Project through one of my mentors. Going through Trigger University, I felt something I never felt before. A safe space, people who believed in me, and a chance to learn the real causes and the disease of gun violence. More police doesn't fix what's really going on. It just adds more confusion and chaos. It doesn't heal our pain. It doesn't give us opportunities or make us feel safe in our neighborhoods. Saying fuck Trump. Saying fuck Trump or fuck ICE would be what he expects from me, but that's not what we need. What we need is prevention, support, and spaces where black youth can thrive. If every home had the support it needed, if every community member was emotionally aware and mentally healthy, if schools didn't push us towards the prison pipeline, and if the city invested in me before the first time I was profiled, we wouldn't be here. Oh my God, oh my God. Youth are the solution, not the problem. We deserve to be understood, not blamed or preyed upon. Free DC, we are prevention. Thank you.
Y'all give it up again for Zion. Last time I was here, was speaking at a rally like this, was 2021 for the Freedom Rides, when Black Voters Matter and dozens of other organizations organized for voting rights legislation, like the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the For the People Act. I got you, sis, and HR 51 DC statehood. When I say DC, you say statehood. DC, DC. We organized for those voting rights because we knew that we'd be in a moment like this. A moment where we have a wannabe dictator and a do-nothing Congress trying to take away our voting rights, trying to cancel elections and purge voters from the rolls. We knew it was coming. Just this week, the Supreme Court heard a case that could put the final death blow to the Voting Rights Act. It could eliminate black representation for black communities, and it can create at least 19 seats that are currently protected by the Voting Rights Act would be eliminated by many of these red states. And this is happening at a time when we are seeing mid-decade redistricting in places like Texas and Missouri because we have somebody who wants to be a king. We have somebody who, just like he said to Georgia, go find me 11,700 votes, he's trying to tell these states, go find me 10 extra congressional seats, or 15 seats, or 20 seats. And this could create a permanent one-party rule at the expense of black voters and black communities. But like so many other issues that are rooted in anti-blackness, that sickness won't just stay within the black community, it affects this entire country. And so we join you in saying, no kings. But we gotta go beyond no kings, because the last time that call was made in 1776, 1/4 of this country's population was enslaved. And so we've got to go beyond no kings. We've got to recognize that they have used divide and conquer ever since that time in 76, or ever since 1619, to keep us divided, to divide those who were enslaved from those who were poor whites, to divide us from those indigenous brothers and sisters. They've been using that divide and conquer tactic, and they're still using it today to keep us divided, all of our communities. But I've got some good news for you, because what I know is this: if divide and conquer is one of the oldest tricks in the books, then by definition, one of the most revolutionary acts of resistance is simply to beat you
for us to stand together, to sing together, to laugh together, to cry together, to fight together. Power to the people, yes, because what I also know is this: their hate cannot beat our love. And when I talk about our love, I'm not talking about a Valentine's Day kind of love. I'm talking about a radical love. I'm talking about you might have to flip over the money changes tables kind of love. I'm talking about a love that is merged with power, because those two things are not opposite, they go together. As Dr. King told us, power without love is reckless and abusive, but love without power is sentimental and anemic. That's what I'm talking about. He went on to say that power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice, and justice at its best is power correcting everything that stands against love. That's what we need. And when we have that kind of love and power, when we walk in that kind of love and power that sees all of our communities, from Vermont all the way to Memphis, from LA all the way over to DC, especially Southeast DC. When we walk in that kind of love and power, there ain't nothing that I want to be a small, petty dictator. There ain't nothing that he can do to stop us. Because when we walk in that kind of love and power, there's nothing that we can't do. But we've got to believe we've got that power. Do y'all believe? Do you believe? Let me hear you say, I believe. Let me hear you say it with all your heart, from the depths of your soul. Say, I believe. Let me see you put a fist up and say it so loud that the wannabe small man in the White House can hear you say, I believe. And when we believe, then we will truly build the society that we want. And that society will have no kings. Thank y'all.
Now please welcome Jay Brown, Chief of Staff for the Human Rights Campaign, and Sean Skelly, former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Readiness in the Biden administration and co-founder of Out in National Security.
Hello, DC! My name is Jay Brown, and I'm with the Human Rights Campaign, the nation's largest LGBTQ civil rights organization in the country. And I'm here today as a proud transgender American. I'm here to say this is my country too. You know, like so many of you, I came here today with my family and friends. My twin sister is somewhere out there in that crowd of people. And growing up, she fit the mold of what people expected. You could say I broke the mold, but our parents loved us just the same. You know, we didn't know anybody transgender. We didn't even know the word. But they gave us the love and the support that we needed to thrive, and now I'm a dad with an amazing family of my own. And I gotta tell you, that's what freedom looks like. The freedom to live and to be and to raise our families as we see fit. But this president, he has a darker vision for America. One where our families are told how to parent their children, where our doctors are forced to forego their oaths to do no harm, where the government is ripping families apart and hurting our people. They're cutting billions of dollars from HIV prevention and treatment. They're banning our books. They're firing teachers who use a student's nickname. And they're firing gay workers who put a pride flag on their desk. But we're all here because we believe in a better America. We believe in a country where kids can get a quality education free from bullying, where love is love, where freedom is afforded to all and not reserved for the wealthy few. That is America at its greatest. That is our America. And on behalf of HRC's 3.6 million members and supporters, I'm here to say that America does not and will not ever have a king. The truth is, No one rally's going to save us. No court ruling, no single election will save us. We have to save ourselves. We have to build workplaces that are safe, classrooms that are welcoming, communities where we see each other not as our enemies, but as our neighbors. And we must always resist the temptation to believe only in the worst of this country. That's what he wants. He wants us to be defeated. Are we going to be defeated? No. He wants us to be silent. Are we going to be silenced? No. He wants us to be scared. Are we scared? No. You know, we have the power to build a better tomorrow. LGBTQ plus people, we live in every zip code and are from every background. We were born here and we immigrated here. We come from red families and from blue families. And we are here to say that this is our America too. No one knows that better. No one knows that better than my friend and a tireless public servant who's on stage with me today. A true patriot who knows the cost of freedom. I'm proud to pass the mic to former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Readiness and our HRC board member, Sean Skelly.
Good afternoon, D.C. As Jay said, I'm Sean Skelly, a retired Navy officer, a former Assistant Secretary of Defense, and I serve on the board of the Human Rights Campaign. I'm an out, proud trans woman who loves our country, who's put my life on the line for our country and our rights, and I will fight for it now using all the rights that the Constitution gives us, and I swore an oath to defend. I was proud to recently serve alongside thousands of transgender service members who have served with honor, skill, and courage. They have protected us while their own Commander-in-Chief and Secretary of Defense have vilified them and denied their right to exist. Anyone who serves in uniform deserves so much better than what this tainted chain of command has to offer. This administration targets these brave Americans because of its wanton campaign to drive me and all of my transgender brothers and sisters out of our country, out of our society, out of the protection of our laws, and into some dark, dangerous corner that they are inventing. This wannabe autocrat can't allow transgender Americans to serve honorably and successfully in our military, which is the highest regarded institution in America, when they have chosen all transgender Americans, already some of the most at-risk and vulnerable people in this country, to be their autocratic other, the people to be feared, scorned, and blamed because of their shameless lies, hateful lies that they tell about the danger that trans people supposedly bring to our society and somehow upset the utopia that the dear leader promised us is around every corner. The American people respect those who put on their uniform, who protect them, and serve at the risk of their lives for people we don't even know. We're here today because generations of Americans have bet their lives and their families' future on the promise of a more perfect union. The oath I took 10 times over 35 years of service in uniform and as a civilian means to every person who ever took it in good faith, and I'm going to quote the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, "We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or dictator. We don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we take an oath to the idea that is America, and we're willing to die to protect it." To put it simply, no kings. We demand justice for our transgender service members. We demand justice and civil rights for every transgender American. We demand justice and democracy for every single American. No kings. Thank you.
And now, please welcome to the stage, Nene Taylor, Executive Director of Harriet's Wildest Dream, and Kaya Chatterjee, Executive Director of Free DC.
Welcome to DC. I ain't hear y'all say welcome to DC. I'm Nene Tell. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Harriet's Wildest Dreams, named after our ancestor Harriet Tubman. I am also the co-founder of Free DC. I was born and raised right here in Southeast Washington, D.C. As many of you know, we are in a state of grief for the loss of our freedom fighter, Assata Shakur. We honor her life, her courage, and her teaching. She told us that we need a revolution of the mind and a revolution of the heart. These words still lead me because this work begins in how we show up for one another, how we care for one another, and how we show up for one another. Washington, D.C. is a black home. We come here to Washington, D.C. That is what you came here to Washington, D.C. That's what you're stepping into. A home built by black hands, held together by black love, guarded by generations who refuse to leave. The people of D.C. have been teaching, protecting, and fighting for this city long before most of you start paying attention. We have been living and breathing the consequences of racist policies, displacement, and over-policing since post-Civil War. We have been demanding and calling for D.C. to become a state. We need D.C. statehood now. D.C. statehood now. D.C. statehood now. On Monday, our freedom watchers were up at the D.C. courts until the cell block closed 2 o'clock in the morning. They were watching hearing after hearing after hearing of our neighbors being kidnapped over the weekend. We also have 300,000 black women who have been fired in the last few months. Most of those are federal workers right here in the district. And we just listened to lawyers argue at the Supreme Court that fixing the system to make it fair for black people somehow harms white people. This is what we're up against. This is what we are up against. Black people's freedom is being threatened by a failing democracy and have been punched by white fragile supremacy. Here in D.C., we have been organizing, protecting, and building long before cameras arrived. If you want to help, listen to those who have been doing this work before Trump became in office, before all of this came to play. Listen to the ones that's been on the ground ever since 400 years ago. I see all of you right here, and y'all see me. All of the applauses, and yet, when you all called to meet, when I call you to meet impacted black people, where will you be? Ask yourself, where will you be? Will our movements need funding? Where will you be? When you are invited to teach, to share your skills, to support, strategize, and to defend black people in public, where will you be? Solidarity is measured by what you do when you are called forward. Community is responsibility, structure, and work. It's both the noun and the verb. It's the people and it's the people in motion. It is how we build safety for each other. It's how we keep us safe. Who keep us safe? We keep us safe. Who keep us safe? We keep us safe. Black people have been carrying the moral weight of this world for generations. We have stood in the gap for every fight against oppression, from Palestine to right here in D.C., because we believe everyone deserves to be free. We are not free until all of us are free. And I'm going to leave you. Assata Shakur taught me once again, weapons of mass instruction and weapons of mass love. She said it's not enough to change the system. We must change ourselves. That kind of change requires that we hold the line for one another. Protest black people in public and in private. I see you. I see your faces, just like you see mine. Will you tomorrow? Will I see you tomorrow? Will I see you next month? When more of our rights are being stripped and more of our black bodies are put in cages. Don't watch from the shadows. I charge you. I charge you to be on the front lines. I charge you to fight, and we will not end because the day won't end with this stage when the stage come down and the cameras leave and you return home. The fight for our collective liberation is not contained to this presidio of the media attention today. So again, ask yourself, where will you be? My charge is you don't comply. I want you to say no to the kings. We call them oppressors. And I want you to help us to free the land, to free the people, and free us all, and free D.C. Free D.C. Free D.C. Free D.C. Free D.C.
All right, my name is Kaya Chatterjee. Thank you so much, Nini. I am with Nini, one of the co-founders of Free DC and the executive director of Free DC, and we are the movement to protect DC home rule and win lasting dignity for the 700,000 people of DC. Let me hear you, DC. Who out here is here today for a Free DC? So DC needs to be free because what we are doing here today, right now, would not be possible otherwise. This president wants to silence dissent. He wants to silence protest. He wants to do that everywhere, and we saw him try to do that this week. President Trump and his allies lied about this very event that we are attending right now. He tried to get us all to stay away from here. But did we do that? Our right to protest is important everywhere, really it is, but there is nowhere that it is more important than here, in the capital of the country. We know what authoritarian rulers do. Authoritarians, they try to prevent dissent in the capital. They want to control capitals. They have tried to control capitals through the history of time and space because controlling a capital is a way to control a nation and a way to prevent the transfer of power. This president is no different from those authoritarians, and we saw that on January 6th, right? We saw that. And this president started attacking DC again the day he took office again. Today, we are in our third month of military occupation by armed forces from multiple other states in D.C. There are gangs of federal agents who are attacking our communities. And we've heard from so many people today that they've attacked our unhoused neighbors. They've attacked our immigrant neighbors. They've attacked black and brown neighbors. They've attacked our cultural institutions. They've attacked thousands of people who serve as federal workers. They've tried to take over our local police department. They put a disgraced Fox News host in charge of our local prosecutions. And on top of that, their allies in Congress are trying to pass dozens of bills, more than 24 budget riders that take away basic rights from the people who live in the capital of this country. This president is trying to instill fear among the people here. Exactly. We won't let him. We know better than that. We know better than that. We know what to do, right? We know what to do. The people of DC are joyful. If you could see what I see right now, you would see an amazing crowd all the way back to the White House full of joy. The people of DC are powerful. We are going to use that power. We have what it takes here in DC, not just to resist this tyrant, but to actually take him out of power and win. And I want to say, I'm not just talking about voting. I'm not just talking about attending rallies. I'm talking about organizing now like our lives depend on it. When we act collectively, if you could see the number of people here, plus think of all the people in all the other cities, when we act collectively, we have so much more power than we realize. We have way more power than they do. We have power as workers. Who here is in a union? If you're not in a union, get in a union. Talk to your coworkers about collective action. We have power as consumers. We can choose to either fuel the companies that are profiting off of our oppression, or we can starve those companies. We have power as jurors. We have seen that these indictments they are trying to get, they are failing, right? Our people understand the assignment. We see that this administration's charges are unjust. We have power as taxpayers. We are all right now collectively funding this regime, and we have the power to slow that down, right? We know what's on our license plate here in DC. What's it say? That's right. And we have power as community members. We can engage in our sacred duty to protect one another, to support one another in solidarity, and to reject this cruelty agenda that we're seeing unfold. And if those are things that you want to be a part of and you aren't already, come find the Free DC action tents. They're over to the right. I know it's like so crowded you can't even see where I'm waving here, but they're in John Marshall Park over to the right, and you can join the effort and the power it takes to win. We're also at freedcproject.org. What we have seen over the last 10 months is that every single time they attack us, if we respond, we grow stronger. Every time they attack us, we grow more united, we grow our people, and we grow our resolve, and we learn what it takes to take them down. We're building unity, we're building power, and we are going to demand full power over our local money, our DC National Guard, our local laws, and ultimately, yes, we will be admitted as the 51st state of the United States of America. It is not going to be Canada, it's not going to be Greenland, it's going to be DC. And our entire national democracy will always be at risk until that happens, until we actually protect the capital of this country. And that means that everyone across this country needs a free DC. From Ward 1 to Ward 8, from Los Angeles to Chicago, from Memphis to Portland, we are more united now than we have ever been. We are united against deploying the military against our people. We are united against attacks on our democracy, and we are united against this agenda of cruelty that we are seeing unfold before our eyes. Together, we, the people here today, and all our friends we organize, we're going to bring it to an end. Free DC!
Free DC!
Free DC!
Free DC!
Free DC!
Free DC!
Washington, D.C., please welcome to the stage Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levin, co-founders of Indivisible.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here with you today. I'm Leah.
Hey, I'm Leah's husband.
And we are the co-founders of Indivisible. We support a movement of thousands of local indivisible groups organizing in every state of the country. These are regular people who understand that saving our democracy is too important to be left to the politicians, and it's going to take all of us.
Woo.
you. How many kings do we have in America? That's right. We are in the middle of a sprint by Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, their MAGA cronies, to consolidate power and bully American society into submission. They have come for corporations and billionaires, for law firms and universities, for media and civil society. They are ripping families apart, and they are shredding our Constitution while they line their pockets in the biggest heist of all time. And the way they do it is they go on the attack. They make demands. They claim powers they don't have. They bully and they threaten to retaliate, and they see if anyone will push back. And if nobody pushes back, they win, and then they go on to the next attack. They are doing everything they can to convince us that they are all powerful, that they are inevitable, that they will win. And I need you to hear me. It's a lie.
Woo!
It's always been a lie. And the greatest danger we face is not Trump. It is how we, as a society, respond to this bullying, to this chilling effect. If we preemptively obey, if we shrink back, if we make ourselves small, if we do what they want in advance. Now we saw them try this play this week. Mike Johnson, Stephen Miller, their cronies on Fox News. They have spent the last week on the attack against No Kings, smearing all of us as anti-American. They tried to scare us out of gathering here today. And I've got a question for you. Are we afraid?
No!
Did they scare us off?
No!
Are we going to back down now?
No!
That's right, because what we are doing here today is as American as apple pie. We are standing up for our rights. We are standing up for our neighbors. We are here because we understand. We are here because we understand that when a tyrant threatens your right to free speech, you call his bluff and you stand up. In every action and every day, we defy the regime. So I've got something to say to Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson, who spent all week smearing regular Americans. There are nearly a dozen No Kings protests happening across your district today. And since you've not been doing your job for over a month now, I bet you've got time to stop by.
Leah Greenberg, everybody. My God. Look, Leah is my spouse. She's my partner. She's the co-executive director of Indivisible. She's the real strategic brains behind Indivisible. We are indebted to her for her strategic vision. I'm biased, but I think we all agree. Look, I'm just here to tell a story. And I think it's important for us to tell the story of these First Amendment rights that Leah is talking about. And this story I want to tell is about the first No Kings Day. Who here was at the first No Kings Day? Whoa. No, I don't think y'all were there. This was a quarter of a millennia ago. This was 250 years ago, 1775. They called it the Continental Congress. They didn't have the branding we did. But it was the first No Kings Day protest. What they did, they brought themselves together in opposition to this would-be monarchical ruler who was steamrolling the American public. He was occupying and invading American cities. He was terrorizing American communities. He was picking out his favorites and persecuting his political enemies. He didn't believe in democracy at all. Can you imagine? Can you imagine such a ruler over America? It was bleak. It was bleak. So what did our fellow Americans do? They put together a No Kings rally to give us a constitution. That's what they did. That's our history. Whose history? Whose history? Whose history? Look, this is a big experiment in self-government, a government of, by, and for the people. Nobody here is under the illusion that this was a perfect union. That's not what we created. This was a compromise of rich men, of white men, of slaveholding men. But this imperfect union that they put together, it also gave us some fundamental rights to make it more perfect. Who has been using those rights? The abolitionists, the suffragists, the heroes of the civil rights movement, the leaders at Stonewall, the leaders in the Dreamer movement, and all of us here. Whose rights? Our rights. Whose rights? Ben Franklin, that lovely Benny, what did he say? Benny told us all, when asked what they had created, he said, a republic if you can keep it. Who's going to keep this? Who's keeping this republic? That's right. We love this country enough to demand more of it. You know who doesn't want us to make any demands? This regime. The tech fascists, the billionaire backers, they want us lazy and pliant and docile. They want us alone and afraid and powerless. Are we powerless? No. Are we alone? No. Damn right we're not. As I stand here today, Elon Musk, remember that guy? He's out of the White House. Jimmy Kimmel, back on air. And for the last week, this regime has been quaking in its jackboots at the thought of 200,000 people in D.C. outside the Capitol where Mike Johnson isn't working and hasn't been for the last month. You know what it turns out? It turns out that we're braver than the billionaires. Who's braver than the billionaires? Who's braver than the billionaires? This is my favorite part, folks. I get to name some names. Jeff Bezos, who took a respected pro-democracy institution that had the slogan of democracy dies in the darkness, and he turned the slogan into corruption, capitulation, cowardice, shame. Mark Benioff, y'all see this guy in the news, the head of Salesforce, who is welcoming troops into San Francisco? This guy who is begging to give artificial intelligence to ICE to triple their size? Shame. Daniel Ek. Y'all don't know who Daniel Ek is, do you? The CEO of Spotify, which right now is robbing from musicians and running ads to recruit for a secret police force that terrorizes our communities. Mark Zuckerberg. End of story. Need I say more? But we're not just booing, y'all. We're not just booing, we're organizing. This is a movement of everyone in this country who is taking a side. We are taking a side. It is a time to choose that side. Are you on the side of the MAGA forces, of the Nazis, of the billionaires? Hell no. So I ask businesses, universities, churches, which side are you on? We're on the people's side. Which side? Look, nobody on this stage has told you there's no need to have fear. We see what this regime is doing. We see them rattling their sabers. We see them sending troops into communities. We see them zip-tying children and dragging them out of apartments. We see this. This movement, the 200,000 of us here, this movement is not a fearless movement. It's better than that. It's a brave movement. The other side wants to suppress dissent, chill free speech, and come after their opponents. We're not here because we're fearless. We're here because we're better than fear. We're braver than billionaires, and we're bigger than ever before. We're going to win this, y'all, because we believe, as all Americans believe, we don't do kings here. How many kings? No. How many kings? No kings. Now, we had a little bit of extra time in the program, and a guy in Vermont with some ideas about this wanted to come up. So let's have him out.
Washington, D.C. Are you ready? Here we go. Please welcome the senior senator from the great state of Vermont, the Honorable Bernie Sanders.
Thank you, Washington. Thank you, Indivisible. Thank you to the millions of Americans from our smallest towns to our largest cities in every state in our country who are gathering today at thousands of rallies. Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, called these rallies Hate America events. Boy, does he have it wrong. Millions of Americans are coming out today not because they hate America. We're here because we love America. We're here because we're going to do everything we can to honor the sacrifices of millions of men and women who, over the last 250 years, fought and sometimes died to defend our democracy and our freedoms. In 1776, with extraordinary courage, the founders of our country announced to the world that they would no longer be ruled by the King of England, a king who had absolute power over their lives. They demanded freedom. And to bring that about, they fought a bloody war against the British Empire and the most powerful military in the world. Tens of thousands of Americans died in that 8-year war, but our forefathers fought on and they won. And in 1789, after winning that war, they did something extraordinary. They established the first democratic form of government in modern history. They said loudly and boldly to the entire world, no more kings. In America, they said, we the people will rule. And today, today in the year 2025, in this dangerous moment in American history, our message is exactly the same. No, President Trump, we don't want you or any other king to rule us. Thank you very much, but we will maintain our democratic form of society. We will not move toward authoritarianism in America. We, the people, will rule. When he was sworn in as the nation's first president, George Washington called this attempt at self-government, quote, an experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people, end quote. My fellow Americans, in an unprecedented way, that experiment is now in danger. It is in danger when we have a president who wants more and more power in his own hands and in the hands of his fellow oligarchs. It is in danger when we have a president who claims that peaceful protests in Portland, Oregon, or Chicago, Illinois, is an insurrection and calls in the U.S. military, and then threatens to arrest the mayors and governors who resist them. It is in danger when we have masked agents working for ICE, breaking down doors, throwing people into vans without due process, and taking them to God knows where. It is in danger when we have a president who sues and intimidates the media, who wants no criticism of him and his policies, and who undermines the First Amendment of our Constitution, the very foundation of American democracy. Our country is in danger when we have a president who threatens to arrest or imprison political opponents who stand against him, including the Attorney General of New York State, a sitting U.S. Senator, and the Governor of California. It is in danger when we have a president who undermines freedom of thought and dissent at our colleges and universities, and who attacks law firms that oppose him in court. It is in danger when we have a president who threatens to impeach judges who rule against him. It is in danger when we have a president who ignores Congress, refuses to spend money that Congress appropriates, and takes away money from states who voted against him. It is in danger when we have a president who demands that states redraw congressional maps to ensure that his chosen candidates win future elections. It is in danger when we have a president who illegally fires tens of thousands of federal employees right here in Washington, D.C. and throughout our country, and rips up union contracts that workers have fought for and won. It is in danger when we have a president who grossly violates the Constitution by accepting gifts from foreign leaders, including a $400 million plane from the royal family of Qatar, and then allows that family to build an Air Force facility in Idaho. Well, let us be clear. This moment is not just about one man's greed, one man's corruption, or one man's contempt for the Constitution. This is about a handful of the wealthiest people on earth who in their insatiable greed have hijacked our economy and our political system in order to enrich themselves at the expense of working families throughout this country. Yes, yeah, I am talking about Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and the other multi-billionaires who were sitting right behind Trump when he was inaugurated. Remember that? The very same billionaires who funded his campaign, who have bestowed gifts upon him, and who have seen huge increases in their wealth and power since Trump took office. Yeah, yes, I am talking about the insanity of one person, Mr. Musk, owning more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households. I'm talking about the incredible injustice of the top 1% in America now owning more wealth than the bottom 93%. I'm talking about the richest people in America becoming much, much richer, while 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, struggling every day to pay their rent and mortgages, pay for child care and education, pay for their health care and prescription drugs, afford decent quality food for their kids, and maybe, just maybe, put aside a few bucks for their retirements. I am talking about our nation, the richest country in the history of the world, having the highest rate of childhood and senior poverty of almost any major country on earth. I am talking about our great nation having 85 million Americans uninsured or underinsured, and 800,000 people who are homeless, including people a few blocks from here. All the while Mr. Musk is on his way to becoming a trillionaire. I am talking about the incredible danger of the richest people in this country pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into artificial intelligence and robotics, which in the next decade will decimate tens of millions of jobs for the American working class. I'm talking about a billionaire class who believe that they have the divine right to rule, and who not only want massive tax breaks for themselves, but who reject any form of accountability or checks on their power. My fellow Americans, we rejected the divine right of kings in the 1770s. We will not accept the divine right of oligarchs today. And now let's take a brief look at where we are today. Where we are today on the 18th day of a government shutdown, which is depriving millions of federal employees of the paychecks they desperately need and deserve. Let me cut to the chase and tell you exactly what this shutdown is all about. As a result of Trump's big, beautiful disgraceful bill, which made massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. 15 million low-income and working-class Americans are going to lose the health care they desperately need to stay alive. And my friends, studies suggest that when you throw those 15 million people off of the health care they presently have, 50,000 of them will die unnecessarily every single year. 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily every single year. But that's not all. As a result of that same terrible piece of legislation, over 20 million Americans are going to see, on average, a doubling of their health insurance premiums through the Affordable Care Act. In my state of Vermont, just the other day, people received notices from insurance companies that their health care premiums in some cases would triple or quadruple. And that is going on all over the country at a time when we already pay, by far, the highest prices in the world for health care. Millions of Americans are going to see outrageous increases in their health care premiums, which they cannot afford. And why is that happening? Why are the Republicans making a broken healthcare system, a dysfunctional healthcare system, even worse? Why are they bringing our healthcare system to the verge of collapse? We all know the answer. We all know the answer. It was to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, Mr. Zuckerberg, Mr. Ellison, and the rest of the 1%. $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid, and the ACA, $1 trillion in tax breaks for the 1%. That, my fellow Americans, is what this shutdown is all about. And let me be as clear as I can be. No, I will not vote for a budget that throws 15 million Americans off their health care. No, I will not vote for a budget that doubles premiums for 20 million Americans. No, I will not vote for a budget that forces nursing homes, rural hospitals, community health centers to lay off staff and close their doors throughout this country. All to give huge tax breaks to the billionaire class. So today, right now, I say to my Republican colleagues, come back from your month-long vacation. Start negotiating and do not allow the American healthcare system to be destroyed. End this shutdown. My fellow Americans, we are the greatest country in the history of the world. And when we stand together and don't allow demagogues to divide us up, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. Yes, we can create a vibrant democracy
by ending Citizens United and not allowing billionaires to buy elections. Yes, we can join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child as a human right. Yes, we can build millions of units of low-income and affordable housing and allow our younger generation to enjoy the American dream and own a home of their own. Yes, we can make public colleges and universities tuition-free and have the best child care and public school system in the entire world. Yes, we can expand Social Security so that every senior in our country can retire with dignity. Yes, we can raise the minimum wage to a living wage and guarantee every worker the right to join a union. Yes, we can lead the world in transforming our energy system away from fossil fuels and create millions of good jobs as we save the planet. Yes, we can guarantee that every woman in this country has the right to control her own body. Yes, we can have a foreign policy that guarantees that never again will American taxpayer dollars be used to starve children in Gaza or any place else. And now let me raise a question that I have been asked over and over again. You know, Bernie, great ideas, but how are you going to pay for them? Great question. Thanks for asking. And here is the answer. At a time when the wealthiest people in America have never, ever had it so good, at a time when billionaires are paying an effective tax rate lower than a truck driver or a nurse, yes, the top 1% and large profitable corporations will pay their fair share in taxes. My fellow Americans, the establishment, including the corporate media and many of my colleagues in Congress, want you to believe that you are powerless. They want you to believe that you cannot change the status quo. But that is a lie. Throughout the history of our country, when Americans have stood up and fought for justice, they have prevailed. When the founders stood up to King George, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When abolitionists fought to end slavery, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When workers organized to form unions and stood up to their bosses, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When women demanded the right to vote, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When black Americans fought to end segregation, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When the LGBT community stood up for their rights, they were told it was impossible,
but they won. Brothers and sisters, they did it then. We can and will do it now. And how do I know? How do I know that we will succeed? Take a look at this huge crowd right here in our nation's capital. But it is not just here, as I understand it. Today, October 18th, 2025, there are more people out on the streets in more communities all over our country than we have ever seen in American history. Brothers and sisters, this is not the end. This is just the beginning. Together, when we stand united, when we don't allow Trump or anybody else to divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or our sexual orientation, when we stand together, we will create the kind of nation that you and I know we can become. We can and will create a nation devoted to freedom, justice, and democracy. Thank you all very much.
All right, hey everybody, happy No King's Day. Come on, you guys can do better than that. We're about to make history out here. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Hannah Stoss. I'm a senior organizer with both 5051 New York City and Strong Economy for All Coalition, and I'm honored to be up here representing the coalition that made today possible. The New York No Kings Coalition and nationally is committed to nonviolence. And we protest because we love the ideals that this country is founded on. Ideals that we have never lived up to quite yet. The New York City March is endorsed by over 50 organizations, and we come from all different beliefs. We come from all different walks of life. We don't agree on everything, but we do agree that we need to protect our country from rising authoritarianism. We're committed to a movement that is diverse and beautiful and joyful and rooted in community. And let's be clear, this is just the start of that movement. When the federal agents took to the streets of our cities, enabling ICE to terrorize Black and brown communities, the idea of Hands Off NYC was born. Since then, over 100 groups have joined together in solidarity, pledging to protect our city from federal intervention. To the cities facing federal occupation, we stand with you, and we stand together. Go to handsoffnyc.com to get more involved after the march and figure out what's next, because it does not end here. When I thought about what I wanted to say today, I decided I wanted to tell you all that I'm scared. I'm 25 years old as of today, and my entire political life has been shaped by this administration. In the past few years, I've had the privilege of organizing among some of the most courageous leaders in New York City and nationwide, and we all feel it. we're overwhelmed, we're exhausted, but we keep showing up. We keep showing up and we keep being courageous, and that's what we need from every single person attending today. Not just on October 18th, but after that as well. Real power and real bravery is me and you showing up, getting connected, and pushing past the voice in our head that says we're not qualified or we're not brave enough or we can't do it, because we can. They want you to think we can't do it, but we stand here today because we know that we can. So today, millions across the country are going to stand up and say that in America, we don't do kings. Now, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, a fierce advocate and a dear friend of mine, the president and CEO of the New York Immigration Coalition, Murad Awauda.
Thank you, Hannah, and happy birthday. When our communities are under attack, what do we do? When our communities are under attack, what do we do? When immigrants are under attack, what do we do? Good morning. My name is Murad Awauda. I am the president and CEO of the New York Immigration Coalition. It is our pleasure and honor to stand here in coalition with all of our partners who have made today possible. Nobody needs to wonder, what would America look like under an authoritarian takeover? If the military was turned against us, if judges and elected officials were arrested by the federal government, if roving gangs of masked, unidentified federal officers were rounding people up and disappearing them. Authoritarianism and fascism is here today in America. And it is critical that every New Yorker and every single person who calls this country home stands up and fights back. We must stand up for every New Yorker. That includes our immigrant neighbors. We must stand up and organize our communities. In this moment, we're seeing what's happening, and what started in LA has made a roving appearance in Illinois now, what's happening in Memphis and Oregon, and what is happening in Washington, D.C. And the courage and bravery of Americans standing up and fighting back is what is going to save our democracy. In this moment, we're seeing right here in New York City, where people go to seek justice, being faced with injustice in immigration court, where mass agents are snatching people showing up to fight for their ability to stay here. You often hear the rhetoric of do it the right way. If going to court and following the process to the letter of the law is not the right way, then I don't know what is. And people are still being disappeared in that moment. As we gear up to continue to fight against fascism in this country, we know that this administration is going to continue to escalate against our communities. And that is why it is important that we document everything. That is why it is important we stand up for one another. And that is why it's important that we also volunteer and make sure that we are standing up organized in a way in which we are helping the most people possible. For those who are interested in supporting the work we are doing at the NYIC, visit our website, nyic.org/volunteer to sign up. The one essential thing that Albany can do for New Yorkers is pass the New York for All Act and make it clear that the state of New York is not going to collude in harming New Yorkers, separating families, gutting our communities and economy, and making sure we take a strong stance against this administration's efforts to undermine everything we believe in and all of our New York values. Democracy is up for grabs. It is up to us to save it. Thank you.
Thank you, and for all the work that the New York Immigration Coalition does. Up next, we have another fierce advocate fighting for us, our New York City Comptroller, Brad Lander.
Good morning. I'm New York City Controller Brad Lander, and they told me the incredible Charlotte Soner was up next, or I wouldn't have shouted out, "That's right." 250 years ago next year, the founders brought forth on this land a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the idea that all are created equal. They would not abide kings or tyrants. They would not abide troops sent to occupy their cities without their consent. They would not abide their neighbors being abducted without due process. They would not abide the criminal justice system being turned into the tyrant's plaything to punish opponents and to pardon friends and family. They would not abide taxation without representation, where the government takes the tax dollars but does not send it back to provide services and infrastructure. Every one of those things was happening then. Every one of those things is happening right now. And that's why we are out here to say, no kings, any time. No kings, anytime. No kings. New York City has played a critical role in that fight for liberty, and we have a critical role to play right now. Just 6 weeks after those founders signed the Declaration of Independence in Philadelphia, King George sent 30,000 troops to occupy New York City, 3 times the size of the Continental Army. But New Yorkers fought back in the Battle of Brooklyn, what George Washington called an hour more precious to liberty than any other, and they preserved the young republic that we are lucky to steward today. And New Yorkers have a critical role to play right at this moment. We wake up every day with that copper-plated statue in the harbor, reminding us what it means to be a New Yorker, reminding us what it means to be Americans, that we welcome people here, that we include them, that we stand with them, that we protect them, whether they're immigrants or whether they're trans or whether they're black or Jewish or Muslim. That's what it means to be a New Yorker. It's what it means to be an American. We stand up for liberty and against tyranny. We want no kings any time. And that is why we are standing up at 26 Federal Plaza and saying, no way you are going to abduct our neighbors without due process, without us standing up. Thank you, Murad and New York Immigration Coalition and Charlotte and everybody who is leading the way in that fight. That's why we're out in the streets today with millions of Americans across the country to say no kings. And that is why we will be out time and time again to say no kings any time. Look, it is going to get harder in the days to come. We know that troops will be sent to this city, but we are not backing down. I've already been arrested twice by ICE, and I'll take as many more times as it comes. We're going to do it with joy as well. In Portland, that seems to mean cartoon frogs and naked bike rides. I'm thinking here something more like outdoor dining against Trump. But make no mistake, we will do it with steel backbones, with a resolute insistence, with clear commitment against tyranny and for liberty, that this country will have a new birth of freedom and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. No kings anytime. No kings. No kings. See you out in the streets.
thank you to Brad for standing with us again and again at protests like these and for advocating for us from the halls of the city. Up next, we have a pairing of the executive director of the New York Civil Liberties Union, one of the leading voices fighting for us these days, Donna Lieberman, and Christine Latti, an actress and activist who's using her voice today to say no kings.
Good morning. The New York Civil Liberties Union is proud to stand with hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers and millions more across the country to say no kings. No kings in blue cities. No kings in red cities. No kings in Washington, D.C. or Portland or Chicago or Memphis. No kings in New York City. No kings, period. Ours is a government based on rights and laws, a government by and for the people, and for equal justice for all. And no one is above the law. We will not be bullied into silence. We will not stand by and let the president who would be king commandeer the full force of our federal government to demonize and bully and lie about our communities, to separate families and terrorize immigrants and citizens alike. We will not stand by as he unlawfully calls out the National Guard to turn our cities into occupied territories. We will not stand by and let them normalize a regime of secret police, ICE agents behaving like thugs, unaccountable, ununiformed, hiding behind masks in order to do their abuse and dirty work. We will not stand by and let them wreak havoc on our courts, our schools, our universities, which are the foundations of our democracy. And we will not stand by and let the racist in chief turn back the clock on equal rights for Black people, Latinos, for women, for the LGBTQ and immigrant communities. We will not stand by and let them hijack our democracy. No kings! No kings! No kings! I am so proud that my organization, the ACLU, has filed nearly 200 legal actions to defend free speech, due process, equal rights, and the rule of law. And we've trained thousands, tens of thousands of people to know their rights. We've worked with legislators at the state and local level to build a firewall for freedom. And we in New York passed the strongest state equal rights amendment in the nation. We're in the streets today, and millions strong, and we'll be here with people of every race, gender, national origin, again, and again, as long as it takes to protect our democracy. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Hands off our immigrants. Hands off our health care. Hands off our university. Hands off science. Hands off our freedom of speech. Hands off our journalists. Hands off our right to protest. And hands off our kids, their parents, and their schools. Hands off. Hands off our democracy. And keep your troops, your fear-mongering, your prejudices against Black people, Latinos, women, LGBTQ people. Keep your prejudices and hate out of New York. No kings. No kings. No kings. Hello, everyone. I am so grateful to be here today in solidarity with the millions of people across this country and around the world who are peacefully, passionately, and joyfully showing up for our democracy. I have been marching since the early 70s. Yes, I am that old. Against the Vietnam War, for civil rights, for women's rights. And every time for those marches, they tried to scare us away. But this time, they really tried, because that's exactly what Trump wants. He wants us to be afraid, to stay silent, to stay home. But guess what? We're not backing down. We refuse to let fear and hatred win, because we love our country, we cherish our democracy, and we will never remain silent in the face of a wannabe king who is doing the most unpatriotic thing by ripping up our Constitution in front of our very eyes. We are peaceful patriots, millions of us, united by love and respect for each other and for our Constitution. We will fight their hatred, division, and fear with love, joy, and inclusion. We rise up today to remind Trump and his allies, America does not do kings. We all know what Trump has done, but what is important is what we, the people, are going to do about it. They can't silence us. And when we speak up, when we show up, we can make change. We are unafraid, and we are speaking up for our fundamental freedoms because America belongs to its people. We will never do dictators. And as America-loving patriots, we will always fight for, as the last line in our Pledge of Allegiance states, liberty and justice for all. Remember our Pledge of Allegiance, Trump? Can we say it loud so he can hear us? Liberty and justice for all. One more time. Liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you both. Up next, we are honored to have Maurice Mitchell with us. He is the National Director of the Working Families Party.
Thank you so much. My name is Maurice Mitchell, National Director of the Working Families Party. At the Working Families Party, we believe in this crazy idea that in a democracy, the people should lead, not oligarchs, not tyrants, not wannabe kings, the people. That's what we believe. And we're here today joined with not just the hundreds of organizations and the tens of thousands of people that will be out here in New York, but the millions of people all over the country that are going to come together from places like New York and big cities like New York and LA, but also Greeley, Colorado, Wilmington, Delaware. This is a truly grassroots movement of all folks coming together to say in the loudest, clearest voice, no kings. And why are we here? Well, we know, and we've heard from other speakers, what Donald Trump, MAGA, what his administration is doing, the terrible tyranny they're attempting to rain down on our cities, and the fear and terror that they want to stoke. But I'm here to say I am unafraid. We are unafraid because we know that our courage is contagious and that kings and wannabe dictators, they could only win when the people actually believe the lie that the fear that they stoke is real. It's a confidence game. He's the biggest con man. And today we're going to call his con. On the streets of this country, in the streets of New York, we're going to call his con through our righteous anger, our righteous clarity, our joy, our organizing. Today, we rally. Tomorrow, we organize. In November, we vote. In 2026, we build a mighty movement, the largest, most diverse, most leaderful grassroots movement for change and democracy this country has ever seen. New York, are you with us? Are you with us? Are you ready to organize? Are you ready to march? Are you ready to protest? In November, are you ready to vote? Let's go. Let's do it. No kings.
All right. Thank you so much. And I'll say it again. Today we protest and tomorrow we organize. Thank you for that reminder. Up next, we've got the Executive Vice President of the American Federation of Teachers, Evelyn De Jesus.
Good morning. Buenos dias, New York. I'm Evelyn De Jesus, and it's my honor to be here today. And I serve as the Executive Vice President of AFT, the American Federation of Teachers. 1.8 million are present today. And we represent healthcare, education, and public service. I also have the honor of being the national president of LACLA, which is all the unions, all Latinos together. So we're here, presente. No matter what anyone says today, because there's a lot of liars out there, there's a lot of telltales out there. Today, it's a peaceful demonstration. Are you with me? No Kings is a peaceful movement of millions of Americans from all walks of life rising up to make one thing clear. We don't want dictators or kings in America, and we will never have it. We're organizing to defend our democracy, protect each other and our communities. And we say enough is enough. Basta ya. To the Trump administration's cruel and chaotic abuse of power. Millions took the streets in June, and we're doing it today again. Millions of people are coming together. They are fed up. Prices is too high. They can't meet their bills, and people are just fed up with an authoritarian regime that's forgotten who they serve. They serve the people of America. And to stand together in the belief that America belongs to the people, not to kings, not to billionaires, and not to wannabe dictators. This movement is about ensuring the power always remains where it belongs, with us, the people. Despite the right-wing message today calling this rally a hate America's rally, today's march is peaceful. It's a peaceful day of unity and resolve in the spirit of the June 14 No Kings action, but only much larger. There is nothing more American than protests. Authoritarians always fear organized people. It is why they lie about the opposition. We are parents. We are veterans. We are faith leaders and workers standing together shoulder to shoulder for democracy. They want chaos. We bring coordinated and peaceful dissent. That's what they fear. President Trump is deploying our own military. My father served in the Korean War. My brother served in the Vietnam War. My nephews have served over in the Army. And I'm proud that they're military. But this is not what we signed up for. And has mass ICE agents to try to strike fear into his own people. This is dangerous and it's un-American. Which is exactly why we're showing up today. He wants us to be scared, as many of us have said, but we refuse. Fear is a tool of authoritarianism. Courage and solidarity are the tools of democracy. Estamos aquí para defender nuestra democracia, para decir basta ya. No queremos dictadores, no queremos reyes, no queremos trono y no queremos corona. Queremos paz, equidad y un país justo para todos. Because this is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. And Up next, I'm excited to introduce Charlotte Soner from Resources, Opportunity, Connection, and Community, New York City, on behalf of detained trans immigrant New Yorker, and Jose.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlotte Soner, and I'm with Rock NYC. It's a privilege to be here this morning with such an amazing lineup of speakers. I'm here to talk about Shakira, a beloved community member who was kidnapped in September. Shakira is a trans asylum seeker from Venezuela. A few weeks ago, after leaving her routine immigration court appearance down at 26 Federal Plaza, Shakira was detained by masked ICE agents without a judicial warrant. Currently, Shakira is being held in solitary confinement in a male detention center in Louisiana. Today and every day, I stand in solidarity with Shakira and the countless thousands of our immigrant neighbors who are currently rotting in for-profit detention centers, like New York City public high school students, like Dylan Lopez and Mamadou Mukhtar, who've been unjustly arrested by ICE as the Department of Homeland Security is ignoring the existing rulebook of immigration policy and unleashing cruelty beyond belief against our communities. Shakira's arrest is part of a broader effort by the Trump administration to destroy communities and disappear our immigrant neighbors. It's also part of a broader effort to intimidate, silence, and strip basic rights away from trans folks throughout the country. From my many months at immigration court, I can tell you that ICE is cruelly and intentionally singling out trans respondents for arrests. And the reports of abuse against trans detainees are harrowing. This looks like ethnic cleansing to reshape our society through the administration's hateful and white supremacist ideology. I ask you all to remember Shakira's name and Shakira's story, and to continue fighting against the fascist tactics of the administration. Do not be silent and complacent in the face of these horrors. I'm now going to let my dear friend, Jose, and Shakira's dear friend say some words about her.
Gracias a todos por estar aquí. Thank you everyone for coming. I was there when Shakira was arrested, and the void that she left, not only to me, but to all her friends, to all the people that knew or know her, there are no words. And what can stay here, speaking about the void and speaking about the trauma, but I choose today to speak about Shakira. I'm sure that some of you would love. But it's so difficult to represent someone, to speak on behalf of someone. So Shakira and I prepare something that she wants you to know. I came seeking protection from the darkness I survived in my past. I saw many people afraid, saying, don't show up to your court hearing. But I didn't think it twice because I have nothing to hide. Sometimes I ask God why he made me like this, with such a difficult life, without the support from a family, without the support from society. But I am who I am. And what has kept me going all this time has been the determination of being someone in life. Oftentimes, God gives us many trials too. And if we stand strong, that builds character and we learn. In the end, I give thanks to God for making me exactly the person I am today. This is a new trial for me. I'm locked inside four walls, wondering if I'll go back to the darkness or if I'll see a new sunrise. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. When we gather here, when we speak Shakira's name, we build the sunrise she dreams of. Lastly, we made a GoFundMe campaign to help for Shakira pay for her legal fees. Please consider donating. Y vamos arriba. This is all together. Let's go.
Thank you both so much for that. Stories like that remind us why we gather out here today, and we appreciate your bravery. Up next, I'm super excited to introduce my New York City Council member and somebody repping us young people in City Hall, Chiose.
No kings, no oligarchy. No kings, no oligarchy. This isn't just a rise in fascism. This isn't just a threat of fascism. Fascism is right here, right now, alive and well. And it didn't just get here overnight. Off of the heels of the civil rights movement, the women's rights movement, the LGBTQ rights movement, there was an organized, strategic effort to usher in the draconian state. The GOP, the Heritage Foundation, the billionaires that fund them, they were intentional and strategic in bringing in this day. And we were caught off guard. We weren't organized. We weren't intentional about protecting our democracy. And I say today, no more of that. No more of being unorganized. No more of paying attention, of not paying attention to the rise and existence of fascism in our streets. We must organize to elect a mayor who will fight Trump on November 4th. That's Zoran Mamdani. We will organize to take the streets today and protest against no kings. And we will organize to take back our house in 2026. We have the power when we stand together, when we push back against the millions and billions of dollars that are trying to split us apart. When we push and elect a house that fights for us, we will put an end to the rise of fascism here in this country. And I'm not just talking about electing Democrats who are anti-Trump. I'm talking about electing Democrats who are not partners of the oligarchy. I'm talking about electing Democrats who are not tied to the same millionaires and billionaires that brought us to this very day. We need to elect people that won't only push back against Donald Trump, but will show that there's a better alternative possible. And I know that I stand alongside people who will fight alongside me and making sure that we don't only push back and defeat fascism next year and in years to come, but we usher in a better day for all of us here in this democracy. No kings, no oligarchy. No kings, no oligarchy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, we're also out here with a whole lot of union power in New York City. And with that, I introduce our next three speakers. Brendan Griffith, the Central Labor Council President, Crystal Unionist Network, and Nancy Hagans from the New York State Nurses Association.
Good morning, sisters, brothers, and siblings. Can you hear me? When worker rights are under attack, what do? When immigrant rights are under attack, what do? And when civil rights are under attack, what do? Thank you very much, sisters, brothers, and siblings. My name is Brendan Griffith, and I am the president of the New York City Central Labor Council, AFL-CIO. We represent more than 300 unions and over 1 million working people across the 5 boroughs of New York City. And working people in New York City know what happens when power stops answering to the people. We see it when corporations cut corners at our expense. We see it when this administration in Washington uses its power to punish and divide instead of to serve. The New York City labor movement is here today because No Kings is more than a slogan. It is a statement of who we are as New Yorkers. This city does not bow to anyone. We believe in shared power, collective strength, and democracy that grows from the ground up. Since the last No Kings in June, the administration has only deepened its attacks across this country. It has targeted immigrant families. It has attacked collective bargaining rights. And it has tried to weaken public programs that workers rely on. It has weaponized the justice system to go after political enemies, including our own Attorney General Tish James, whose courage and commitment to justice has never wavered. And these actions, they hurt communities everywhere, including right here in New York City. The shutdown in Washington, that is the latest example of that abuse by power. This administration and its allies are holding people hostage, throwing millions of working people into needless turmoil. Federal employees, including veterans, frontline public servants here in New York City, they keep our airports safe. They protect our food and water. They deliver vital services every day. And now their livelihoods are being disrupted while the cost of living continues to climb. At the same time, this administration is escalating its partisan attack on New York by freezing billions in funding for the Hudson Tunnel Project and the Second Avenue subway. And that means tens of thousands of good jobs are put at risk. And it is an intentional assault on our city, our infrastructure, and our communities. But New Yorkers, we know that we have never been afraid to stand up. When nurses fight for safe staffing, when federal workers demand fairness and freedom from political retribution, when immigrant workers organize for dignity, they are fighting for their communities and for the values that bring us together today. The labor movement represents every worker who makes this city move, from subways to schools to hospitals and construction sites. And let us be clear, New York is a union town. Our power is collective and our solidarity is unbreakable. Authoritarianism, it feeds on fear, but labor builds on courage and on unity. No kings means no one stands above the people of this city or this nation. It means that working people standing shoulder to shoulder to defend our rights, our democracy, and the future we are building together. Sisters, brothers, and siblings, when I say union, you say power. Union! Union! When I say immigrant, you say power. Immigrant! Immigrant! And when I say people, you say power. People! 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 Thank you very much.
Hi. Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope you could louder. Closer. All right. Do we have any immigrants in the house? Any healthcare workers? All right. My name is Nancy Higgins, and I'm the president of the New York State Nurses Association. We are more than 42,000 strong union nurses from New York. And I am proud to be a nurse, to be a union activist, and join you all today to say no king. And yes, health care. Yes to caring for all of our communities. Yes to democracy and justice for all. Trump's attack on workers, on our union rights, on health care, on immigrants and trans folks, some of the most vulnerable people in our society, and on the service that we all rely on, are despicable. They are dangerous and they are a threat to our democracy. Taking health care away from millions of people threatens our health and livelihood and our own very lives. I am a proud union leader and a proud Haitian immigrant. Do you all hear me? A proud Haitian immigrant. It's time to stand up with our Haitians and our immigrant siblings. That's right. An attack in one is an attack on, I want to hear you, an attack in one is an attack on all of us. As a union and an immigrant, I can also tell you that we know how to stand up to bullies. We know how to come together in solidarity to take on the bad bosses. We know the kind of bosses I'm talking about. The ones who refuse to pay us. The one who refuse to negotiate, to fire, and the one who wants to fire us and union busting. We know how to fight, and that's right. And when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. That's why millions of people are marching today. We have justice on our side, and we will not be divided. We are raising our voices against the bullies, the billionaires, the bad boss, and the wannabe king. And we are showing that democracy look like. Okay? We are showing what democracy looks like. What a strong and diverse and caring America looks like. And we are here to stay. We are here to stay. Thank you.
My name is Chris Doles, and I'm one of the co-executive directors of the Federal Unionist Network. You go up a little higher. That's fine. I'm used to friends, family, strangers having heard of my employer, having worked for 8 years for the federal government. What I'm not used to is everybody knowing its address, because I worked at 26 Federal Plaza at the Army Corps of Engineers, where earlier this year, I couldn't have been prouder of my coworkers in the federal government who stood up when our workplace, when our building, when our government became the site of a constant humanitarian crisis. And that solidarity that grew out of the workplaces of federal workers and federal buildings all over this country has taken hold in the federal workforce all across this country, despite the trauma that this administration seeks to put us in. Today, there are tens of thousands of federal workers joining these demonstrations all over the country, probably hundreds of thousands. And we are here to help tell the story about the effects that they're trying to bring, not to us. This is not about us. As much as I appreciate the sympathies, this is about the public and the public services that we provide. That's what they're after. This current government shutdown shows just in greater relief the sabotage of public services that this administration seeks to bring to all of America. And for the benefit of who? Billionaires and tax cuts, the deregulation of the markets, a general hellscape without health care, without environmental protections, without all the things that regular working people need. But this shutdown is but a preview. And if you're worried about the effects of this shutdown, then you should be worried about giving any budget to this administration on Donald Trump's terms. This shutdown is also the showdown we've needed all year long. The pain is real for us as federal workers in this shutdown, but the pain is real for all Americans, and the pain will be permanent if we don't win this shutdown. The American people have shown that they have our back. Credit unions are extending 0% interest-free loans to federal workers who need it. The unions have our backs. We have mutual aid programs to make sure if you're a federal worker and you're in distress, you will not have to make any hard choices. America has our back, and we have America's back. Today, one of the things we as federal workers will be doing at these demonstrations across the country is renewing the oath that we took when we took federal office. That oath requires us to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The demands that we take in this shutdown showdown, sure, of course, we must restore the health care that's on the chopping block. But we also must stand up for the division of powers and the right of Congress to decide what money gets spent and stop this administration from impounding funds. This week, we've heard finally from the lips of our congressional leaders the demand that rifts will not be tolerated, that no illegal retaliation will be tolerated against federal workers. And now we must start to hear the names of the whistleblowers who have been telling the truth, because their ranks may be small now because of the fear, but the ranks will be greater and greater every month to come. Because to talk about what you do in the federal government today is to blow the whistle on all the laws that this administration is breaking. We stand with all of you, the public federal workers, as one. We need the same resolve in Congress that the federal workers have shown all year long. Hold the line. Hold the line.
Yes, say it again. Thank you so much. All right, up next, we have a real treat, and we have L. Joy Williams, the president of the New York State NAACP.
No kings! No kings! I'm L. Joy Williams. I am president of the NAACP New York State Conference, and you will see our kings, people who want someone to save them or someone who uses fear to maintain power. But democracy does not need kings. It needs us, the people. It needs us to be courageous. These ordinary people who are gathered here today, not just us speaking, but the thousands who will be on the streets this afternoon, all across the country, as we declare no kings. No kings. I want to remind you that there is not one single savior that is going to save us from Trump or his sycophants. It is going to be us, the people. It has always been us, the people, who use our power to build this country. Because Ella Baker taught us, strong people don't need strong, bullied leaders. We already have the power we need. We are using it today, and we will continue to use it not only to change who's in Congress, not only to change who's in the White House, but to change this democracy for the better. No kings! Every time we let fear or fatigue keep us quiet, we surrender ground that our ancestors bled to make sacred. So today, when we say no kings, we mean no one is above the law, no man is greater than the Constitution, and no title is higher than we, the people. This country belongs to us. This country belongs to us. To the people who get up every day and make it run, the nurses and the teachers, the transit workers, the organizers, the immigrants, and the black people who've been making this democracy more perfect before we even had a voice. Democracy is not fragile because people protest. It's fragile when people stop using their voice. So today we march. We organize. Yes, we vote, but we agitate and litigate, not because we hate this country, but because we love it enough to demand that it lives up to its promise. The NAACP has fought many tyrants before, in every era, whether they lived in the White House, whether they lived in a governor's mansion, whether they were generals, whether they were at the NYPD. And every time it was the people. It was the people. We, the people. So, to Trump, I have no problem saying your name. To the sycophants who rally behind him and put fear, rule this country by fear, and confuse leadership with domination. I want you to hear us clearly today. We, the people, are not your subjects. We will not be ruled. We, the people, run this country. We, the people, run this country. And to everyone gathered today and those who may watch this later, remember that democracy doesn't die in one day. It erodes when we give up, when we keep our voices silent, when we don't hit the streets, when we see something happening to our neighbors and we don't intervene. Democracy dies when we, the people, give up our power. We, the people. We, the people. We, the people. We, the people, say no kings. No kings. No kings.
Inspiring and invigorating. Thank you so much for being here. Now I'd like to introduce Dred Scott from the Fall of Freedom Artist Group.
Hello. A lot of people have said some really cool things today. The rallying cry has been no kings. I'm seeing wonderful signs like Trump must go now. People have been talking about fascism, which is really good, and so I don't need to repeat all of that. What I do need to say is what artists are doing. It's wonderful that millions and millions of people are actually fighting in the streets today. That is absolutely necessary. When fascists and authoritarians come to power, it is necessary all over the world and in this country for people to stand up and fight back and be in the streets. But we have to be elsewhere too. I'm a visual artist, and I'm working with lots of other artists, musicians, singers, songwriters, playwrights, actors, comedians, and we are all part of Fall of Freedom. Fall of Freedom is going to be on November 21st and November 22nd of this year. Comedy clubs, dance halls, theaters, everywhere that does culture is going to be presenting culture. Because the culture is actually what terrifies the people in power. Much as the people in power are terrified by us in the streets, they are also terrified by comedians like Jimmy Kimmel. They're terrified by the art that's in the Smithsonian, which is why all the art in the Smithsonian now has to be MAGA approved by Trump's White House. We refuse to accept an America where speaking out can get you deported or where our art has to be MAGA approved. That is not what we are going to stand with or stand for. We're going to be the visual and soundtrack of this movement. Okay? We're going to present a hopeful vision of when this regime is gone from power. When this regime is gone from power. And we have to be part of making that happen. One of the things is that on November 21st and 22nd, Fall of Freedom will actually have singers like John Legend, the filmmaker Michael Moore, the playwright Lynn Nottage, the visual artist Robert Longo, the bookstore Epilogue Books in North Carolina, Counterpublic in St. Louis, and the Harlem in Harlem, the Apollo Theater will all be standing with us, and lots of people will be part of this. But the thing is, this is a movement built by artists and people who love art and culture. So if you write banned books or read banned books, you should take part. If you sing songs about justice or dance to that tune, you should take part. If your art hangs in the National Gallery or in local coffee shops, you should take part. This is open source, much like this demonstration today where millions will be taking part in the streets. Fall of Freedom is calling on people to take part. Ask your bookstore to read from banned books on November 21st and 22nd. Ask your favorite music club to actually play artists that are talking about fascism and getting free from it. We want to be part of this, and we invite you to be part of this. So, again, go to falloffreedom.com. That's where you could find more. I see somebody writing it down. That's really great. This is cool. Thank you. Because we are new. We are new kids on the block. There are some seasoned people here. But okay, we're getting more loud because there are people coming through that are getting loud too. It looks like they have some green vests, and they're going to be helping shepherd the march, which is really cool. So anyway, I just want to say November 21st and 22nd, go where you love culture, and if you make culture, have your culture on display, because authoritarians and fascists love silence, and we are going to be a cacophony. We are going to be loud and visible. We're going to stand up and have solidarity, and that's actually what is going to drive this regime from power. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're lucky to be joined by all kinds of people, from artists to union leaders. And up next, Representative Yvette Clark.
So liberty and tyranny cannot live in the same house. It is up to each and every one of us to recognize that the anxiety we feel is real. That anxiety has to be turned into power. And today we demonstrate that power. So today we say no kings. That's not loud enough. Today we say no kings. In Washington, D.C., there is a total breakdown of our democracy. Speaker Johnson has become a wholly owned subsidiary of Donald Trump. He has shut down the House of Representatives, where we do the work for the people. Tyranny and liberty cannot live in the same house. So today we say no kings. Today we say no kings. And we need to make sure that as we proceed through this era, that we teach our children the truth. The propaganda that our adversaries are pushing and shoving down their throats only works to their demise and ours too. So teach the children the truth. Democracy, freedom, liberty cannot live in the same house with tyranny. And so today, each and every one of us will be the soldiers that we need to liberate this nation from Donald Trump and all those who espouse his type of tyranny. To each and every one today, it's my honor to be out here. I am in Washington, D.C. We are showing up, though our Republican colleagues will not. We are there for health care. We are there for our cultural affinity to serve as Americans who make sure that our federal workers will be treated with dignity, that we rebuild and reimagine a civil society that includes everyone from every background, from every race, every religion. Right now, again, this is a power grab that we will not abide with. So to everyone here today, let's go. We are going to take these streets, and if we need to come out every week, we must do so. This is an imperative, folks. What is happening, what we are feeling, what we are experiencing is real. And if we in any way believe that we can slide through this, there are those who say that they are not about politics. Well, let me tell them today that politics is about them. And what these folks are doing in Washington, D.C. is the power grab for the generations. So each and every one, let us be resolved. This is our moment for this generation and future generations to come. No kings. No kings. No kings. No kings. And we will win the victory. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And I am beyond honored to introduce our last speaker for this press conference, the President and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, Maya Wiley.
New Yorkers, are we ready? Have we been ready? Are we gonna stay ready? We are here today because it is this city, it is this state that cannot, will not, and will never bend a knee to any regime that tells us that we do not belong, that any resident of this city does not matter, that our votes don't count, and that lies can rule the day. Let me just say a little bit more. When you heard all of us say no kings, no kings, no kings, what we mean, let's make it plain. Nobody voted to tell somebody to refuse to feed people in a program that Congress said must be fed. Nobody voted for a regime that would refuse to pay attention to government workers that said measles are spreading and children might die. Nobody voted for a regime that said you can be thrown to the ground, handcuffed, taken away because you don't look like a citizen. You don't look like a citizen. What does a citizen look like? What does a citizen look like? Look behind me.
What does a citizen look like? Looks like us. What does it mean to have a democracy? It means freedom. And freedom ain't free, y'all. We have known this for 250 years. Because when this country was founded, it was founded on an ideal of equal opportunity, of equal protection under the law, of a government for the people, by the people. But we know it has never been a promise. It has been a thing that we, the people, have demanded for 250 years. And I say that today because we have a regime trying to tell us that teaching the history of slavery cannot happen. We have a regime that is telling us that the fact that teachers want to teach what they believe they should teach is wrong. We have a regime that is telling us that, by the way, the federal government can try to force states to tell them who can vote and who cannot. That is what we are standing up to say, no, you can't, and no, you won't. Because whether you clean a bedpan or clean the streets, whether you teach a child to learn, or whether you simply just show up every day to take care of your family, you have a right to be here, you have a right to be respected, and nobody can tell you that you don't deserve to be treated like a citizen of this country. And I mean citizen in this way. I didn't ask you for a passport. Citizenship is about showing up. Citizenship is about doing for your neighbors. Citizenship is about recognizing that a love of this country means the perpetual right to demand that it do right, and that it do right by all of us. We have seen a young black man in Chicago thrown to the ground, put in handcuffs, while people called out, but he's a citizen. We have seen a woman outside of a school get thrown down and put in handcuffs. As she said, they don't have a warrant. They won't show me a warrant. They had to release her later. This is journalists, but I'm saying this because these are true stories and they want them to happen here in New York. We won't let that happen because we are citizens of this city, of this state, and of these United States. And all we say to anybody who listens is we're not asking who you voted for, we're asking what you care about. And if you care about your ability to make a demand on government, if you care about your ability to learn, if you care about your right to be who you are, if you care about your ability to organize a union and have your rights respected, if you think you deserve to have a voice, then you should stand with all of us and say, no kings, no kings, no kings, because we are democracy. We are democracy. Whose city? Whose city? Whose state? Whose state? Whose country? Who are citizens of these United States? What does a citizen look like? All of us. All of us. All of us. We are America and we won't let you take her.
And what a beautiful note to end on. Thank you all for being here. This is the end of the official No Kings press conference. But I want to give you one last reminder.
is what tugs at my heart. What kind of future do we want to leave for our children and our grandchildren? We got to fight like hell, y'all, to keep democracy intact for them. Now, we've got a panel of speakers coming up who are going to speak to a lot of the other reasons we're out here today. So without further ado, I want to bring up Catherine Stewart. Catherine is a dedicated certified nursing assistant at Highland and a proud member of SEIU. Catherine is deeply committed to advocating for workers' rights and strengthening her community through her political involvement with SEIU, and she continues to champion treatment, respect, and opportunity for all healthcare workers. Catherine.
Hello, Kansas City! And my SEIU family! So, as he says, my name is Catherine Stewart, and I am a healthcare worker. I've been working at Highland Nursing Home for over close to 5 years now, and I am a proud member of SEIU. So, you know, our president, which I don't even want to say his name, so I just say president. Your president is supposed to be someone that stands up for everybody. But it's pretty clear to me that he just doesn't want to do that. He only wants to keep his rich friends wealthy and more richer. He does not want to take care of us like he should. Anybody that gets into a position of this kind of power and abuse it does not deserve it. They are abandoning people like us. They slashed the SNAP program, the food stamps. They're trying to double our insurance premiums. We're not having it. Now they mess with Medicaid. We're not having that either. Whether they know it or not, Medicaid is the heart of our country, in our city, in our state. It runs half of our facilities that are running around here. Without that, we would not be standing. I have a son with autism, and I'm telling you, Medicaid came in handy for me. As a parent of 3 children, it helped me out bringing my children up. And I know right now there's a lot of parents out here that is helping right now to help with your families as well. So while he's trying to take all of this away from us, he doesn't realize what he's doing to himself. God don't like ugly. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm going to continue to fight back. So, when SNAP recipients like my family and your families, they deserve to be respected. They deserve to be brought up. They deserve to be taken care of. So, without that, when we are under attack, what do? Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. And shout out to all the healthcare workers out there today. For real. You know what? I had a thought, y'all, when Catherine was talking. And I know that we're all on one accord today. Solidarity. Not only today, but forever. But let's be real, we got some differences amongst us. I'm a dog lover, and some cat lovers out there, right? We're my cat lovers. I know we're out here. I think that Andy Reid and the Chiefs should run the ball more. A lot of y'all keep passing it around. The Royals, I think, should go get some pitchers. Y'all probably want some more hitters. We got differences. But we all agree that we all deserve respect, dignity, living wages, access to health care, the ability to eradicate homelessness. We all got a lot in common, more than we do different. Am I right? All right, I just want to put that out there. We can have differences, but I know we're all on one accord. Our next speaker, y'all, is Edgar. Where's Edgar? Palacios. Edgar Palacios. He is a community advocate and organizer and founder of Latinx Education Collaborative and Revolución Educativa. Oh, yeah. Two organizations committed to advancing equity and representation through education and civic power. He believes that education is the most powerful tool for freedom and justice, and that true democracy begins when every community see itself reflected in leadership. Let's welcome Edgar up, y'all.
Buenas tardes, Kansas City! Y'all can do better than that. Buenas tardes, Kansas City! My name is Edgar Palacios, and I stand before you as a community advocate and as a father. I believe in the power of representation and in education as one of our greatest tools for freedom and justice. Here, because we know a simple but radical truth. We have no kings. No person, no office, no movement owns this country. Power belongs to the people. El poder le pertenece al pueblo. And that includes us, the families working double shifts, the small business owners, the students that are dreaming bigger than their zip code, and the organizers who keep showing up even when it's hard. We have seen what happens when leaders forget who they serve. But we're here to remind them that democracy doesn't belong to the powerful. It belongs to the people who refuse to give up. Right now, there are decisions being made that harm our communities. When the Department of Education ends support for Hispanic-serving institutions, las universidades que educan y levantan a nuestros jóvenes latinos, that's just not a budget cut. That's a betrayal of our future. When political chaos in Washington shuts down the government and hurts working families, muchas de ellas latinas, it is a sign that power has lost its purpose. And when immigration raids tear through our neighborhoods, separating parents from children, we are reminded when compassion disappears, tyranny takes its place. That's why we are here. Por eso estamos aquí. To say basta, enough. Say it with me, basta! Basta! One more time, basta! Basta! To say our children deserve classrooms filled with trust and possibility, not censorship and fear. To say that our voices matter in Spanish, in English, in every language that freedom speaks. In Missouri, in Kansas City, and across our small towns, we know that representation is not just a number. It is a promise, una promesa de dignidad, esperanza y justicia. When we are seen, when we are counted, when we are at the table, everything changes. So today, as millions march across this country, let's make a promise together. We will not bow to fear. We will not be silent. We will not let anyone erase our history or our humanity. Porque este movimiento no se trata de un partido, se trata del pueblo. Se trata de nuestros hijos, de nuestras escuelas y de nuestro futuro. Say it with me. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. No thrones. No kings. Only people courageous, united, and unafraid. Showing the nation what real democracy looks like. Una democracia con corazón, con esperanza y con poder al pueblo.
Thank you, Edgar. At this time, y'all, I want to highlight, because I don't want all the hard work to go unnoticed, but historically, signs have meant a lot in movement. Hold your signs up high. I want to highlight some of the signs I see. Now, I got eyes in the back of my head, but one behind me says, America, girl, you're in danger. That's a good one. One of my favorite, I like my country like I like my whiskey. No ice. Loving it. Grannies for democracy. On point. Due process for all. Let me get, the No Kings, I love you. Let me get one more. Hold that up high. Oh, wow. This one's deep. And we'll hit on this. Trump is Hitler 2.0. When we say that, people think we're just being dramatic, y'all. But what do we know? History will repeat itself if we let it. So shout out to all the signs out there. Thank you for the hard work, the creativity. You got to. Next up, y'all, is Jeff Suchman. He is union president of AFGE Local 1748. Jeff is the representing U.S. Department of Labor employees from Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, and Nebraska. He is also the executive vice president of the National Council of Field Labor Locals, representing 7,000 DOL field employees across the country. He has been a member of AFGE since 2009 and is proud to be a delegate to the Greater Kansas City AFL-CIO and member of Missouri Jobs with Justice. Jeff, come on up. Welcome, Jeff.
All right, brothers and sisters. I'm Jeff Suchman. I'm the president of AFGE Local 1748, and as he said, I represent about 7,000 Department of Labor employees around the country. I am here to radicalize you. When you ask, should my workplace be safer? That's us. When you ask, what's the inflation rate? That's us. When you ask, is my retirement being stolen by the company? That's us. If you are a trainee, worker, or retiree in this country, the workers at the U.S. Department of Labor should be your sword and shield. Instead, me and 75% of the employees at DOL are not working because Congress and this administration refuse to do their damn jobs. Make no mistake, while we are off work, your workplace is less safe, your pay is less fair, your retirement is less secure. 800,000, I'm going to say that again, 800,000 of my coworkers throughout the federal government are in exactly the same boat. And a nearly equal number are continuing to work without pay. Now, I've been talking to a lot of reporters last couple of weeks, and I'm standing here in front of you now. And don't get me wrong, it's nice to be wanted, but hey, let's check in at DOL is not a thought people have when things are going okay. And let me tell you, things are not going okay. This coming Friday, 1 million Americans, including me and 30,000 of your friends and neighbors, are going to miss a paycheck. When our bills start coming due at the beginning of November, 1 million people are going to start running out of money pretty damn fast. But this is not reason to cry. Making us feel that there's nothing we can do is part of this government's plan. For them, distraction and alienation are a feature, not a bug. That is how they get away with these crushingly unpopular policies. ICE is terrorizing our neighborhoods. What can we do? 1 million people are going without pay. What can we do? Millions more are in fear of losing their health insurance. What can we do? Well, I'm here to tell you that we can link arms, with our brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers and neighbors and say, damn it, that is enough. We can look to our forebears in the labor movement and the civil rights movement and the women's movement and queer rights movements and say, damn it, that is enough. My union is joining with plenty of other groups, and we are leading the way in lawsuits that obstruct and delay some of the most harmful actions that this administration is trying to make us swallow. And don't get me wrong, there is real value in that. But we need to remember that the real voice happens when people rise up and say, damn it, that is enough. I'm Jeff Suchman, and I am a proud member of the I'm Through Fucking Around branch of the labor movement. And I'm here to say, damn it, that is enough. Now, before I finish, give me 30 seconds of privilege. I want everyone to take a minute and look to your left, then look to your right. Find someone you don't know and introduce yourselves before you split up today. Learn what other organizations are here. Learn people's names. Grow your network. Solidarity does not just happen. It is grown piece by piece and person by person, and it cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And as we introduce ourselves to one another, I want you to continue to look around. Because I know when I was getting ready to come here today, all by myself in the bathroom, brushing these teeth, I felt so alone in that bathroom. But you should take solace and have hope when you look around. Even on the street, look up there. You are not alone. You are not alone, Kansas City, in this moment. You don't have to take on this fight by yourself, and you can't take on this fight by yourself. You got to organize and come together with others. And the others are the people you see out here today. All right. Next, y'all, is Ashton Botts. Ashton is a leader with Abortion Action Missouri. Okay. And a constitutional law consultant with theaters across the country on their productions of What the Constitution Means to Me. She also launched an initiative called Civic Engagement Through Theater, which educates adult learners about legal and social justice issues against the backdrop of a play. That sounds fun. Welcome Ashton up, everyone.
When abortion rights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! Yeah! Thank you so much for being here today. My name is Ashton Botts, and I am a leader with Abortion Action Missouri. 3 years ago, when Roe versus Wade was overturned, here in Missouri, we did something that many people thought was impossible. We became the first state in the country to overturn a near total abortion ban and enshrine reproductive rights into our state's constitution. But that didn't happen on its own. It happened because individuals, people like you and me, said, no one speaks for us. We speak for ourselves. We have to use our power. With the help of Abortion Action Missouri, We used our power to organize. We collected signatures from our neighbors, from our friends, from our family members, from strangers in grocery store parking lots. In total, 380,000 Missourians signed their names to put reproductive rights on the ballot. But our work did not stop there. We then had to go and turn out the vote. So we used our power again. We knocked 150,000 doors across this state. And it wasn't always a nice day like it is today. We knocked doors in the rain. We knocked doors in the cold. We knocked doors in the extreme heat. And sometimes we were met with hugs and tears and stories of someone's own abortion story. Other times we were met with arguments and doors slammed in our faces. But we persevered. We had conversations, 36,000 individual face-to-face conversations. And that's how real change was made. Raise your hand if you knocked doors, made phone calls, or had face-to-face conversations with someone about an issue you cared about in the last election. Raise your hand. Thank you. Now look around. Keep those hands up. Keep those hands up. Now look around. That is how we affect change. That is how we win our rights back. That is why reproductive rights are back in the Constitution. But now, our Missouri legislators are trying to overturn the will of the people. So our work is not done. But we have to remember how we got this far. It wasn't through money, it wasn't through politics, it was through people. People like you. People who believe that democracy is not just something we inherit, it's something we have to build together. And it's something we have to protect. So while I am so thankful to be gathered with all of you today, I encourage you to find an organization that matters to you and volunteer with them. Find a friend today to knock doors with you in the next election. Identify that person that you want to talk to face to face, because that's how we will affect change. If we use that power, we will keep showing Missouri and the country that there are no kings here. We, the people, have the power. Thank you.
When I say people, you say power. People. Power. People. Power. When I say people, you say power. People. Power. People. Power. People. Power. People. Power. All right, Ashton. Letting the people know they got the power. All right, y'all. I think it's time to take us to church, even though it's Saturday. I want to invite up Reverend Rodney Williams, who is the pastor of Swope Parkway United Christian Church and chair of the Religious Caucus of the Missouri NAACP, and wears so many more hats, I can't even go through them all. Welcome up Reverend Rodney Williams, y'all.
Good afternoon, Kansas City. What a great and wonderful day. You look so beautiful to me, looking at the different races, different languages, the diversity that America looks like. This is what America looks like. But I do have a scripture that I would like to share with you. The scripture comes from the prophet Amos, chapter 5, verse 24. It reads like this: "But let justice run down like water, and righteousness like a mighty stream." Based on what the prophet Amos has said, I am compelled to remind and to inform not some but all of our elected officials, our legislative bodies, that you have failed as national and local leaders. And even more tragic, you have failed at being decent, loving human beings. And the reason that you have failed is you have not allowed the streams of justice to flow into the lives of every American. America is in trouble. Most of the trouble is because America is a caste system. A caste system which is supported by white Christian nationalism, racism, undergirded by evil. Years ago, Martin Luther King Jr. published a sermon, "The Recycling of Evil." We see the recycling of evil through this president who is under the illusion that he is a king. The evil has shown up in ungodly, inhumane executive orders after executive orders everywhere we turn. As a result of the decisions that he has made and is making, there is death and destruction. When we survey the land and see the country full of suffering, it cannot be understood why we accept this. But I'm glad to see you today making a statement to the world that we do not accept this. That this kingdom that the king wants to have is not acceptable. The only kingdom that I know about here in Kansas City might be the chief's kingdom, but that kingdom is either suspect. America is in a moral crisis. And if there was ever a time when people of faith, people of good conscience, need to have a voice and say no kings in America, the time is now. Can you help me preach this for a moment? Will you repeat after me and say no kings in America? No kings in America. No kings in America. We are living and facing and having to deal with this big, ugly bill. Because this massive immoral budget passed once again, we can clearly see that there is something deeply wrong with the spiritual core of America. Adam Russell Taylor, president of Sojourner, states that the United States of America is suffering from a dangerous fever. A fever is so deadly that it's killing the poor and the elderly. It's giving a slow death to the majority of Americans as well. Rather than being a moral document, we have a document that's filled with violence, spending cuts in areas in which they don't need to be cut. And so I just want to encourage you on this day, stay in the fight. We have too many issues ahead of us to turn back now. Stay in the fight. Too much racism to be fought. Stay in the fight. Too much homophobia to be fought. Stay in the fight. Xenophobia should not exist in America. Stay in the fight. Until bad men become good and evil men become righteous, stay in the fight. Do I have about 200 of y'all that made up in your mind that come hell or high water, I'm going to stay in the fight? God bless you.
All right, y'all. Now it's the part of the day where family and friends, which we all are, we sit at this dinner table, which is this fight for democracy, and we talk about, we keep it real with each other, what it looks like. Oh, thank you. A lot of us came out here today to feel like we're doing something, to stand up and fight back against democracy. You know, a lot of us did that. A lot of us came out here today to see what others are doing to stand up and fight to save our democracy. We're keeping it real with each other, right? And we filled this square before. Not as big as I've ever seen today, but we've been in this space before, and we've made our voices heard throughout this city and state, and we've marched. We've been to Jeff City. Who was in Jeff City recently with us? We've been there. We've been there. We've done that. But that alone is not going to save democracy, and that alone is not going to defeat Trump and his wannabe king regime. What it's going to take to defeat Trump, to make sure there's no kings, and to win this fight is simple. We got to organize. And people be like, okay, you say that all the time, Terrence. What is that? We got to get plugged in. And the fights are here. We have parents who are organizing and building power. We got the Heartland Center and tenants who are fighting in court and organizing and building power. I see right here we are building power to protect PBS right here. We have folks who are standing up to data centers in St. Louis and across our state, building power. We have restaurant workers and Caldi's coffee shop workers organizing and building power. And then folks are like, well, what am I supposed to do in my community in Overland Park or Lee Summit or out in Columbia where it's MAGA country and the conversations are hard? We don't come up to each other every day and go, are you Republican or Democrat? That's not the question. The question is, what do you want to see changed in our community? How are the schools and the roads in our community? What do we want to see changed in our workplaces? What do we want to see changed in our homes? Those are the questions. That is how we organize and build power. We got to break it down into simple pieces, y'all, and build power in our spaces and use that collective organizing power to defeat the king wannabes and the Governor Keoghs and the Speaker of the House, John Pattersons. And that, my fellow citizens and Americans, is the game plan. You don't have to take on the world by yourself. Get out and get organized. And like the chorus sung to start out, it was a revolutionary war to win this country and to start forming America and a perfect union that we all want to see. And we're in a battle right now. It's a battle of ideas. It's a battle of what we think America should look like. And I want to highlight another sign and something I've been reading on Fox News. No, we weren't paid to be out here today. I know George Soros didn't send me a check to be out here today. So no, we're not paid to be out here. We're out here today because we care about our country and our community in Kansas City. Everybody say, we love America. Now let's say it louder for the people in the back. We love America. And I want to conclude my time by saying, the same way Thomas Paine concluded his famous pamphlet, Common Sense, and we hear him say that a lot, he says something simple. We the people have it in our power to begin the world over again. Let me say that again. We have it in our power to begin the world over again. I want you to reflect on that. President Trump and his corporate-backed cronies, like Governor Keogh and Speaker of the House John Patterson, are trying to divide us and spit to us a version of America that divides us, silences us, and exploits us. But we won't stand for that. We won't let them take away our votes, our health care, and attack our unions. We will stand together and hold our nation true to its pledge for all. That's one nation, indivisible, with what? Liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Let's do it. Beverly.
Thank you, Terrence. Thank you, all of our speakers. And thank all of you for being here today. Woo! You know, I love it when they say that this was going to be a hateful protest. But I don't know of any chickens that are hateful. Do you? I don't think so. No. But we have a chicken, or rather a taco, for a president. Yeah, we do. So I just want to close this out by thanking everybody that showed up today. And I implore every single one of you to go home tonight and either join an organization, donate to an organization, send out a letter, call your representative, send a postcard, join a rally, do whatever you can, because nobody is coming to save us. This isn't like World War II. There's nobody that's going to save us but us. But us. All of you. Yes. Even you up there. Yeah. Come on. Now, before you leave, we've got the petitions back here in some of the tents. And we need for everybody to sign those petitions. Please be sure to do that before you leave. I think at the yellow tent we still have some giveaways. We have placards. We have bandanas. I don't know. We have all kinds of giveaways. So make sure to stop back there. And so the petitions are to stop the gerrymandering and the citizens respect Mo voters. Yes. So those are the petitions. Sorry about that. Again, I want to thank everybody. Make sure that you are careful going home. Don't get in any arguments with anybody. We got some goofballs driving around here. And I do want to say, I think that my favorite sign, there was one over here, and there's a big red one back there. And you know what it says? Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck him! And all of his cronies. I want to thank you all for coming. Have a lovely night. And there is going to be a march. I think it's starting down at the corner. That march is sponsored by Casey Wack, and I think they're going to march through the plaza. So please be careful. Don't throw anything. Don't do anything naughty, okay? Let's be nice. Peaceful. Peaceful people. Remember that. Love you all. We are family. Woo! No kings. 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 No kings.
before I bring up our next guest on stage, I want to make it perfectly clear. Are y'all having fun? Let me ask y'all, are y'all? There are still people coming. How many people do you think are out there? I know, a lot. That is. We're guessing around 15,000 people. 15,000 people. Keep it coming. All right, so the next people who are coming up are either elected officials or they're running for office. I want to make it perfectly clear. ACLU, all of these groups and organizations, they are nonpartisan. This is not an endorsement, but we want to make sure anybody who's running for office is held accountable, right? We want to make sure. So if they're going to come up and say they want to run, they got to face all of you out here, right? Because what? We don't have any kings, right? No kings. No kings. No kings. No kings. All right. Next up, let them know. Who's first? We're going to start. Y'all don't know who's going to? The first time I ever seen elected officials fighting over who goes first. Next up, you have State Representative Jasmine Clark.
Hey, everybody. I am State Representative Dr. Jasmine Clark and candidate for Georgia's 13th Congressional District, which includes Gwinnett County, Henry County, Rockdale County, Clayton County, Henry County, and a little bit of DeKalb County. And I am running to be a science voice in Congress so we can fight back against cuts to public health, cuts to education, cuts to research, cuts to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Somebody needs to stand up to RFK Jr.'s brainworm self and tell him what the facts are. So, again, Dr. Jasmine Clark, Congressional District 13. The primary is on May 19th, 2026. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors. Don't forget to vote, and also don't forget to vote for PSC as well. Let's go.
Atlanta, Georgia. My name is State Senator Jason Estevez, and I am running to be the next governor of the great state of Georgia. Y'all, I'm running to build a state where no matter where you live, you have the opportunity to thrive. You have access to a great education system, where you can afford to live in safe neighborhoods, where you have access to health care. But I'm also running to stand up and fight back against Donald Trump. Georgia deserves a governor that will stand for science, stand for the LGBT community, stand for our immigrants, stand for Black Americans, stand for Latinos, stand for Georgians all across this state. And y'all, I am proud to say that in the great state of Georgia, we don't recognize kings. No king. No king. No king. Thank y'all so much. Jason Estevez, appreciate y'all.
ATL! I am so excited to be here. My name is Rohit Malhotra, R-O-H-I-T, and I am proudly running to be the next city council president for the city of Atlanta. And when we say no kings, we cannot denounce Trump nationally and behave like him locally. No kings there, no kings here. As a kid, I always asked myself, when I looked at moments throughout history, where would I have been? How would I have shown up in a moment like that? Who would I be? You are finding out right now. And this is how you chose to show up, to stand up for this city, to stand up for this state, to stand up for this country. Give yourselves a round of applause for showing up in the way that we need to show up. And now I need you to show up at the polls. Early voting has started in the city of Atlanta. If you want progressives in City Hall, you must vote them in. There is an election. Early voting goes until October 31st. October 31st. Is there anyone in here who is willing to vote for progressive values in this election? This is our moment, and Atlanta is worth fighting for. So if you didn't catch my name, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ro, and you can call me ATL Ro, ATL Ro, ATL Ro. We are gonna vote, 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 no kings. Thank you. Atlanta, how we feeling today? I said, Atlanta, how we feeling today? When I say no, you say kings. No, no, no. My name is Alfred Shivy Brooks. I have the honor of serving as the first active teacher to be elected to the Atlanta Public School Board in 150 years. I want us to pay close attention to what's happening in the world of education, because we have a lot of conversations about the different facets and problems and assaults on the democracy that we're seeing. But the truth is that education is always the first thing to be under attack when a fascist government tries to take over. Right now, we have the opportunity to elect 4 new school board members in the city of Atlanta. Now, I want this to matter to us, because when we have conversations about book bans, y'all want book bans? When we have conversations about inequities across our school districts, do we want inequity? When we have conversations about federal governments or state governments assaulting the fabric of public education, do we want to allow them? No. It is vital, it is critical that we pay attention to what's happening locally, because the facts is that your local school board members, your local city council members, your local county commissioners, they are the safeguard to fascism. Do not allow what happened in the year I was elected in 2023, when only 13% of the city's electorate showed up to vote. Let's not allow that to be true. We're going to show up, right? We're going to show up, right? When I say no, you say kings. No, no, no. Thank you, Atlanta.
Atlanta! I can't hear you. I said Atlanta! Yeah! What's up, everybody? I am Sarah Hunt Blackwell. I'm First Amendment Policy Counsel with the ACLU of Georgia. Let's just take a minute to clap for yourselves. It's weak. That's weak. That's weak. I can't hear y'all. Clap for yourselves. Yes. All right, y'all. We are going to do a few more chants. Want to get you guys riled up. This is a fantastic day. We're so excited that so many of you have come out. There are still people coming in through the entrance. We're going to have a great rest of the time here. So y'all ready to do some chants? Oh, wait. Before we do that, can I take a moment to just be a little bit selfish? Y'all want to take a selfie with me? Okay, let's do it. Hold on. right, thank y'all. That was the best selfie I think I've ever taken. All right, let's do these chants, y'all. That's a great chant, but that's not the one I was planning to do. So we're gonna do no kings, no traitors, no fascist dictators. 1, 2, 3. No kings, no traitors, no fascist dictators. No kings, no traitors, no fascist dictators. No kings, no traitors, no. One more time. No kings, no traitors, no fascist dictators. Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm going to hand it back over to our local black man, Christopher Bruce.
That's right, local black man. Thanks, Sarah Hunt Blackwell. Look, we've been shouting about what? What is this march about? What is this march about? What is this march about? I have the pleasure, the honor of introducing our next special guest who fights against somebody who's in the White House every day. Who do you think it is? We have one of the most amazing U.S. senators in the nation. So give it up for my senator, give it up for your senator, Senator Raphael Warnock, coming to the stage. Let's go.
Well, hello, Atlanta. I said, hello, Atlanta. God bless all of you. Thank you. All right, y'all stop that. This is not about me today. This is about us. This is about the first 3 words of our charter document. That is our covenant. That is our creed. Say it with me. We the people. Come on, say we the people. We the people. Say no kings. No kings. No kings in America. We the people. Thank you all so much for being here in this moral moment in America. In these defining days of our democracy. This is what democracy looks like. It is so important for you to be here, and I don't mind the protests. I don't mind them at all, because this is what democracy looks like. And we are here today to ensure that we are always able to stand up and make sure our voices are heard. Are you ready to make sure your voices are heard in this moral moment? And so I heard y'all were having a rally. And I had to drop by. I am much encouraged, and I've got great hope, because of the massive turnout that we are seeing all across our country in 50 states, in 2,700 cities, in red states and blue states. The people united shall never be defeated. But it is especially heartening and significant that we gather in Atlanta, Georgia, the hometown of a great American, Martin Luther King Jr. I'm proud to serve not only as your senator, but as the pastor of Dr. King's church, Ebenezer Baptist Church. And Dr. King said, we will have to repent in this generation, not only for the violent actions and vitriolic words of the bad people, but because of the appalling silence and indifference of the good people. Are you ready to raise your voice? And so it's so important in this moment that we stand up. It is so important that we make sure our voices are heard. I'm coming to you, brother. I promise you I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Give me a moment. I'm coming for you. I promise. I promise you I will. Because I'm on your side. I agree with the humanity of all people. I agree with the humanity of Palestinians, of Israelis, of children on all sides of the track, of Ukrainian children, red, yellow, brown, black, or white, young and old, rich or poor, gay or straight, because we are all God's children and we're standing up on this moment. I'm deeply concerned about what's happening in our country. I heard an American president stand up the other day and say to generals in our military that we've got to stand up, he said, against the enemy within. Listen to me. I don't care what your politics are today. I mean that. If you are an American citizen, you should be deeply concerned. And I know you are. That's why you're gathered here today. We should all be deeply concerned about an American president who stood in front of our military and said that the real concern is the enemy within. They are trying to divide us so that they might rule us. But we join united with one voice, Democrats and Republicans, red, yellow, brown, black, and white, and saying together, no kings in America. Are you ready to fight for our American nation? And so what we're witnessing right now, this is what we're witnessing. We are witnessing the separation of families. We're witnessing awful actions by ICE agents who are masked, showing up in communities all across our country. Imagine this: agents of the government flying in Black Hawk helicopters into Chicago, rappelling down an apartment building in the middle of an American city, literally separating black people from brown people. I'm a preacher, but I have to say this. What the hell? Is happening? And all of us have to be concerned, because this is what Martin Niemöller, a pastor who lived during Hitler's Third Reich, he said, first, they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak because I was not a trade unionist. They came for the socialists, and I did not speak because I was not a socialist. They came for the Jews, and I did not speak up because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was nobody left to speak up. When we speak up for our neighbors, we speak up for ourselves. When I stand up for your family, I stand up for my family. When I stand up for your children, I stand up for my own children. And that's why I'm standing up in this moment, and I'm saying as a United States Senator that you must restore the tax credits of the ACA, because all of God's children deserve health care. Atlanta, you have my promise. I'm going to stand up on this issue. Because Atlanta is the city of the CDC, and I want to thank our CDC workers for fighting for us, for standing up for us, for keeping us healthy. CDC is not the enemy. CDC is not a hazard to our health. Robert F. Kennedy is a hazard to the health of the American people, and he's got to go. And so let's stand up in this moment. I know that it is painful. I don't take any of my votes lightly. We need to reopen the government and extend health care. We don't have to do one or the other. We can do both at the same time because we're America. And so isn't it interesting that the folks who have taken health care from 15 million Americans, the folks who are raising your health care premiums, have you opened up the portal to see that your health care premiums are doubling, tripling, quadrupling in order to give a tax cut to billionaires? And now the same folk who are taking your doctors away are now trying to doctor the match by engaging in gerrymandering, by trying to squeeze your voices out of the democracy. There's a word for that. It's called fascism. And so in this moment, let me say to you, do not give in to those who are trying to weaponize despair. They are trying to convince you that they have already won. And if they convince you that they have already won, then you lose your fight. But you must never lose your fight. You must never lose your courage. You must never give up your voice, because your voice is your human dignity, and your human dignity is connected to your destiny, and our destiny as an American people. And so I'm going to fight for your health care, because the health of our democracy is tied to the health of your families. Long before I came to the Senate, I came to the United States Capitol not as a senator, but as an activist pastor leading Ebenezer Baptist Church, because I remembered as Republicans were trying to cut health care, remember in 2017, I remember Dr. King's words that of all the injustices, inequality in health care is the most shocking and the most inhumane. And so I showed up in the Capitol long before I represented you as a senator, fighting for your health care. And I said in 2017 to our elected representatives that a budget is more than a fiscal document. A budget is a moral document. Show me your budget, and I'll show you who you think matters and who does not. I said in 2017 that if this budget, which would cut the people's health care in order to give billionaires a tax cut, if this budget were an EKG, it would suggest that our elected representatives have a heart problem and are in need of moral surgery. And so I showed up in 2017 to perform moral surgery on those who allegedly represented us, but were trying to take our health care. I'm saying to you that when you show up on a Saturday morning like this, let me tell you what you're doing. You are the moral surgeons in America who are trying to heal our country. Heal us of the divisions. Heal us from the hate. Heal us from the bigotry. Heal us from the short-sighted, craven politicians who would literally hear 30 and 40-year-olds on a group chat using all kinds of ugly and racist and anti-Semitic words and have the audacity to say kids will be kids. That's not my America. And so let's send a clear message to Washington. I'm done. As I close, and nobody believes a Baptist preacher when he says, as I close. Everywhere I go, people are literally grabbing on me and they're saying, keep fighting for us. Please fight for us. They're saying, keep standing up. They look at the preacher and they say, give them hell. Keep fighting for us. Well, you have my promise. I'm going to keep fighting for Georgia. I'm going to keep fighting for all of our children. I'm going to keep fighting for what Dr. King called the beloved community. However, let me say this to you. While I will continue to fight, I can't really fight for you. You cannot outsource democracy to anybody. You cannot outsource citizenship. It takes all of us. That's why they're trying to divide us, because when all of us stand together and raise our voices, we win. Are you ready to win? Are you ready to hold on to the best in the American covenant and the American spirit? Are you ready to fight for health care? Are you ready to fight for workers? Are you ready to stand up for women? Are you ready to stand up for reproductive rights? Are you ready to stand up for voting rights? Are you ready to stand up for human dignity? We'll stand up every single day, do it for all of our children, do it for all of our grandchildren, and together we will win. God bless all of you. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
No kings. No kings. Y'all saw him up here with his Morehouse shirt on, right? Y'all know his Morehouse is homecoming. So on the count of 3, I want y'all to say, happy homecoming, Senator, okay? 1, 2, 3. Happy homecoming, Senator. Perfect. Y'all love that speech? That was amazing. That's why he's your U.S. Senator. That's exactly why. Next up, we have a very important organization, Jamel Hill with Georgia People's Campaign, Georgia's Poor People's Campaign. She's going to come up and tell you about the amazing work that they do. So give it up. Let me hear the crowd. Bringing up Jamel right here. I hear it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So in the Poor People's Campaign, we have a saying, it's forward together, not one step back. So I need you all to help me so that they can hear us from here across the oceans to Chicago and all the way back round around. Forward together, not one step back. Forward together, not one step back. I can't hear. Forward together, not one step back. Forward together. We are here, we are united, and we are one. And my people, I'm here to ask you to wake up. There are some of us here now who are awake. We are in the fight. We are on the front lines, and we are ready. Because this problem will not fix itself, and we need all hands on deck. We are standing on the edge of a radical rebirth of democracy. And the revolution won't wait. And the resolution, beloved, may be more than we are willing to give if we wait too late. But give we must, because freedom costs more than comfort. It costs commitment. It costs courage. It costs waking up when we'd rather be asleep. So no thrones, no crowns, and no kings. No more chains, and we won't be silent anymore. Wake up. We need more of you to take off your bonnet. Put down your remote. Step out of your slippers, out of your house coats, out of your excuses. the ones who aren't here, because the ones who are here, you stepped up and you showed up today. But we need the rest of you. Don't wait until it's your children being dragged out of bed at 1 a.m. in the morning. You just heard Senator Warnock talk about it. This is not a game. This is not something make-believe. They are dropping into cities, major cities across the United States of America with Black Hawk helicopters down from the top of 5-story buildings in Chicago. Are you gonna wait till it's in your city? Are you going to wait till it's in Atlanta? Are you going to wait till it's in Savannah? Are you going to wait till it's in... We have got to be united and move forward together, not one step back. Martin had a dream. This is not the dream. This is a nightmare that we are living with our eyes wide shut. They're raiding our neighborhoods. They're filling U-Hauls with American children. This is not border patrol. This is terror in the major cities, in the hearts of the major cities, in the streets and neighborhoods where we raise our families. They are trying to come and take over. We won't be silent anymore. This is Herod reborn. This is Pharaoh reloaded. It is the same cruel logic that has ruled every empire of oppression from Pharaoh's Egypt to Hitler's Germany. It's not very different if you go look at the playbook. I'm here to tell you. When the powerful fear the people, they start by silencing the children. They traumatize them to control their parents. They weaponize fear to destroy the future before it can grow strong enough to resist. But we are not an insurrection. We are the resurrection. But listen. Can you hear them? The cries of the mothers echo across millennia, from Bethlehem to Birmingham, from Egypt to Chicago. Mark my word as I stand here today, they would not be fighting us this hard if they were not afraid. And someone's gonna ask, afraid of what? Afraid of us people linking arms. Afraid of us, the poor and the marginalized. Afraid of a new moral, it's okay to say that word, a moral budget, a moral majority. Yeah, we need morality back in government that won't bow to kings and billionaires or bigots. Afraid that we will remember our power, afraid that we will show up, afraid we will speak out, afraid we will vote. But y'all, I'm here to tell you, we are the majority, but we act like the minority when we sit out, sleep in, and scroll past. And so I'm asking you, I'm pleading with you, wake up, get up, rise up, call the Senate, call Congress, tell them no to deportations. No to Medicaid cuts. No to $4.5 trillion in tax breaks for the rich while we bury the working poor. So I ask you, join us at the PSC hearings on the 21st through the 23rd. Movement math tells us if you tell 5 people to tell 5 people to tell 5 people, now 125 people know. Go tell somebody. Scream it from the mountaintop. And then vote like your life depends on it, because someone's does. Forward together, not one step back. Forward together, not one step back. One more time. Forward together, not one step back. I love you and I mean it.
Not one step back. Not one step back. Not one step back. Now look. Our next speaker has never taken a step back, okay? She's my leader. She's your leader. She's the former House leader of your capital. Coming to the stage, Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams, hey.
No kings,
No kings. No kings. It is an honor to be here with you today. My question is, who's left in Atlanta if they're not here? But to the folks who are gathering in Athens and in Savannah, who are gathering in Kansas and in Ohio, who are gathering in Mississippi and in New York, we are in this together. I was recently listening to a podcast, and the commentator, Joshua Doss, said something that stuck with me. He said, it used to be that we were all headed to the same destination, we just had different routes. We all believed in the theory of democracy and what democracy could deliver, but we had some philosophical differences about how we were going to get there. Back when we had maps and not GPS, we were plodding along an atlas trying to figure out what was the best way to get there. But where we stand today, we're no longer fighting about the route. We're fighting about the destination. You see, on one side, you've got some proto-fascists who believe that where they should be is not where the rest of us are. You see, the route they want to take versus the route we want to take, we've always believed that the route that we should take, the route we should take to get to success is democracy. That if we are all moving together, we may move at a different pace. We may have a different reason. We may have a different way to get there, but the route we were going to take was democracy. We were going to use a pluralistic democracy, a multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-gender, multi-identity, multi-religious. We were going to have a democracy that looked like all of us. That was our route. But on the other side, they decided that the route they wanted to take was not democracy, but authoritarianism. What they want to do is they want to tell us that only some of us are going to get to be there. That they want to take our rights and our liberties. They want to deny our identities and our opportunities. That they want to aggregate their power and steal ours. They want to take the route of autocracy. But what I'm more concerned about is the destination. You see, the destination I have in mind, the destination this nation was built on, was a nation that sees all and serves all and stands for all. That's the destination. And yet we are living in a moment where ethno-fascists are in charge of the government, when Christian nationalists are making economic policy, when we have a secret police telling us who we are. Their destination is division. Their destination is destruction. And their destination is denied. We will not go back, and we will not let them turn us around. But the way we get there matters, and why we get there matters. I spent the last few months talking about the 10 steps. I know you had Becky Pringle up here. She gave you 7. I'm going to do 10 because I'm an overachiever. There are 10 steps to autocracy. There are 10 steps to authoritarianism, and we've got to recognize them if we want to fight them. It starts with an election, the last free and somewhat fair election that we're going to have. When once they win that election, the person who becomes the executive, the man who takes the power, because it's always a man, that man who takes the power decides he's going to expand it as much as he can, that he's going to ignore the Constitution and the rules and norms and morals and beliefs, that he's going to do what he can to take what he wants, but he's not doing it by himself. You see, step 3 is that he's got to weaken the other powers. You've got a complicit Republican Congress that has said that we are willing to give away our power so we can have proximity to his. You've got a Congress that has said that they refuse to do their jobs because they're afraid somebody might make them do their jobs. And then you've got a judiciary that has become complicit, that is issuing secret decisions, refusing to write their names as they rewrite the story of America. But then you get to step 4. Step 4 is once they've weakened competing powers and expanded executive powers, what they do next is they break government so it doesn't work for anybody. The government shutdown is not an accident. They don't want it to work, because you can't have a dictator if the people believe that the other folks are going to take care of them.
And so what you do is you break government so Social Security doesn't get to the people they need it. You break government so that people stop believing that if we stand together and work together and invest in each other, that government can work. You break it because we want people to think that democracy can't deliver. And then you get to step 5 when you would start to install loyalists. You put a podcaster in charge of the FBI. You put a commentator in charge of the Department of Defense. You put a snake oil salesman in charge of Health and Human Services. The person you put in charge of Homeland Security only knows security when she shoots her dog. You replace people who know what to do with people who only know what power looks like. And then you get to step 6, you start to attack the media and you attack the truth. Because it's hard to unite when we don't have a shared reality. And so you see Jimmy Kimmel losing his job and Karen Atia losing her job. But you also see PBS and NPR losing their funding because they don't want us to know what we know. They can tell a lie 1,000 times and make it sound like the truth. And they take over CBS, and they take over NBC, and they take over ABC, and they take over TikTok because they don't want us to know the truth because propaganda sounds better. Then you get to step 7. And step 7 is the most dangerous step because then you got to blame someone for the government you've broken, for the people you've hurt. And so you accuse transgender people of causing inflation. You say that immigrants are a scourge on our nation. You blame black pilots for having success. You go after the disabled and you go after the vulnerable. You go after DEI, not because you care about the letters, but because you despise the mission. Diversity means all people. Equity means fair access to opportunity. Inclusion means respect for belonging. They're not mad about the letters. They're mad about the mission. They're mad because they know that DEI is in our DNA. This is a nation built on DEI. This is a country that came into being saying that we are going to do better than our forebears so we can do better by our children. DEI is who we are, and that's why they go after it day after day, time after time, because you can't have a pluralistic democracy if you get rid of the plurals. Then you get to step 8, just in case folks like the ACLU try to sue and protect us, just in case labor unions unite to protect us, just in case universities try to teach us, just in case protesters try to show up and remind us of who we are. They go after step 8. They try to break civil society because they're preparing us for step 9. And step 9 is when they start to normalize violence. You see, I believe in the nonviolent revolution. Because it works. It is the only thing that has ever truly consistently worked. But instead of that, what they want us to do is believe that we're in danger if we speak up, that we're in danger if we aggregate, that if we assemble like the First Amendment tells us we can, that there's a problem. And so we have a paramilitary called ICE that's breaking into houses and arresting people, kidnapping folks off the streets. We have the National Guard occupying our country, occupying our cities. We have a military occupation of Washington, D.C., and if we heard that on the news anywhere else, we would be up in arms. And yet here in America, we're supposed to just take it as normal. We're supposed to believe that it's okay that we have the military invasion of Portland and Chicago, of Memphis, and of L.A., We're supposed to believe that it's normal to have a secret mass police roaming the streets of America. That's not normal. That's intentional. Because what they want us to do is to not notice that they've gotten to step 10. And the step 10 is when we end democracy for everyone. That's why Texas is redrawing its maps. That's why Missouri redrew its maps. That's why Georgia purged 400,000 people from its rolls. That's why they're trying to gut the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, because they want to break democracy forever. We're going to have elections. Russia has elections. Turkey has elections. Venezuela has elections. But if they already know who's going to win, what's the point of showing up? Their destination is to take our country from us. And if there are 10 steps to autocracy and 10 steps to authoritarianism, Atlanta, I'm here to tell you there are 10 steps to freedom and power. That's what we're here for. There are 10 steps to freedom and to power, to health care for all. There are 10 steps to protecting our patriots. There are 10 steps to protecting our democracy. There are 10 steps to protecting our right to control our bodies and control our futures and control our minds. We've got to commit, say commit. We've got to share, say share. We have got to organize, say organize. We've got to mobilize, say mobilize. We've got to litigate, say litigate. We have got to disrupt, say disrupt. We have got to deny them the ability to take our language, say deny. We have got to engage, say engage. We have got to elect, say elect. And when we get those 9 steps done, we are going to demand the nation we deserve. Say demand. Say demand. Say demand. We demand our freedom. We demand our power. We demand our freedom. We demand our power. We demand our freedom. We demand our power. We've got 10 steps to get there, 10 steps to get where we need to be. And it's going to take every one of us walking those steps together. We don't all have to do the same thing, but we've all got to do something. And if we take these 10 steps, if we do this work, then we will claim the destination of pluralism. We will claim the destination of democracy. And we will claim the destination of justice. And we will show them who we are. Thank you so much.
Yeah! Wow. That was amazing. That was amazing. Y'all are not shouting loud enough. That was Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams. Give it up. I love it. Y'all having fun? No kings. No kings. No kings. Next up, we have Mariah Parker for Playfair ATL. Give it up for Mariah.
ATL, how y'all doing? I said, how y'all doing? Are y'all feeling mighty? Are y'all feeling powerful? Are you ready to take back our democracy? All right, my name is Mariah Parker. I'm here with the Union of Southern Service Workers as well as Playfair ATL, a coalition of housing, immigration, and labor justice groups coming together to ensure that the World Cup here in Atlanta in 2026 is fair and equitable and serves all Atlantans, not just the wealthy few. Quick little survey. Who here remembers the 96 Olympics? Couple people. The 96 Olympics reshaped Atlanta, but at a heavy cost. Black communities were displaced, unhoused people were criminalized, and public funds benefited corporations instead of residents. So what I think I hear y'all saying is, y'all not trying to go back to 96. Are y'all trying to go back to 96? Or do you believe that the games here in Atlanta next summer can serve the working people of this city if we fight for it? We will not let history repeat itself, the World Cup or beyond. We know that these 8 games coming to Atlanta next summer each have the estimated impact of a Super Bowl. A Super Bowl, y'all. And who should that money go to? Who should that money go to? It's got to go to the people. It's got to go to the hardworking people who make this city run. If you're with me, let me hear you say, we make this city run. We believe that when the city hosts mega events like these and undertakes big projects like the World Cup, they should create good jobs, prioritize human rights, and protect immigrants, and strengthen, not divide, our communities. We can host a world-class World Cup that reflects our values: good jobs, better transit, environmental protections, immigrant and criminal justice, equity, and a fair city for everyone. That's why we need your help. Atlanta, we can't do it on our own. Are you with us? Atlanta, are you with us? Are you ready to fight for affordable housing, not criminalization? Are you ready to fight with us to end unhoused people? Are you ready to ensure labor rights for all workers involved in the games? And are you ready to fight alongside us to get ICE out of our city? And ensure that local businesses work with our coalition to ensure ICE-free zones. If you believe we can win all that, let me hear you say, I believe that we can win. And don't just talk about it, y'all, be about it. I need y'all to go to playfairatl.com and join our movement so we can make this games in this city what we know working people deserve. So that's, let me hear you say playfairatl.com. Now let me hear you make some noise if you're ready to get in this fight with us.
playfairatl.com. Now look, we've had Senator Warnock coming up. We had Stacey Abrams coming up. Next up, it is my pleasure for your Congressman, Congressman Hank Johnson. Let's go, Congressman.
Good afternoon, everybody. You know, we last got together for No Kings. And by the way, no kings. No kings. No kings. You know, we last got together about this king issue on Flag Day, June 14th, just 4 months ago. And it seems like it's been a year ago. So much has been happening. You know, No Kings, June 14th, was the march, or was the parade, the military parade with the tanks rolling down the streets of Washington, D.C. Y'all remember that parade? None of y'all were there, and nobody else was there either. And I was hoping that it was going to rain that night, but it didn't. But they proceeded on with it. Here we are 4 months later, we got the military invading the streets, not just of Washington, D.C., but across the country. No tanks rolling yet, but I can't guarantee what won't be happening 4 months from now. That's why it's so important that we're all gathered here today, and I can tell you the size of this crowd from the one 4 months ago is about 10 times the amount. Give yourselves a hand for showing up and showing out in Atlanta. Because in Atlanta, we don't recognize kings. Well, on second thought, though, we do have Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. We recognize that king, but we don't recognize any other kings here in Atlanta. That's because Atlanta, the city too busy to hate, has always been working towards the beloved community that Martin Luther King Jr. used to talk about, the beloved community. It was a community that looks like this one right here. I see all kinds of people in this community. And I don't know what your sexual orientation is, but you're included in it. And I don't know whether or not you are Democrat or Republican. And I know we got some Republicans here today because we got some folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene who's starting to change their minds about things. That's a good thing. We welcome all people into the blessed community. But this community looks like us. And that is what we must take away from today, is that we don't have a beloved community in the greater sphere of things among our so-called leaders. They're leading us in a different direction. Our direction is about eliminating racism and sexism. It's about eliminating poverty. And it's about eliminating militarism. Poverty is on the rise in this country. 200,000 of our fellow citizens used to work for the federal government 8 months ago. And by the end of this year, the goal is 350,000 gone. Our relatives, friends, and neighbors are those people who are hurting financially. And then while they're hurting financially, others have been laid off or furloughed due to this government shutdown. So people are hurting because prices had already been going up, continue to go up. And so poverty is on the rise, racism is on the rise, and militarism is on the rise in this country. But we, the beloved community, are here to stand for the principle that it's not going to happen. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let our democracy be destroyed. We have the courage to understand that there may be some difficult days ahead, and I predict that there will be. Things will get worse before they get better. But as long as we, the people, are together in our beloved community setting, we will win. No kings, no kings, no kings. Ladies and gentlemen, even though the tanks may end up rolling through the streets of this country, that's how deep and dark it might get, like Tiananmen Square. I remember that young man who stood in front of the tank. He was brave. He was fighting for a purpose. And he was willing to give his life for that purpose. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and others have fought and died not just for civil rights and not just for human rights, but for freedom, liberty, and justice for all. That is what America used to stand for, but it has never lived up to that expectation. It has never lived up to become the beloved community for everyone. That is our task, ladies and gentlemen, as we pick up the wreckage from this capitalist democracy that has not been the beloved community, where poverty, racism, and militarism is on the rise. We, the people, are the ones to create the beloved community, and we do it through love, compassion, nonviolence. Even though they predict that things are going to get out of hand at this rally today, no, they will not. We won't let it. I know that Dr. King is looking down on us now with the expectation that we will continue to march, we'll continue to sit in, we'll continue to freedom ride, we'll continue to protest, and we may not, like that young man standing in front of the tank in Tiananmen Square, we may not get to see the promised land, but we'll do everything in our power with every ounce of life that we have to make sure that our children and their children can live in the beloved community. Is it worth fighting for? Are y'all ready to fight? But don't get it twisted. Nonviolent, peaceful protest, that's what we're talking about. So let's have a great day as we march from this location down to the state capitol so that we can show all of those racists down there, that racist history that is monumented down there, that it's a new day. The beloved community is taking over, y'all.
Trump has got to go, hey, hey! Oh, oh! Donald Trump has got to go, hey, hey! Oh, oh! Donald Trump has got to go! Donald Trump has got to
I don't know. I didn't see it.
democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. What does democracy look like? This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. United will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. No king! No kings! No kings! No kings! No kings! No kings!
Are you by yourself? I'm with my neighbors.
I know that smell anyway.
Fuck Trump!
I don't like Donald Trump very much.
sorry.
See that?
That's fine.
¡Viva México! ¡Siga la vibra!
Bueno, pero porque las noticias son más grandes.
GOP-dos.
Es un país elegante también, pero no lo pueden.
Bueno, yo vine hace 45 años y tengo la doble
This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Hey, hey. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho.
Donald Trump has got to go.
Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Woo-hoo.
Now that would be cool. No practice now.
Donald Trump has got to go.
I'm a proud Asian American, a proud member of the LGBTQ plus community, and a proud Chicagoan. And I'm here as your MC today. What about this weather? Mother Nature said Chicago's going to have a great protest today. These have been challenging times, but it is so powerful to see so many of you here today in community. We are here because of our commitment to protect our communities from attacks from the federal administration. Now, I see some kids here, which is awesome. We don't know who the youngest person is, but we think we know who the oldest person is. There's a 107-year-old woman here named B. She's been active with the Chicago Teachers Union. She's been active with the Steelworkers Union. And she is saying no kings today. We are here to protect our communities from the attacks from the federal administration. We are here to say no to ICE. We are here to demand access to health care for our communities. We are here to demand a stop to the attacks against our queer and trans communities. We are here to protect the freedom of the press, the freedom of assembly, and freedom of speech. We are here to say, in these United States of America, there are no kings. Today, we are committed to nonviolent protests and de-escalation. Before we get to the speakers, a few housekeeping items. Please follow the safety marshals. They are the ones in the yellow vests. They are volunteers. Let's give them a shout. If you need medical attention, there's a medical tent in the north. There are also medical professionals walking around. Finally, if you see anyone who's getting arrested unlawfully, there are people in green hats from the National Lawyers Guild. Tell them or someone in the yellow safety vest, and they will be able to help you out. All right. We have some amazing people here today, and there are many people on the front lines. It has been incredible, inspiring to see people mobilize out there, joining rapid response groups, taking the Know Your Rights trainings, and just informing the communities. So you're going to hear from some of these folks today. Please join me in welcoming Erendira Rendon, the Vice President of Immigrant Justice at the Resurrection Project.
Buenas tardes. Yo me llamo Erendira Rendon, and I am with the Resurrection Project. I am a proud Mexican immigrant. Que viva Oaxaca. I really wish that I could stand here and talk to you from a place of power. I want to be able to tell you that what is happening right now to immigrants, to Mexicans, to Venezuelans, to Colombians, to Guatemalans, to Ecuadorian immigrants is not breaking us. But I cannot lie to you. This has been the most horrific month of our lives. Our dads and grandpas are being kidnapped for going to work to build American homes. Men with masks are breaking our windows and dragging them with machine guns pointed in their faces. Our moms are being kidnapped when they go to the grocery store, when they are dropping their kids off at school, when they are selling tamales to make a living. These moms are pleading with the masked men to let them go home to their kids. Rapid responders and everyday citizens are being intimidated, beaten, tear gassed, simply for recording, for honking their horns, for blowing a whistle. Our families, our dreams, the immigrant spirit to, despite all odds, make a better future for the next generation. It may feel like it is being crushed, but I am a dreamer. I know what it's like to come home when you are 5 years old and your dad is not there. And I am still standing.
Yes, you are.
And I am prouder than ever to be an immigrant. And I commit to continue to fight, but I need your help. Here's how you can help. Join a rapid response network. Visit, shop, eat in our towns, in our neighborhoods. Cicero, Hermosa, Belmont Cragen, Little Village, back of the yards. Elgin, Waukegan, Aurora. Donate to our organizations. Donate to the Resurrection Project. Donate to ICIRR. Donate to OCAD. Buy your whistle and take it everywhere you go. All of this will help, but we need it to stop. We need more than help. We need this to stop. So I am asking you to help us. Share the videos on social media. Make sure the world knows what is happening. Call your members of Congress and tell them this has to stop. Talk to your family who voted for Trump and tell them to call their members of Congress. Tell your boss. Tell the companies you work for to take action and say this has to stop. Public opinion is shifting, but we have to make it faster. So now, I have a favor to ask. Our people are at home right now, and they are in a lot of pain. So I'm wondering if you will repeat after me and send a message to them. Let's get started. So, dear immigrant. Dear construction worker. Dear tamalera. Dear car wash worker. Dear immigrant mom, dad, grandma, grandpa. kids. You are loved by your city. Chicago loves you. We are so sorry this is happening to you. But you have our promise that we will make it stop. Inmigrantes, Proyecto Resurrección está con ustedes. Lamentamos tanto lo que está pasando, pero saldremos de esto juntos. ¡Que viva los inmigrantes! Thank you.
Thank you, Erendira. Our next speaker has been working to protect all Chicagoans. He has signed executive orders to resist these attacks and these unlawful attacks from the federal government. Please join me in welcoming the mayor of the great city of Chicago, Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Well, are you all ready to defend this democracy? Are you ready to fight fascism? Are you prepared to destroy authoritarianism once and for all? Well, let the world hear you. No kings. Now listen, there are those in this country that have decided, after the behest of this president, to declare war on Chicago and American cities across this country. They have clearly decided that they want a rematch of the Civil War. But we are here to stand firm, to stand committed, that we will not bend, we will not bow, we will not cower, we will not submit to the authoritarianism that is coming down. I want to make this point emphatically clear, that the attempt to divide and conquer this nation will not prevail, because when the people are united, justice always prevails. Donald Trump is using ICE as his private, militarized, occupying force. The only other entities that are funded greater than ICE are the United States military and China's military. But we are saying emphatically clear, we do not want troops in our city. We will not allow our cities to be occupied. Now here's the last and final point. We have to be absolutely clear of not just what we're fighting for, but what we are looking to tear down. Donald Trump just shifted the largest concentration of upward wealth into the hands of the ultra-rich and large corporations in the history of this country. This is a fight for working people across this country and across this globe to stand up to billionaires in the interests of corporations. Now, there are some billionaires and corporate leaders that want us to have sympathy for them, and they have just received the greatest tax cuts at the expense of health care and housing and education and transportation and good-paying jobs. So here's what we need to do in this moment. If my ancestors as slaves can lead the greatest general strike in the history of this country, taking it to the ultra-rich and big corporations, we can do the same today. I'm calling on black people, white people, brown people, Asian people, immigrants, gay people from around this country to stand up against tyranny and to send a clear message to the ultra-rich and big corporations. We are going to make them pay their fair share in taxes to fund our schools, to fund jobs, to fund health care, to fund transportation. Democracy will live on because of this generation. Are you ready to take it to the courts and to the streets? Cities around the world, we are declaring that we will defend our democracy. We will defend our humanity. We will tear down tyranny, and we will do it together. God bless you all. God bless the greatest city in the world, the city of Chicago.
Let's give it up for Mayor Johnson. In addition to City Hall, we need fighters in Congress. This is a congressperson who has been fighting for transparency and fighting against the unlawful occupation of our cities. Please join me in recognizing and welcoming Jonathan Jackson, Congressman Jonathan Jackson.
We're here today because we've had enough of watching federal agents zip-tie women, zip-tie children, zip-tie hardworking Americans. We have seen far too many unmarked vehicles rolling around the streets of American cities, arresting people who are actually American citizens with no identification and no due process. And if anybody thinks that this gathering is about blowing off steam, they have grossly underestimated the severity of this moment. And better still, they have misunderstood the determination that we have not to allow this country to become a racist dystopia where cruelty destroys the rule of law. We did not come here to have a picnic. We came here to draw a line in the concrete. And if the enemies of democracy think that we are going quietly into the night, let them see the size of this gathering and remind them of who's really in charge. The last time I checked, this country exists by the people, for the people, and of the people. In fact, the last time I checked, the rights of individuals in America are not derived from the generosity of the state, but that comes rather from the hand of God. So let us hear today, because we come here, we refuse to hand this country over to a bunch of wannabe tyrants who are as mediocre as they are uninformed. Today we stand together for the kind of America that Reverend Martin Luther King died to make possible. And today we stand up for our diversity, for our equity, for our inclusion, because without it, this is a country that would be a meandering republic that only represents the needs of those who gorge themselves with money and power. How many times do we have to tell America that DEI is not a pathway to privilege for the few, but it is rather how this nation should seek to correct the mistakes of the many? So if anybody thinks that Donald J. Trump can take the words and the alphabet of DEI out of my mouth, they've got another thing coming. I will not shut up about it. This is a beautiful crowd. This is a composite nation. And I won't be quiet because diversity is the only treatment that has ever been successful in the fight against the cancer of racism. Walking away from diversity, I've said it before, is like turning your back on chemotherapy before the tumor has gone away. Nobody with any sense tries to get up and leave the operating table while their chest is still open and the doctor is still doing the surgery. And just this week, we saw how much America still needs the operating table. Ladies and gentlemen, I was at the Supreme Court on Wednesday to listen to the oral arguments of the Section 2 voting rights in Louisiana versus Callis. They are trying to turn back the hands of time. These conservative justices are poised to erase 160 years of progress. It is almost as if these people are not tethered to reality. Didn't they see what happened in Texas just a few months ago and how the Texas legislature erroneously erased the legislative districts simply because there were majority black and brown districts? There was no compelling interest to redraw those districts other than that folks that wanted to gerrymander so they could hold on to power. This is exactly what black folks and African Americans fought for and against 160 years ago. But let me tell you about diversity. When I was in the Supreme Court on Wednesday, there have been 116 justices in American history. There have only been 6 women who says we've had too much diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to protect the Voting Rights Act with every phone and every fiber in our body. The president said that he's trying to threaten Democrats and the American people to capitulate to his foolishness, or he would make draconian cuts to the services of the government of this nation. I can't speak for the rest of my colleagues, but I can tell you I'm not a child. Nobody can threaten me to get what they want. I'm too grown for that. If the President of the United States wants to sit down and act like an adult, then I'm sure the leaders of the Democratic Party are willing to meet him at the table. We're not going to kowtow and capitulate to threats. We are one America. If it means we have to come out and vote for our interests, we're going to do it. If it means we have to leave room in our struggle for joy, we're going to have joy. If it means we can't allow racism to change who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come too far. We've died too young. People have bled too much. We're too free. One man will not yield his will upon the American people. I love you. Keep hope alive.
Thank you so much, Congressman Jackson. Chicago, are we getting warmed up? When I say hands off, you say Chicago. Hands off. Hands off. Hands off. Keep this energy up. Next, you're going to hear from one of the lead organizers of this event, Indivisible Chicago. Kathy Tholen is one of the lead organizers, and this organization, Indivisible Chicago, has been causing a lot of good trouble in this city. After that, you'll hear from Ed Yonka, who is the communications director at ACLU of Illinois. And they've been an organization who's been leading a lot of the fights in the courts. Please join me in welcoming Kathy Tholen.
Good afternoon. I'm here to take 1 minute for a shout out for the volunteers and activists of Chicago. Let's hear it for the hundreds of volunteers from Indivisible Chicago who worked round the clock to make this all happen. To the safety marshals and the medics who are here to keep us safe. Yep. to the many volunteers from many organizations who are here today helping. We want to especially recognize our partners with Hands Off Chicago, the ACLU, and the more than 70 organizations co-sponsoring this event. There is only room for some of them on the stage today, but as you march, watch for others along the route who will be sharing information and music and art with you. It'll be great. As ICE and other federal agents continue to invade our neighborhoods and terrorize our neighbors, we want to say thank you to the multitudes of people in rapid response teams across the city. All of those working to document what's happening, and everyone who is providing help and support to our neighbors. And a special shout out to those who are keeping us all informed of what's really happening. In particular, the nonprofit and independent media on the streets every day, including Block Club Chicago, Unraveled Press, and The Tribe, to say a few. We need all of you to support them. And we want to recognize all of you. It takes all of us, but together we will stop the wannabe king. Please look for the Take Action QR codes along the march to tell you the important actions you can take tomorrow. Because when we organize, we win.
Good afternoon, Chicago. My name is Ed Yonka, and I am with the ACLU of Illinois, and I am so happy to stand with old friends, with neighbors, and with just complete strangers in defiant opposition to the policies of the current White House. You know, there's been a lot of talk from the White House and the president's sycophants over the past few days about these rallies. They have said that we and you hate America. They say that we and you hate American values. These are sad little people, because they will never understand that we are here because we love America and because we stand for American values. What we know is that the only way our country emerges from this dark time and the slide towards autocracy is by creating a democracy that actually works for each of us. We love our country enough to say no to masked, heavily armed ICE agents rampaging through our streets, firing off tear gas and threatening families and children who are part of our community. We love our country enough to say that no to the use of troops, whether military or federalized National Guard, in our city, in an attempt to force communities like Chicago to bend the knee to the politics of hate and division. We love our country enough to stand up for LGBTQ plus people, to protect basic health care for our transgender family members and friends, and to treat everyone as an equal. We love our country enough to stand up for the freedom of speech for all people. The power of the federal government should never be used to silence any voice, from a late-night comedian to a graduate student who simply signs an op-ed piece criticizing a foreign government. We love our country enough to insist that everyone follow the Constitution, including the president. to insist that the president cannot cut off funds provided by Congress on a political whim, whether it's gutting foreign aid or trying to dismantle Head Start. They say that dissent is the highest form of patriotism. My goodness, am I seeing a lot of patriotism today. When we stand together, we make clear this is what democracy looks like. But we know that this movement does not end in a courtroom. It does not end at a podium. It does not end at this rally today. Together, we must continue to take action, to act, to speak out, and to protect our neighbors. Together, from this place, starting today, we can breathe new life into the greatest words ever uttered in the English language. We, the people, in order to form a more perfect union. Let's get to work.
That's awesome. Thank you to Indivisible, and thank you to the ACLU for standing with us. We need fighters in all levels of government and also partnerships with other organizations. We have some people on stage with us who have been fighting the fight in various halls of government. Please join me in thanking, a round of applause for Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton. In addition to Congressman Jonathan Jackson, we also have Senator Dick Durbin up here as well. From Congress, we have Congressman Chuy Garcia, Jan Schakowsky, and Mike Quigley. Additionally, we have Cook County President Craig Winkle right here behind me as well. In addition, there are plenty of city aldermen, there are county officials, and state representatives. Please join me in thanking them for fighting the fight. Next, I have the honor of introducing Juliet de Jesus Alejandra. She's the executive director at Palenque LSNA. It's another organization doing the work on the ground. She's going to join us up here and recite a poem.
Buenas tardes. Hey. All right, my name is Juliet de Jesus Alejandra. I come from the northwest side of Chicago. Palenque LSNA is proud to be a part of the networks of ICER and OCAD and Access to Justice. We are part of hundreds of community organizations across the state doing rapid response work. Just regular people being bold and courageous in very simple ways every day. What Trump did not understand is that he has awakened a love in us that's bringing us across our segregated communities. So before I start, I want you to start with me. Can you say, I love Chicago? I fucking love Chicago. I fucking love Chicago. Yes. Woo! That's not it. Hold on. I have never loved my city more than I do now. Every block, every tiendita, street vendor. Every block, every tiendita, street vendor. Child going to school. Every father in a work truck. Every viejita and viejito is my grandparents. Every scared yet miraculous mother is me. Every neighbor coming out with a whistle. I am the father taken on his way to work, the young girl with those eyes of terror that just wanted to speak to her brother before van doors closed. The family at Millennium Park and the one on 47th, and I'm the kids left behind on the road. I am the one who got ran over and stuffed in a trunk with no medical attention by a demon. And the señora who got away, perhaps hiding in some backyard until the coast was clear. I'm the one shopping at the fruteria by my old grammar school and got kidnapped by 12 men pointing assault weapons at my heart. I am the phantom whose only trace is an abandoned car or tamal cart. I too am everyone coordinating, organizing, texting their comrades, blinded by tears. Every person beeping their horns, everyone who runs out and films or screams. I'm that person who picked up the tear gas canister and threw it back at the Nazi on Armitage Avenue. And I'm that guy on Fullerton who yelled, "Block their asses in!" I'm that food delivery guy on the bike that got away that Sunday. And I am also Marimar Martinez. And each black and brown baby in that South Shore building who was zip-tied in their jammies as evil men lined up their parents to be stolen. And the black woman who yelled, "Te quiero, Pepe," as the military men disappeared her friend or lover at pre-dawn. The guy on the west side who got choked out in Garfield Park, and everyone who understood in that very moment that they're coming for us all. I am senadoras running to warn their neighbors, wearing heels, and alder women protecting their patients in Humboldt Park. The women in my community who call each other to tell each other that the path to the laundromat or their baby's school is clear for now. The folks taking groceries and medicine, and forever the rapid responders, the rapid responders, the rapid responders. I'm in awe of you every moment of every day. For everyone finding you ways to be brave and teeny tiny ways that add up. Medic, we need a medic right in front. Yep.
Excuse me, we need a medic up in the front near the black tent, near the tent. There's someone with an orange hat who is waving. We need a medic up front. Thank you so much for your help, folks.
We take care of each other. Okay. Thumbs up over there? Are they being attended? Okay. Almost done. We need more like that. Yeah? Join us. Take up a corner. Blow a whistle or yell. Check on your neighbors. Show up after school to make sure the babies are okay. I love Chicago in my bones now. Te amo un chingo, like my Mexican comadres say. Let's walk one another home. I love us so fucking much. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet, and also again, thank you for your help again earlier. Next, you're going to hear from the CEO of Equality Illinois, the state's LGBTQ plus civil rights organization. Please join me in welcoming Shannon Lynn Parker.
All right, hey y'all. So y'all ready for me to sing America the Beautiful? Well, keep waiting because I'm not here singing today. So, just like you, I am here because I love America. I love this country enough to raise my voice against injustice and tyranny. But here's the thing. We are at the point where no one is coming to save us. Our path forward will not be neat. Medic, someone needs a medic over there. Got it? All right. Y'all ready? They taken care of? Not yet. That's okay. You're welcome. All right. So like I just was saying, as you see right now in real time, our path forward will not be neat or tidy. And it is no longer protected by the guardrails of the Constitution. Because to this administration, that document has become an inconvenience, an obstacle to their growing hunger for absolute control. But here's the thing. If you could only see yourselves as I do right now, if you could only look out at this vast sea of courage, because all I see is power. The power of the people. People who, in spite of the risk it took to be here and the uncertainty of what might follow when we march, return home, and face the days ahead, you still chose to show up. These are frightening times, but I'm going to tell you something. I am not afraid. And if you are, that's all right, because fear is human. But be more afraid of what happens if we allow this march towards authoritarianism to continue unchecked. Be more afraid for your children, children who may grow up numb to oppression, conditioned to believe that shrinking freedom is normal, because to them it will simply be another day. Be more afraid of what happens not 6 months from now, but in 6 weeks, as this administration nears 1 full year of rule by intimidation and deceit. I stand here today and I say boldly and proudly, I am not a domestic terrorist. But what I am is an amazing, proud black trans woman. I stood in allegiance with my little hand over my heart, just like millions of children across this nation. I am no threat. I grew up in the south suburbs of Chicago, in a diverse community built by veterans who dreamed of peace and prosperity. I am the progeny of a woman born only 88 years after slavery, that unforgivable crime that this nation still tries to bury. Raised in Philadelphia, Mississippi, the hotbed of civil rights movement, where 3 young men, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner, were murdered for trying to register black citizens to vote. The very Voting Rights Act that they and so many others died for, were lynched for, and is now being dismantled under the name of redistricting. And you, no matter where you stand politically, we need a medic. We need a medic. Medic. Got it? Cool. All right. And you, no matter where you stand politically, know this to be true. This country has no kings. We are not ruled by monarchs, or royal decree. Because when those in power weaponize the shutdown of government, not to negotiate, but to smoke out the most vulnerable, like one would drive someone from their own home to reveal who they truly are, they will not save your farms. They will not save your pensions. They will not save your medical care. Their goal is to starve the very people who make this nation work. But we are the people, and those closest to pain should be closest to power. Before I leave you, I want to say this. The old formulas will not save us now. The solutions are not simple or safe. It is time for us to stand together, to organize, to defend our neighbors fiercely, and to document injustice. Peaceful disruption. Make your voices heard, louder than the noise that seeks to silence you. And by all means, keep making it hard for them to get away with this. Let them know we see you. We will not turn a blind eye. We will not capitulate. We will continue to speak. And we will continue to vote. And we will continue to rise. Thank you all.
Give it up one more time for Equality Illinois CEO, Shannon Lynn Parker. Next, we have one of our champions in the labor movement. Join a union today. Please get up for our friend in labor, Bob Ryder, the president of the Chicago Federation of Labor.
Can you all hear me in the back? Oh no, I'm going to say hands up, hands off, hands off, hands off. My name is Bob Ryder. I am president of the Chicago Federation of Labor. The CFL represents 300 unions that represent 500,000 working people right here in the hometown of the American labor movement, Chicago, Illinois. And I'm here to deliver a message to Donald J. Trump. You ready, Donnie boy? Get your tiny little hands off of Chicago! Donald Trump is a joke. His tariffs are jacking up prices and screwing the economy. His attack on labor, his attack on unions, he's destroying the freedoms that workers have to fight for their rights on the job. He's shredding our public services and firing thousands of dedicated union members in the federal government. That makes us less safe. That makes us less secure. And by God, it makes us less free. And we're not going to stand for it. And this insane government shutdown, Trump and his merry band of MAGA morons in the U.S. House of Representatives, they don't want to help people get health care. It's that simple. This guy holds the lowest approval rating in modern history. Way to go, Donnie boy. Donald Trump thinks he's a king. Donald Trump is a goof. And he doesn't want us here calling him out. And his sock puppet, Mike Johnson, is out there running his mouth. And I got to tell you what, Mike Johnson, you know what you need to do? Release the Epstein files. But here's the reality. There's nothing more American than peaceful protest. There's nothing more American than fighting for your rights. And there's nothing more American than fucking Chicago. That's why our city is under attack by the federal government, because Trump knows if he can break Chicago, he can break any city. Well, here's some news for you, Donnie boy. You'll never break Chicago's spirit, ever. Look at this crowd. It screams solidarity. That's right. This is our country. That's our flag. You see that? That's our flag. The fight for workers' rights is the fight for immigration. The fight for civil rights is the fight for economic. The fight for health care is the fight for one another. And we stand together to say, we love America, and we don't want any twice impeached, convicted, felon, multiple bankruptcy, sexual predator, wannabe kings in our country. So Donald Trump, I want to make sure that you hear this loud and clear. Stay the fuck out of my city. Stop terrorizing our immigrant workers. And stop abusing our government. And I'm going to say the first part, you're going to say the second part. Donald Trump, hands off.
Give it up for Bob Ryder, everyone. All right. It is my honor to bring someone who needs no introduction. Congresswoman Delia Ramirez is a fierce advocate who recently gave Kristi Noem a draft resignation letter. She is the daughter of Guatemalan immigrants and a champion for our communities in Washington. Please give a big, warm welcome to Congresswoman Delia Ramirez.
Buenos días, Chicago! Buenas tardes. So listen, I come from organizing, so we start with a chant. When I say people, you say? When I say people, you say power. People! People! When I say people, you say power. People! That's exactly right. May that powerful voice be heard from here to Washington, D.C. and every corner of this country. We need a medic somewhere, I think. Are we good? Do we need a medic to the right? Oh, they're cheering for me. Okay. Listen, community comes first. Well, let me say this. It is so good to be with all of you today when we say no kings, never, not today, not tomorrow, not ever. And at a time when the Supreme Court has declared that my mere existence is a threat and target, let me tell you, I will unapologetically affirm that I am the proud daughter of Guatemalan immigrants. Now, let me say that again in case the president and Noam didn't hear. I'm going to say it again. I am the proud daughter of Guatemalan immigrants, and I will never be ashamed of my roots. Not Trump. Medic. Now we need a medic. Right here to the right, here, the guy in the salmon orange. We're good? We're good? So folks, look, they're trying to do everything they can to break our spirit. But you and I have shown up here. Some of you have been here for a couple hours, haven't you? Some of you may have not drank enough water, so drink some more water right now. But what I want to make sure that you hear is that not Trump, not Noam, not Stephen Miller, not Tom Homan, or any criminal member of this administration will break us ever. You see, I am a daughter of immigrants who, like so many of our neighbors, sacrificed everything to give their children a chance at a dignified life. I stand on their shoulders, and they didn't make me or raise me to be afraid of tyrants. And you're not afraid of tyrants either, are you? So yes, I will unapologetically defend our immigrant community, the families who have enriched our American culture, the workers who keep our economy going, the children who are our nation's future and might make the next president of the United States. The immigrants who have become public enemy number one in Donald Trump's cruel, xenophobic, racist agenda are here to say hell no to wannabe kings. And if I'm being honest with you, immigrants who, as far as I'm concerned, are more American than the fascist traitor pedophile sitting in the White House right now. You have heard it again and again today. Our democracy is under attack by a wannabe dictator who over the last 9 months has thrown everything to us, trying to break us. Trump, Noam, and the ICE Gestapo police are doing everything they can to destroy our constitutional rights, to force us to accept authoritarian takeover of our country. They want to normalize violence. They want to normalize cruelty. They want us to be okay with what they're doing so that you won't question what they do next. But let me be very clear to Donald Trump and all those criminals. You will not break the city of Chicago ever. Ever. They want us to bend the knee, but I want you to look around and I want you to say to your neighbor to your left, no king. And I want you to look to your neighbor to the right and you say, I fight for justice for all. So let me say this. I see resilient people. I see a diverse crowd. I see people who are unwilling to be broken by this fascist government. And we will not be broken. We will not lose hope. We will organize, mobilize, agitate to make sure that this government understands that we are for the people, by the people. So Chicago, como dice mi mamá, Chicago, let me hear you. Are you ready to stand up and fight back? So what are you going to do when the ICE Gestapo police try to kidnap your neighbors? Stand up, fight back. That was practice. We're going to do it again. What are you going to do when the ICE Gestapo police try to kidnap your neighbors? Stand up, fight back. What are you going to do when they try to silence dissent, criminalize protests, and erode our civil rights? Stand up, fight back. What are you going to do when Trump tries to declare martial law and end free and fair elections? Stand up. And what will you do when Donald Trump tries to declare himself king? Stand up, fight back, and you say hell to the no. Stand up, fight back. Eso es lo que vamos a hacer nosotros todos los días. That is what we're going to do. And so I want to introduce to you someone that is standing up and fighting back with so many of our leaders here in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois, because we understand the collective solidarity that we need in this moment. We understand that we have to keep showing up for each other, and we have to make sure that they understand that they won't break us. And someone who has been leading in that fight with us is our very own Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Hello, Chicago! We are here today to defend a principle that has defined America since its founding. The belief that tyranny in any form must be resisted by the people of conscience. Especially here in Chicago, we will never surrender. Throughout history, we've learned that tyranny doesn't arrive with dramatic proclamations. Most times it comes quietly, wrapped in the language of law and order, with fingers pointed at someone who doesn't look like you, promising safety while demanding that we sacrifice our neighbors. Today, we're here to say with one voice that there is an existential threat to our constitutional republic. This is not a political choice. This is a moral imperative. The reality here in Chicago is this. Black and brown people are being rounded up because of the color of their skin. Zip-tied. Wondering if their parents will ever return. And here's what concerns me the most: the normalization of it all. When we accept the idea that the color of your skin is probable cause to detain you, that the government should have unlimited power to round up and imprison people without due process, that Trump can build a massive enforcement apparatus with no constitutional limits, well, then we erode the foundations that protect all of us. Chicago, is that okay with you? History teaches us that powers granted in the name of security are rarely relinquished. The precedents that we set today become the justifications for tomorrow's abuses. When we allow tyrannical policies against any group, we make tyranny possible against every group. Chicago, is that okay with you? We are here today at this rally because Donald Trump and Stephen Miller are already coming for the immigrants and for black and brown people and for LGBTQ people and for their political opponents. The famous The famous Martin Niemöller poem, First They Came, concludes with the words, "Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me." What Trump didn't count on is Chicago coming together to stand up for freedom and individual rights, for American values, because we love America. Trump and Stephen Miller tried to stop us from rallying today by calling us names. Do we care if they call us names? And they're threatening still to bring military troops into Chicago, claiming there's an insurrection here. Is this an insurrection? It's because peaceful democratic resistance is always scary to authoritarians. And Chicago is known for our peaceful resistance, for labor rights and for civil rights. Going all the way back to the 1850 Fugitive Slave Act, requiring cities like ours to capture and return black people fleeing slavery, the city council said no. The people of Chicago said no. Communities of everyday Americans banded together to protect those who had fled slavery, hoping to find freedom in Chicago, because we in Chicago are not afraid to stand up for fundamental American values. Now, the vast majority of Chicagoans are here because our ancestors fought to escape from tyranny. And another great portion of Chicagoans were brought to this country in shackles and had to fight for their literal freedom. Resistance and survival are in our American blood. Today, we are resisting more than just Donald Trump's attacks on democracy, and he knows it. Trump is panicking about the growing public backlash to his broader agenda. His tariff taxes are costing average American families between $2,400 and $4,800 per year. Illinois soybean farmers are losing billions and going bankrupt because of Trump's trade war. And so are small businesses. And he defunded programs to reduce crime and is canceling food assistance and medical care for the middle class and working class and our most vulnerable. People are here today standing up for our constitutional rights and our economic freedom, and that is what resistance looks like. And you know, resistance starts with refusing to normalize cruelty. Resistance means choosing solidarity over fear. It means recognizing that an attack on free speech, on immigrants' rights, on due process is an attack on everyone's rights. It means understanding that we're either building a society based on human dignity or one based on domination. Which is it? Human dignity. History will judge us by where we choose to stand right now, today. Future generations will ask, what did we do when fellow human beings faced persecution, when our rights were being abridged, when our Constitution was under attack? They'll want to know whether we stood up or we stayed silent, whether we chose compassion.
Medic.
Do we get it? We need a medic over here. Thank you for looking out for each other. Folks, tyranny requires your fear, your silence, and your compliance. Democracy requires your courage. And tyranny depends on good people doing nothing. It requires us to accept the unacceptable, to rationalize the irrational, to normalize the abnormal. But tyranny also fails when ordinary people refuse to cooperate, when they say no kings and they mean it. So Donald Trump, stay the hell out of Chicago. The fight against tyranny isn't won or lost in one protest. It's won in countless daily decisions to stand for justice, to refuse cruelty, to defend human dignity. It's won when we recognize that none of us are free until all of us are free. So say it with me. We love America. We love Chicago. And Donald Trump, stay the hell out of our city. Thank you very much.
Let's give it up.
Unbreakable commitment to protecting every patient is absolutely necessary to heal us in this moment when we are battling the fascist cancer taking over our democracy. So let's give it up for nurses. I also want to share that I am a proud immigrant. Just a little personal story. My mother and I immigrated to the Bay Area from India when I was a child, and we became U.S. citizens through her grueling work to build a better life for us, which is the experience of many immigrants. Many people aren't actually aware of the dedication, resources, and time it takes to pursue a path to legal status or citizenship. Just as many immigrants today are pursuing a path to legal status in the courts, they are being kidnapped by ICE. It took my mother and I nearly 10 years to finally reach the point for being called for an interview for citizenship. Unfortunately, that interview was scheduled exactly 2 weeks after the horrific 9/11 attacks in 2001. We were so nervous we wouldn't pass our interview and become citizens because of the racism and hate that followed the 9/11 attacks. At that time, the hate was so pervasive against people of color, my own neighbors were vandalizing our home, our car, calling us terrorists, and sending threatening messages to leave this country. We felt so scared and abandoned. Today, I am filled with so much hope and inspiration because we are not abandoning our neighbors who are the victims of this fascist administration's divisive agenda. We are outraged to see families and workers being kidnapped by ICE in places of worship, education, and healing, disappeared into the most inhumane conditions, and their families can't even find information about where they are. Our mass movement of working people for all backgrounds is appalled that ICE is abducting American citizens, zip-tying children, attacking journalists, and storming into our hospitals armed for war. Are we going to allow this to continue? That's right. There was no question that our union would help lead the charge today. Nurses vow to protect public health. That means standing up to a president who wants to be king, an administration of corrupt loyalists, and all of their billionaire buddies. As Kathy said, the society that they are trying to build is sick. California is home to nearly 200 billionaires, while more than 7 million residents can't even meet their basic needs. They go hungry, they go without housing, they suffer without medical care.
The billionaires' greed never stops, though. To get even richer off of our backs, the billionaire class has seized control of the U.S. government. While they ram through a fascist agenda, they know that their biggest threat is an organized working class. They are trying hard to divide us, to make immigrants, trans people, or people who don't match their values the scapegoat. They are trying to crush resistance by rolling back all our protections, including public health protections, union rights, freedom of speech, and the right to due process. We even have Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff, who has benefited greatly from subsidies to do business in San Francisco, by the way, calling for Trump to send in the National Guard. This is an intentional move to block our power as working people. But we are all out here to show them that the resistance is strong. Are we going to let billionaires sell us out to fascists? That's right. Coming together today is not just about no kings as presidents. It is about not letting billionaires define our society. In less than a year, they have largely dismantled democracy as we knew it because we have not been disruptive enough to instill fear in them. At the end of the day, it is our work that makes the world go round, not theirs. To heal this nation, we are all going to channel the power of union nurses, which means that in an emergency, we're not going to freeze. We are going to fight. And we must be bold in our demands. While we are fighting to preserve health care, including gender-affirming and reproductive care, to protecting immigrants from ICE terrorists, protecting our democratic freedoms, we must also be clear about the kind of future that we want. We demand a world of Medicare for all, where we abolish ICE. We demand retirement security, fair wages, and safe working conditions for all people. Taking back our democracy means that we, the people, not the billionaires, set the agenda. That means creating a society and government to deliver what working people need, not corporate profit. Throughout history, there have been other democracies sliding into authoritarianism that made a U-turn. But we know that history has shown us that the turnaround is far more successful when there is an organized mass working class movement like here today. It is not easy. No one is coming to save us, but even the billionaires know their agenda is no match for our full collective power. So California, are we going to stay united and fight? Are we all going to take action to counter the right-wing power grab by voting yes on Prop 50? That's right. We are going to continue rising up by the millions to make sure that the billionaires know that when you take on one of us, thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Puneet, and thank you, National Nurses United, for your leadership today.
We're going to do a couple more chants to get us all really excited. When I say X group of people, I'm going to say when workers are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. When nurses are under attack, what do? When all of us are under attack, what do? When healthcare is under attack, what do? When labor is under attack, what do? When our city is under attack, what do? All right. Now I have the pleasure of introducing one of my personal heroes, Lorena Gonzalez. Lorena has dedicated her career to expanding workers' rights through organizing, politics, and legislation, from transforming the San Diego region as head of the San Diego Imperial County's Labor Council to passing landmark labor laws in the State Assembly, to her historic leadership at the California Federation of Labor Unions. Lorena has relentlessly championed the cause of the working class. So let's welcome Lorena Gonzalez, President of the California Federation of Labor Unions.
So brothers and sisters and siblings, are there any union members in the crowd today? I didn't hear you. That wasn't loud enough. Are there any union members in the crowd today? My name is Lorena Gonzalez, and I'm proud to represent the 2.3 million union members in California, 1,300 different locals from every type of work, from janitors to pilots to nurses to teachers to firefighters. We know that working class folks have to stick together, right? So in the labor movement, there's this famous song. It's from back in the day, but there's this famous song, and they ask, which side are you on? And I think there's never been a time in history when we have to ask ourselves and each other and our neighbors and our family members, which side are you on? Are you on the side of Donald Trump and his... No. And his incompetent cabinet members, people, or are you on the side of the people of California and America who need to fight back? Are you on the side of big insurance companies, health insurance companies, and hospitals that are keeping us from having our care? Or are you on the side of hardworking nurses and patients who need access to universal health care? Are you on the side of the religious right that has decided that there should be hatred among all of us just because of somebody you love or how you identify? Or are you on the side of every single person who's in this park, no matter what they want to do with their lives, who they want to love, or how they want to identify? And I have to say, as a daughter of an immigrant, this one's important to me. Are you on the side of fucking ICE? Fuck no! Or are you on the side of immigrants who are hardworking and every day showing up, paying their taxes, sending their kids to school, being part of the fabric of our society? Can we get a fuck ICE? Thank you. So it's a simple question. Are you on the side of the tech bros and the billionaires and the people who want to take away every ounce of hope that working people have in this country? Or are you on the side of each other? So we've done a lot of rallying. I'm glad to be here today in San Francisco for this No Kings rally. It is important to come together and make sure that Washington, D.C. knows which side we're on, to make sure they know we're not going to be scared by their threats, that we're not going to hide in fear as they say they're going to come after us. That's important. It's important to continue to do that. But here in California, there's one more thing you can do. You can vote. So we have this little thing called Proposition 50 on the ballot right now. It doesn't cure every problem. I'm not going to pretend it does. I'm not going to pretend that just electing some more Democrats is really going to help the working man and woman necessarily. But I do know this. I know that this president needs some fucking fucking guardrails, and there's one thing I can do, and that is turn in my ballot for Prop 50, vote yes, get it in early, get some guardrails around that tyrant. Do you promise me you're gonna vote? All right. I'm gonna end with a chant that I know you guys know. This is what's important. They want to silence us. They want to demoralize us. They want us to be afraid. I don't know who your father is. Oh, okay. If Donald Trump's your father, I'm sorry for you. Sorry. Fuck Donald Trump. But, all right. Lost my track of mind. Look at me. I thought I said something about his dad. I didn't know what that was. So we're going to do a little chant, because we know one thing. Despite them wanting to demoralize you, silence you, they want to scare you, they want to make you believe you don't have power, we know we have power. We know we have collective power. That's what the labor movement has all been about. That's what people power has always been about. So we have one thing to do, and that's fight back. Because when we fight, louder, when we fight, let's go win.
All right, aren't we so blessed to have so many amazing female leaders in our movement? I know that's right. Because when women are under attack, what do? That's right. So next we're going to introduce Arthur Wolf. Arthur is a leader in 5051 SF, which is one of the anchor organizations of today's event, alongside Indivisible SF. Indivisible, where you at? Can I get some woo? And NNU, thank you so much for helping organize today. So let's welcome Arthur Wolf.
Hello, San Francisco! My people, how are we doing today? Let's take a moment to take this all in. It's an absolutely beautiful sight looking out at you. Standing here, watching all of us together, standing in solidarity with one thing in mind. We have no kings. The last 9 months have been an absolute whirlwind of bad news, oppression, and increasing attacks on our civil liberties. Some of our communities have been targeted and hurt more than others. But an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. We may not see eye to eye, but this moment in history calls, it begs for our communities to come together and fight for what we have left and fight for the world that we want to live in. I remind you that we have fought fascism before and we have won. We have fought authoritarianism and we have won. We are desperately fighting for the very soul of America, and we will win. History is littered with the names of these mediocre men who try to control people like you and people like me. They have all failed spectacularly. They fear us because we demand accountability. They fear-monger about us because they want to undermine our progress. They want us silent. Are you going to be silent? No. They want us submissive. Are you going to be submissive? No. Because these regimes, they thrive in an apathetic society. They rise to power when the majority stays silent and stays complacent until it is too late to stop them. We will not remain silent. We will not be submissive. We are San Francisco. We are the Bay Area. We are gonna fight back. And we are gonna win. So now you know you're thinking, Arthur, you're talking a big game. What's the plan? What can I do? How do I get involved? Congratulations, step one, you're here. Are you here? Because I can't hear you. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. Now, we need to channel our energy. We need to take this enthusiasm and we need to affect the change that we so desperately need. Targeted boycotts. We know they work. Stop giving these billionaires your money. They are turning it around and they are hurting you with it. Target, Tesla, Amazon, Facebook. Fuck them. You take the fight and you take it to their pocketbooks. That's the only thing they care about. We are taking down the billionaire class. Not for this weekend, not for a month, indefinitely. Yeah. Sign up with a group and do the work. Join 5051, if you don't mind. Join Indivisible, Bay Resistance, Working Family, Democratic Socialists of America, AROC, PYM. Your union can get you to work. Get in your community, do the work, volunteer, be the change you want to see. Run for office. Stop wasting your votes on candidates that are not prioritizing your best interests. Elections only matter if the people we're sending to serve us are doing their job. Are they doing their job right now? What do we want? I should have thought that one through, to be honest. My bad, guys. We do want a lot of things, thank you. Your vote does matter. When you do not exercise your right to vote, you are willfully giving away your ability to affect change. Today is just the start. And sadly, I don't have all the time in the world to give you an Activism 101 class. I would, but they're getting ready to pull me off as is. I'm getting side-eye from the side stage. Sorry, I lost my place. We have more information on how to get involved at indivisible.org/no-kings2/actions. We were supposed to have a graphic. Sorry, guys. Google it, please. Or not Google it, the other ones. Sorry. It's a phrase. There are also people walking around. I'm not entirely sure if they're in the crowd or if they're still on the avenues, but we have people with call to action signs. They have QR codes. It will take you to the website. Please get involved. Thank you. Just remember, look around. You are not alone. Do not let anyone tell you that you cannot affect change, because we can and we will. Lastly, this week, Mr. Trump couldn't keep our city's name out his mouth. Luckily for us, we have been preparing. We know he wants to institute the National Guard on our streets. Are we gonna let him? Are we gonna let him? Honestly, I kind of want a hell no, but... So are we gonna let him? The day we know that the National Guard is coming to San Francisco, the plan is to meet at Embarcadero Plaza, 5 p.m. We are gonna take the streets! Because San Francisco, we will not remain silent. We will not be submissive. We will fight back and we will win. It has been a great honor to speak to you today. Thank you so much for having me. Keep it going for the next person.
Thank you, Arthur. That was amazing. And thank you, 5051 and Indivisible San Francisco, for co-hosting today's event. So are we going to let kings into our city? What about our state? What about our country? And are we going to pass Prop 50 by November 4th? Yeah, I know, that's right. So now I'm so honored to bring our next guest to the stage. And you know who it is? It's Dr. Angela Davis. Yeah. As I'm sure you know, Angela Davis is an educator, an organizer, and she is a visionary. She is known internationally for her work to combat all forms of oppression in the U.S. and abroad. She's an organizer who has provided leadership to the Black liberation, the feminists, the queer, and the prison abolitionist movements. Woo! She's amazing. Yeah, let's get some moves for that. She's been in this movement for more than 50 years. Are you all going to be here in 50 years fighting? Yeah. So let's give a warm welcome for Dr. Angela Davis.
Good afternoon, San Francisco. You are a beautiful sight, and I don't think I can imagine a more beautiful sight than all of us gathered here in San Francisco this afternoon, and all over California, and all over the U.S. to say we actively refuse to be complicit with the illegal actions of the U.S. government. In our magnificent multiplicity, we say no, no, no. We refuse to be in complicity with fascism. We are people of all racial backgrounds. We are people of all genders. And this includes Black trans women. And let me say, Miss Majors, you are here in spirit with us this afternoon. We are workers. We are unionized workers. Thank you, Nurses United and the California Nurses Association. And we are union organizers. We are teachers. And we are domestic workers. We are all citizens of the world. regardless of whether we have documents. We are people who have been in prisons, jails, detention facilities, and many remain incarcerated but are here with us in spirit. And let us not forget those who would be here but for the presence of ICE. And so all of us, whoever we are people who believe in freedom. People who believe in freedom, and we who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Trump, I hate even mentioning his name. He may have won the last election, but let us remember that more people did not vote for him that actually cast their vote for him in the election. He would not have won if not for the support of the billionaire capitalists. Elon Musk and the major tech capitalists genuflected before power and decided to stand with Trump, authoritarianism, and with all of those who are on the wrong side of history. So we are here to say that we want ICE and the National Guard out of our community. We stand in solidarity with undocumented immigrants. We are all citizens of the world, whether we have papers or not. And we are here to say that we are in solidarity with the Palestinian people. And that a ceasefire is not enough. We want an end to the ongoing violence of the Israeli occupation. We want freedom and self-determination in Gaza and the West Bank. And so we are here to say no to racism and no to anti-Semitism and no to the weaponization of anti-Semitism to attack those who stand against genocide. We stand for reproductive justice, the right to abortion, reproductive care, trans justice, and the right to resources for the children we choose to welcome into our lives. And we stand with the people of Haiti and the people of Sudan and the people of Congo and every other place on the planet where there is a fight against capitalism, against empire, and against settler colonialism. We stand with those who support science, public education, and free universities. And we want to join the rest of the planet in combating the dangers of climate change. The dangers of climate change for human as well as non-human animals. And finally, we stand with abolitionists and freedom fighters of the world, and with everyone who not only seeks to dismantle unjust systems, but who is imagining and actively creating new and habitable futures. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Thank you.
How amazing was that? Yes! Thank you, Dr. Davis. Are we gonna let ICE terrorize our community in our city? No. Can we get a fuck ICE? And when immigrants are under attack, what do we do? Yeah. So next, I'm really excited to introduce Abdi Soltani. He's the Executive Director of the ACLU of Northern California. During his tenure, he has pursued long-term priorities to deepen the ACLU's presence in the California Central Valley and elevate ACLU's voice on state policy at the California Capitol. I know we're all grateful for ACLU's leadership right now in the fight back. So let's welcome Abdi.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, San Francisco, can you hear me? Hello, California, can you hear me? Hello, United States of America, can you hear me? My fellow Americans, can you hear me? I'm Abdi Soltani with the ACLU of Northern California. From the streets of Los Angeles to the fields of the Central Valley, to the immigrant detention centers in Louisiana, and to the immigration court just a few blocks from here in San Francisco, we stand shoulder to shoulder with each and every one of you to defend the rights of every person under the Constitution of the United States, citizen and non-citizen alike. Over the next year, you will hear a lot about the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And as we retell the events of the American Revolution, let us be clear that Donald Trump plays the part not of George Washington, but of King George III. In the Declaration of Independence, American revolutionaries listed the repeated injuries and usurpations that compelled them to found this nation, and they submitted those facts before a candid world. We have our own facts of the abuse of power by Donald Trump, his administration, and his ministers, and we submit those facts before a candid world. And when I list each one of our grievances, I'm going to ask you if you consent, and you tell me your answer. Donald Trump and his administration have dispatched swarms of masked officers in unmarked vans to abduct people from our streets with no regard to the Fourth Amendment. Do you consent? No! They have deployed among us in times of peace the National Guard and standing armies without the consent of our governors. Do you consent? No! They have detained and deported our neighbors and fellow Americans and arrested immigrants at their court hearings with no regard to due process. Do you consent? No! They have sought to end the nation's promise of birthright citizenship with no regard to the promise of the 14th Amendment. Do you consent? No! They have passed new legislation to take away from our fellow Americans the health care, that is so vital to our lives, our liberty, and our pursuit of happiness. Do you consent? They have suppressed the free speech of comedians by targeting broadcasters, and of students by targeting them for deportation. My fellow Americans, do you consent? So that is why we are here. Here we stand, undaunted, united. We do not give our consent as the governed when the government abuses our rights and our Constitution. We dissent. We speak out. We assemble as you have here today. We go to court. We vote, and we will prevail. Thank you all for being here today. Let's do it.
Thank you, Abdi and the ACLU for what you do. That was incredible. Are we going to protect workers in San Francisco? Yeah. Are we going to protect workers in California? What about in the country? What about all over the world? Yeah. So we're so welcome knowing that to welcome our next speaker. Lara Kiswani is from Akir and Beit Iksa, Palestine, and is the executive director of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center, AROC. They serve and organize thousands of poor and working class Arabs and Muslim across San Francisco and across the Bay Area. AROC leads local, regional, and national campaigns to challenge racism, war, and genocide. Please welcome Lara!
Good afternoon, San Francisco. Let me hear you make some noise. Today we join millions across the United States against fascism, against the attacks on our neighbors, invasions of our communities, and the plunder of public institutions. But today, we do not rise alone. We rise with the masses of the world. The masses of the world who have for 2 years filled the streets against global fascism and genocide. When we today declare no kings here, we declare no kings anywhere. No war anywhere. When we call for a multiracial democracy here in the United States, we call for democracy everywhere. Across the world today, all eyes are on Gaza and the fragile ceasefire, on the immediate humanitarian needs of our people, my people, whether it be in the streets of Palestine or the streets of San Francisco. Make no mistake about it, our struggle continues. Trump has not and will not deliver peace. As he threatens to invade our cities across the country, including San Francisco, he also threatens war against the people of Venezuela. We say no. An end to war and violence at home and abroad will be the work and the victory of the people. While people are crushed by debt and vital services are held hostage, billionaires get free rein in this country. They get tax breaks while working people pay the bill. Our tax dollars are not funding Medicare for all. Our tax dollars are not funding housing and schools. They are propping up right-wing regimes through bailouts and weapon shipments across the world. Public resources are being siphoned into military aid as we speak that continues to be used to kill children and journalists, to torture and imprison healthcare workers, and to level entire neighborhoods in Gaza. My friends, the policies written in distant offices, they land on our classrooms and on our city budgets. The line that runs from a missile over Gaza or a bullet in the West Bank runs through our school boards, runs through our workplaces, and in our streets. Ceasefire or not, U.S. tax dollars continue to move military aid to the apartheid, racist, genocidal state of Israel, including, as we speak right now, including on flights out of U.S. airports and right here at the Oakland International Airport. So today, as we raise our voices against fascism, against war, against racism and occupation of our cities, we also take action in demanding arms embargo now. Our movement is a fight to reorganize the social and political priorities of this country. Our ideals are simple and shared by the majority of people here and around the world. We want health care, we want education, we want empowered workplaces, housing, dignity, and peace for all. Our work today and tomorrow is the unfinished business of our social and labor movements in the fight for human dignity, for self-determination and democracy, not war, not exploitation, and not occupation. The regime and its billionaire backers are trying to silence us. They are trying to kidnap our migrant siblings, target our organizations, erode our civil rights, because they know our struggles are linked. They know the power of solidarity threatens their narrow rule. Solidarity breathes life into our struggle for justice, our struggle for democracy, and our struggle for peace. When we build a movement, as we are today, where everyone understands the stakes and everybody has a role, it will spread like wildfire. It opens horizons. It opens horizons rooted in a very simple truth. Abolishing apartheid and fascism in Palestine is inseparable from the international fight for economic and political democracy. It is inseparable from the fight for education and healthcare for all, for right relations to land, for the freedom of movement of all people, for the freedom of all political prisoners, for social, gender, and climate justice shaped by working people. So today we call on you to organize where you are, defend our communities. When the feds, and if the feds show up to San Francisco, will I see you at 5 p.m. at Justin Herman Plaza? When we show up to demand stop arming Israel, will I see you in the streets? It is time to start resourcing our neighborhoods. It is time to end the raids. It is time to fund life. May a free Palestine be the roadmap for global justice. And may our struggles, our collective struggles against fascism, be a victory for all working people across the world. Repeat after me. No kings. No kings. No ICE. No ICE. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, Lara. That was amazing. Are we going to let this tech billionaire class ruin our city and destroy our communities? No. Are we going to keep fighting back? Yeah. I know, that's right. We're going to protect workers. We're going to protect immigrants. We're going to protect our healthcare system. Is that right? Yes. So we're so honored to introduce our next speaker. You know, today we're building a movement. Is that right? We're building an intergenerational, an interclass. We're building an interracial. We're building a queer liberation movement. Is that right? Yes. So we're so honored to introduce Cleve Jones. Cleve has been organizing for peace and justice since the late 1960s. How about that? Can I get a ow, ow? He was mentored by pioneer LGBTQ hero Harvey Milk. Heard of him? He marched with Cesar Chavez and the farm workers and was among the first to recognize the threat of HIV and AIDS. He co-founded the San Francisco AIDS Foundation and is the originator of the AIDS Memorial Quilt. For the past 20 years, Cleve has worked as a political and community organizer for Unite Here International Union, which represents hospitality and food service workers throughout the U.S. Can we scream for workers and worker power? We're all workers, and we're all in the struggle together. Is that right? So Cleve has an award-winning memoir. It's called When We Rise, My Life in the Movement, and it was published in 2016 with an ABC mini-series that inspired it and aired the following year. He lives in Sonoma County, which had its own incredible No Kings Day today, and he's 71 years old and still marching. Are you all going to be marching when you're 71? Yes. Let's welcome Cleve.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to be here, but even more grateful that you're here. And I'd like to suggest that each of you take a moment right now to look at the people next to you and in front of you and behind you and introduce yourselves and maybe shake hands, maybe embrace, say hello, because these are the people who we're going to be marching with, and it's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be quick. All right. The pronouns I like to use the most are the ones probably understood the least by those in the White House today. They are we, us, ours. We are in this together. And it is up to us to be the leaders we need to save our country and our democracy. We come to this place this afternoon from many separate journeys. Our ancestors traveled different paths, but all our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents and those before them set their feet upon long and often difficult roads that converge here today at this critical moment in the history of our nation and humankind. Among us today are the descendants of the original peoples of this land and all those who came here not to conquer or colonize, but simply to live. Refugees, asylum seekers, ordinary people who fled war and famine and poverty and repression, people who have always asked for nothing more than the right to live and work and love and care for their families in freedom with justice. They came to America in search of a dream that has always fallen short, always been flawed, remains incomplete, and yet still inspires hope around the world. We know the history of this land and its peoples, those forced to walk the trails of tears, those brought here in chains against their will, and those who gladly gave all they possessed to get here. those who arrived in overloaded ships to live in tenements and slums, those who walked across the southern deserts, those who endured Jim Crow and the nights of terror, all those who suffered and dreamed and sacrificed, not to some dreadful god of greed and retribution, but for their children and their children's children, for our future, for us. That dream of what a nation by and for the people could be is now threatened more deeply than any time since war tore our nation apart in the spring of 1861, claimed the lives of 1 million Americans, and opened wounds that fester to this day. A fascist regime has taken power. Their billionaire cronies are further enriched. Working people are denied health care. Protections of our land and water and air are abandoned, as are freedoms of speech and due process. Grift and cruelty and racism are celebrated. Women are denigrated and denied control of their bodies. Sexual and gender minorities are demonized. The military is deployed in American cities to combat fictional foes. Masked and unidentified thugs terrorize and abduct immigrants and native-born alike. They threaten sovereign nations from Denmark to Venezuela to Canada with war and invasion. They control much of the media, the voting systems of 27 states, both houses of Congress, the Supreme Court, and the White House, but they blame the Democrats for the shutdown of our government while they continue to build prisons and detention camps across the land. They did not come to govern, they came to destroy, and they claim we are the ones who hate America. Almost every one of us use devices every day that link us to platforms that have become our primary means of communication, where we learn the news, connect with each other, and plan every aspect of our personal, professional, and political lives. Every one of those devices and platforms are owned and operated by men who dined at the White House just 6 weeks ago and lavished the president with praise. My friends, the peril before us is grave, and the danger to our lives and liberty is very real. The beast is at the door. The hinges are strained. The locks are sprung. The frame is splintered and creaking. And yet we rise. We do not despair. We will not surrender. We will not comply. This is our country. Every one of us here, and all those marching in our millions across the land today, all of us have a role to play as we meet the awful challenge of this crisis. What is the special skill you bring to this struggle? How will you build the offline networks necessary to organize and build this movement beyond today? Which are the communities and neighborhoods you will organize and defend? What will you do to strengthen labor unions, academia, the courts, and other institutions of a free and democratic society? And what will you do to imagine and launch and sustain the massive campaign of nonviolent civil disobedience and non-cooperation that history informs us is now required? Look to your hearts and find the abiding strength that dwells there. Look to the sky and all the magnificent beauty that surrounds us still. Look to those who stand proudly at your shoulders. Look to your ancestors and claim your future. We are the people. Now is the time. This is the moment. Thank you. Be strong.
That was amazing. When queer people are under attack, what do we do? When trans people are under attack, what do we do? When all of us are under attack, what do we do? Now let's give ourselves a round of applause for standing in this hot sun in San Francisco. It's hot today, but we're out here to say that we won't give up. We're gonna keep fighting shoulder to shoulder, is that right? Yeah. And you know, look around you right now. You see retirees, you see social workers, you see teachers, union members, immigrants, brothers and sisters in the struggle for liberation, is that right? So we all know Trump has threatened to invade San Francisco, and he's threatened to use the power of our federal government that we pay to against our own communities. So are we gonna let that happen? No. We are not gonna let that happen. Here in the Bay Area and in San Francisco, we've come together as ordinary people to protect our neighbors from harm. So join our resistance just like you did today. If federal troops come to the Bay, come that day, like you've heard, at 5 p.m. to Justin Herman Plaza and stand up for Bay Area values. Get a Know Your Rights card to protect your immigrant neighbors. Learn how you can protect yourselves and your community. And sign up for text alerts at bayresistance.org to get involved. Follow SF Labor to see how union members are leading the way in our struggle for liberation and freedom from the tyranny. And we say no kings, right? No kings! So next, I'm so honored to introduce Honey Mahogany. Honey is a lifelong San Franciscan and a well-known fixture in SF nightlife and politics. She's the founder of the Transgender District. She's a co-owner of the Stud Bar, a founding queen of Drag Story Hour, and chair emerita of the San Francisco Democratic Party. And she has been canonized as a saint by the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. She currently works as the director of transgender initiatives. So let's welcome Honey Mahogany.
All right, good afternoon. It's so amazing to be here with my fellow Americans because I am here today as a proud American. As the child of refugees who fled to this country, seeking stability, believing in democracy, and the American dream. I am here today as a transgender person who believes in America's promise of freedom and the pursuit of happiness. I am here as a daughter of San Francisco, having grown up at a time when diversity was an American value. You see, I was taught that it is our inclusivity as a nation, our embrace of diversity, and our pursuit of progress that made this nation great. Seeing those words, those foundational values turned into slurs and weapons against us both breaks my heart and calls me to action. For too long, the oligarchs who seek to control us, who are afraid of our freedom and our collective power, have played a game of divide and conquer, hoping that we will turn on each other if they just turn up the heat. Well, it's time to put them on notice, that we see them for who and what they are: techno-fascists, liars, exploiters, thieves, and wannabe kings. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. These so-called Christians say we should turn away immigrants, that we should disappear trans people from public life, that we should deny health care and food and housing to the needy. But you see, I went to 13 years of Catholic school, and I can confirm that those are not Christian values. Those are not American values. I'm from San Francisco, and as a founder of the Transgender District, I also know a thing or two about history. I know that this is a nation that has been built on the backs and in the blood of indigenous people, people of color, and immigrants. And baby, unless you are a member of an indigenous tribe, you too are an immigrant. Catch that tea. People have come to this place from every corner of this world, and guess what? In every corner of this world, there are trans people. From the Hijras of India, to the Fa'afafine and Fakaleti of Samoa and Tonga, the Mahus of the Hawaiian Islands, the Mushes of Mexico, the Berneshas of Eastern Europe, and the Two-Spirit people of this land. Trans people are here, we have always been here, and we will always be here. So when they say being trans is something new, when they say being trans is something new, you tell them that trans people are mentioned in our oldest texts dating back to ancient Sumeria. When they say trans women shouldn't play in women's sports, you tell them that trans women have been openly competing since 1975, and in 50 years, there wasn't near a problem because we weren't winning gold back then either. When they tell you that banning trans women from bathrooms protects women, you tell them that the people who are being hurt most by these trans exclusionary policies are cisgender women who now have to prove their womanhood. When they tell you that banning trans healthcare is about protecting children, you tell them that trans healthcare is about saving lives, and that those life-saving decisions should stay between children and their parents and their doctors. Because let's be clear, this isn't about protecting tradition or American values. This isn't about protecting women. This isn't about protecting children. This is about control. This is about removing freedom and equality as foundational American values and replacing them with blind obedience and conformity. This is about destroying our democracy. Not on our watch. We know that we are stronger together, that our liberation is collective, and that when we are under attack, we don't sit by and pretend or wish that nobody notices. We stand up. We fight back. So let me hear you say it. When trans rights are under attack, what do we do? When trans kids are under attack, what do we do? When immigrants are under attack, what do we do? When democracy is under attack, what do we do? 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 That's right, keep it going. Let's fight for our democracy.
All right, who's inspired today? Yeah. Who's gonna go to bayresistance.org and get involved? Woo! Who's gonna follow SF Labor and get involved? Now, Francisco Herrera from Nuevo Sol de Laborers program couldn't be here today, but he wanted to tell you all about an amazing program they have called Adopt a Corner. You can go to ndoln.org to adopt a corner and protect your immigrant brothers, sisters, and siblings from ICE, from the terrorism that is attacking our own communities, okay? So now we're gonna say welcome to Sandy Redding, who is a registered nurse of over 40 years. She's president of CNA, who you've heard from today. Let's give it up for our nurses today. Woo! Let's give it up for our healthcare workers in general. Are we going to protect healthcare in this country? Are we going to protect Medicaid? Are we going to protect Medi-Cal? Are we going to protect seniors? Are we going to protect all public institutions that are under threat of privatization? So now, knowing that, let's welcome Sandy. She's the president of CNA NNU Organizing Committee, and she's the vice president of National Nurses United. Let's welcome Sandy.
Hello, San Francisco. I have good news. No, sir, he's still in office. I'm the last speaker, so we're almost there, right? And I heard that there was 50,000, that's probably a conservative estimate, in the march today. So, yippee! Again, my name is Sandy Redding. I'm a registered nurse. I'm an operating room nurse, still working, and president of the CNA VP of NNU. Most importantly, I'm a community member, and titles mean nothing unless you do something with them, right? So I've been canvassing in my area. I live in Bakersfield, California, and I've been knocking doors to flip those seats. Maybe I wasn't supposed to say that. Okay, what a day this has been. Can you please give it up for all of our speakers, for yourselves, for marching, and for just being here, and for those that worked for us so we could be there, here. I came today from Bakersfield because our union, CNA, NNOC, NNU, that's quite a mouthful, believes in leading by example. And we want our example to be action, just like the action you all took to be here today. Is this enough? No, we gotta do stuff, right? So earlier this year in Glendale, ICE brought someone they had detained in for treatment at one of our hospitals and camped out there for weeks. While they were treated, federal agents sat behind desks in the hospital lobby, threatening patient safety. And when this happens, we nurses know what it means. It means patients aren't going to come to the hospital. They're afraid, and we want to make sure that everybody is taken care of. I joined those nurses in Glendale to demand that we keep ICE out of our hospitals in California. And I wasn't afraid to do it. They wouldn't let me in, but they'd let the ICE agents in. So I just went on Instagram, and after that, they let me in. Thank you. But it needed to be done. Oh, I did a press conference too, yeah. My corporation wasn't too happy about it. But that's not all. We're fighting against, right? In our communities, they're pulling funding from hospitals that already need more resources and are now in danger of being closed. Millions of people stand to lose their health insurance because President Trump is defunding healthcare. For us as nurses, that means millions more impossible conversations about medication, a procedure, a hospital stay that someone can't afford to skip, but also can't afford to pay. It means suffering and death. Does that have to be our future? No. We can fight for our neighbors, for our rights, and fight for a world where every single person gets the health care they deserve as a human right. As proud union nurses, we say it with me, no kings. No kings. And we say, union, yes. We say no to profiteering health care, and yes to universal health care. Yes to Medicare for all and CalCare. We say no to hospital shutdowns, no to fascist crackdowns, while we say yes to democracy and yes to making our voices heard in places like this, in places everywhere. And we have to stand up for the vulnerable and not be afraid. Today's No King event may be almost over, But this fight didn't start this morning, and it doesn't end tonight. Whether you're a nurse or not, join NNU to keep fighting back at nnu.org/fundcare, or find a nurse in red and ask us. So we have to keep fighting, keep organizing, keep working with your neighbors, your classmates, your co-workers, your communities to build power against this regime. Together, we can show them who's really in charge. Kind of like the operating room. Everybody knows who's in charge, right? So we got to take our country back. Because you take on one of us, you take on all of us. Say it again, you take on one of us, you take on all of us. Thank you so much.
All right, our program is wrapping up, but our movement is not wrapping up. So let's say no kings, no fascism, up with the workers, down with the bosses, and up with all of us. Let's all give ourselves a round of applause for being here, standing in the heat, standing together in the struggle. So although our rally program has concluded, we encourage you to keep up the fight. You know, follow SF Labor, follow Bay Resistance, follow Indivisible, get involved, join your union today, join a union today, fight for your siblings, for your community members. And we encourage you to exit to nearby public transit today. As you can see on the screen, Civic Center BART Station.